Chapter 116. Su Fingyin looked at Annie Shu, who was trying her best to suppress her killing intent and pretended to be shy and flustered. She was an old lady in her 30s, so it was not wrong to call her Annie, right? Su Fingyin did not kill according to her wishes. He still held Yu Youwei's small waist, which was soft and smooth to the touch. In terms of waist slender, Jiang Yan'ai was not inferior to Yu Youwei in his arms. However, Su Fingyin was lucky enough to see Yu Youwei's chest on the bed. In comparison, her small waist seemed to be very small. Su Fingyin just pointed at Xu Xiu and teased, "Heroes, if I hand over this beauty and let you love her, will you let us go?" The headmaster, who was holding 2 Xianhua axes and wearing a tiger fur coat, glanced at Xu Xiu. Usually, with such a rare beauty in front of him, everything would be easy to deal with. However, a man who is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The other 2 in the courtyard were obviously more delicious than the one closest to him. Even the most beautiful and arrogant Taoist nuns in the Qingyang Palace were not half as good as them. The headmaster had been on the mountain for 2 months, and he was about to suffer internal injuries from holding back his evil desire. He was just short of finding a female monkey to have fun. The county governor went into the mountain to kill people every time, but there were many wanted posters of the big and small mountain kings in Qingqing posted in the county. He was one of them, so he could only risk being beheaded and occasionally disguise himself as a villager to relieve his lust in the city. Therefore, the first master, who could not wait to tear apart the girls' clothes to reveal their fair skin, spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm and viciously cut the girl holding the white cat. He loved this girl the most. Although the face of the female servant who was roasting meat was more beautiful, she was still a girl. She still needed to have more meat to withstand the whip of the big axe under her grandfather's crotch. The first master, who shared the good fortune, pointed at Yu Youwei with an axe, turned his head, and said with a smile, "This one belongs to me. No one can touch her. As for the rest, do as you see fit. Remember, don't torture her to death. Wash her clean and send her to my room." The third master was a down-and-out scholar. He had a bellyful of evil tricks. In the beginning, he had tricked a girl to use the pretense of burning incense in Mount Qingsheng to force himself on her in a sparsely populated place. Although he was careful, there was a careless mistake, and he bumped into this group of bandits. He immediately sent the girl to his mouth with both hands. In a fit of anger, he became a bandit and gave advice to the 2 masters. Later, the girl could not bear to be humiliated one after another and hanged herself to death. Because he had not played enough, he was so angry that he did not even let go of the corpse. Taking advantage of the warm body, he tossed and turned for the time it took to burn a stick of incense. Even the first master and second master were endlessly impressed. In a moment of happiness, they made him the third master. The third master stared at Jiang and said with a gloomy smile, "This little sister belongs to me. I will take her back and train her well. Don't be afraid. I am a cultured person who has studied. I know how to dote on people." Only Xu Xiu was left. The skinny second master sourly said, "That year, the girl who was tricked into going up the mountain died. She was thrown down the cliff to feed the wild dogs." Su Fingyin snapped his fingers and asked, "I remember that this used to be Old Man Meng's territory. How come it changed you guys?" The first master said with disdain, "That trash who did not even dare to kill people has long been driven away. Don't talk nonsense. Come out and accept your death. It is only a matter of Grandpa's axe." Su Fingyin let go of Yu Youwei and stood up with his saber. The first master looked at this posture and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly and said, "Boy, you still dare to play with your saber in front of Grandpa." Su Fingyin lightly jumped down the stairs. His movements were graceful and untainted by smoke and fire. It was obvious that his inner strength was not ordinary. Seeing that the head of Xianhua Hua's flower axe was a little dumbfounded, he kindly reminded him, "Look behind you." The first master did not dare to turn around for fear of being sneakily attacked by this boy. He only turned his head and took a quick glance. What? Other than the second master and the third master, why was there only an unfamiliar girl in green standing? Why were all the brothers lying on the ground? The girl in green, who was more graceful than a handsome scholar, was holding a strong brother by the neck and hanging him in the air. These brothers were all pinched to death like this. The expressionless girl in green loosened her grip, and the dead brother fell limply to the ground without making a sound. Shu Xiao, who had been waiting for this moment until the end of time, shot out a kick. She did not hit the skinny second master's body. Instead, she saw the skinny second master's body being hit by a huge force. He bent like a bow and then flew out with a bang. His whole body was embedded in the wall. A circle of blood spread out evenly on the wall. It was like a mosquito that was slapped to death. After killing him with one kick, Shu Xiao reached out and combed her black hair behind her ear. She sneered and said, "Even if I hit you, I don't want to dirty you." The first master's Xianhua hatchet trembled violently in his hand. He did not dare to retreat. The girl in green looked like a female Yama who killed people without batting an eye. And the one who killed the second master, her internal energy that could kill people without touching was extremely terrifying. He did not dare to go forward. The old Taoist priest, who had always been calm and composed, looked like an old immortal of Mount Qingqing now. As for the elegant young master who made him jealous and hated him, was he also a difficult person to deal with? Could it be that he was going to die here today? With a thud, the third master, who was the most proficient in judging the situation, knelt on the ground and cried for his father and mother, begging for mercy. Su Fingyin only asked a question that confused people. Old Meng and his people are dead. The first master, whose life was hanging by a thread, quickly bowed and said, No, I've been friends with Old Meng for more than 10 years. I just asked him to change his territory with me. Chapter 117. Su Fingyin made an O sound, as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He instructed Lu Qiantang, "Take these two out. Be quick about it. Their howling and wailing in the middle of the night is like a ghost. Also, Yang Qingfeng, you know a lot of unorthodox methods. I'll leave these corpses to you. Remember to move them further away and sleep beside the pile of corpses. I'm afraid that someone will be on tenterhooks for the whole night and won't have the energy to study and earn money the next day." Seeing the corpses, Jiang and I, who had already hidden behind the old god of swords, turned pale and did not have the time to refute. When Yu Wei was still Lu Qiantang, she was indifferent to life and death. Naturally, she was much calmer than Jiang and I. Su Fingyin did not even look at Lu Qiantang as he left the courtyard with one person in each hand. He only said to Bluebird, "Bring me a brush and ink, then follow me out. I have some things to draw. Grandpa Wei, I'll have to trouble you to accompany me to the Yinyang Pavilion with a wide view." The old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang stroked his beard and smiled. His Royal Highness is too polite. Coincidentally, I also miss that pavilion. When I followed my master to Mount Qingsheng to cultivate when I was young, I rested there. Bluebird and the old Taoist priest each held a torch as they led the way. Su Fingyin held a knife of high-quality rice paper that he had squeezed out from Jin Sanlang. The brush in Bluebird's hand was not the same as usual. It was the hardest and sharpest brush in Guangdong's Liaowei. Looking at the back of the three people, Jiang and I then looked at Yang Qingfeng, who was digging out the dead person from the wall and dragging it out of the courtyard. Presumably, the two bandits that were carried out by the swordsman Lu Qiantang, like chickens and ducks, were also unable to escape death. Jiang and I, who was hiding behind Li Chungang, was in a daze. The old sword god had seen many vicissitudes of life. When he was young, he was also frivolous, so he was not unfamiliar with women's thoughts. He laughed and said, "Little Jiang, this old man has to say a few good words for little Su. You didn't accuse His Royal Highness of being unrestrained in Baoyang. However, outside of Baoyang, some of his methods cannot be said to be vicious and merciless. Today, these 30 people could be killed or not. It was all up to little Su. In the end, this old man guessed that it was the little bandit Old Meng who had yet to show himself." Jiang and I made a lukewarm sound of "oh." The old sword god smiled and said, "Little Jiang, do you want to know why that little brat took the brush and ink out? If you roast another white fruit chicken for this old man will tell you." Jiang and I said unhappily, "I don't want to know." Old Man Li was someone who could not hide his words. With great difficulty, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue and said, "Let's not talk about it. Otherwise, you will be frightened by this little brat's shrewdness and won't dare to practice the sword." Ingyang Pavilion. With this as the boundary, below the mountain was the world of the living, and above the mountain was the world of the dead. It made sense. Wouldn't those bandits who had barged into the courtyard become lonely souls in the world of the dead? Su Fengyin took a wooden board made by Bluebird and sat down cross-legged. He spread the rice paper on top of it. Bluebird wanted to grind the ink, so Wei Shuyong held 2 torches to light the way. With the help of the moonlight, he looked at the Qingcheng mountain range in the distance. Qingcheng Mountain was very outstanding in the history of Taoism. It was the location of the 5th paradise, which was more advanced than the ancestral courts of the 2 great orthodoxies, Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong. The Taoist temple in the mountain was hidden in the green mountains and clear waters. The architecture was most compatible with the heavenly way. There was once a poem written by immortal Cheng Wan that said, "I only love the peak of the father-in-law mountain. The steps of the pill ladder are close to the netherworld." The main peak, Qingyang Peak, and the secondary peak, Tianzuan Peak, were opposite each other. There was an iron chain bridge that hung horizontally. Yellow cranes soared and the sea of clouds rolled. It was indeed a rare scenery in the world. Wei Shuyong had once mustered up his courage to walk across the iron chain bridge. It took him a full hour to walk. When he finally reached Tianzuan Peak, his legs were weak and his clothes were soaked. Wei Shuyong looked down and praised sincerely, "His Royal Highness has a good memory." Su Fengyin concentrated on painting the mountains, rivers, and topography of Bailiang in detail. He was even more accurate than the senior officials of the geography department. Even a knowledgeable old man like Wei Shuyong was dumbfounded. His Royal Highness painted for an hour and changed more than 10 sheets of rice paper. Finally, he painted Mount Qingqing. His Royal Highness was only riding on a horse. He didn't look at the scenery, but the shape of the mountains was even clearer than that of an old Taoist who had been cultivating in Mount Qingcheng for nearly 10 years. It was especially suitable for him to paint with fine hairs. Wei Shuyong had seen his Royal Highness grow up, so he was far more familiar with Su Fengyin's character than outsiders. It was true that he was naughty and mischievous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ridden on Wei Shuyong's neck and peed. When he pooped in the tide-listening pavilion as a child, he would casually wipe his ass with a secret manual. However, once this child became serious, he would have a stubborn spirit. Once, he was punished by Li Yishan on the top floor to copy scriptures. His Royal Highness didn't admit his mistake, but he still copied the scriptures. In a fit of pique, he copied nearly 300,000 words. In the end, even the great pillar state came forward to plead for leniency. In the end, he won over Li Yishan, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Fengyin stopped writing and waited for the ink to dry. He looked up and smiled at Bluebird. "Later, take these rice papers back to the carriage and sleep. Otherwise, that girl won't dare to close her eyes." When the rice paper finished eating the ink, Bluebird took the paper and brush and left. The torches had been changed several times. Su Fengyin shook his wrist and laughed softly. "Grandpa Wei, don't let anyone know that I'm drawing this." The old Taoist nodded. "Of course, His Royal Highness has a beautiful heart. I've seen it and kept it in my heart. I won't say anything." Su Fengyin looked at the highest peak of Mount Qingcheng in the distance and said self-deprecatingly, "His Royal Highness has a rotten heart. What kind of beautiful heart does he have?" Wei Shuyong laughed. "His Royal Highness is too modest." Su Fengyin closed his eyes and faced the beautiful mountains. He folded his blade on his knees and formed the haunting incantation with 2 fingers. He silently entered a meditative state. Wei Shuyong didn't sleep the whole night. He just sat quietly and observed His Royal Highness's mysterious phenomenon. There was a purple aura coming from the east between his eyebrows. The closer it was to dawn, the more the red date mark between Su Fengyin's eyebrows turned from dark red to light purple. When the first rays of the morning sun shone on his body, Su Fengyin slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at Wei Shuyong apologetically. Wei Shuyang stroked his white beard and shook his head. I'm looking forward to His Royal Highness going to Longhu. Chapter 118. Today's reward was very generous. Disciple, Ming She, and Zhou Zhaoqin, thank you for your support along the way. Su Fengyin took a deep breath of the mountain forest and felt refreshed. He joked, Grandpa Wei, are there really immortals who eat clouds and drink dew? Do you think there are immortals who eat the essence of the sun and moon in the Qingyang Palace? The old Taoist chuckled and said, I have never heard of such immortals. My master only knew some Dharma access to fasting and essence. He is far from the immortal realm. Su Fengyin left the pavilion and looked up at the Qingyang Heavenly Lord's twin peaks that looked like a pair of bullhorns. He muttered to himself, the Qingcheng King sounds very powerful. The Taoist master of Mount Longhu is only a state teacher who is in charge of all Taoism. Mount Wudong is even more pitiful. The Wudong sect leader is nothing, but there is someone who occupies a mountain and calls himself king. Wei Shuyang smiled, but did not say anything. Because of his high status, he had been friends with His Royal Highness for more than 10 years. Therefore, when he traveled with Su Fengyin on the horse, he knew about the farce of two geese swapping yellow gates. Now that he saw His Royal Highness drawing with the geography of the mountains and rivers, it was very likely that he would draw wherever he went. Was he not going to draw 3,000 miles of beautiful mountains and rivers in a single line? Would there be any hidden secrets in this path? Old Taoist Judami did not dare to delve deeper. He just kept it in his heart. The more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. Almost all the scholars in Bailiang had their tongues pulled out by the Great Pillar State. No one dared to talk about the military and politics of the border. They only knew how to recite poems and couplets. However, there were a few poets who had the courage to join the military. In recent years, there were many bold and powerful famous poems that attracted the wanderers who wanted to become famous to join the military. Interestingly, many foppish young masters were tortured half to death by His Royal Highness and felt that they could not make it big. In a fit of anger, they went to the border to fight for military achievements. At least there was no His Royal Highness to suppress them at the border. In the Taoist temple, Su Fengyin saw the haggard Jiang Ni with red and swollen eyes. He could not help but smile. This girl's courage was not worth mentioning. Her only magnificent feat in this life was to kill him, right? Yu Wei slept much more soundly. Her eyes were clear, as if she had understood some things that she did not understand in the past. Her gaze toward His Royal Highness was much clearer and less cloudy and gloomy from her self-reproach. Su Fengyin could not be bothered with these minor details. He ate his breakfast carelessly and found the old god of swords, who was standing with his hands behind his back. The old man was staring at an old couplet with blurry handwriting. Su Fengyin lowered his voice and said, There are some new things in the box of books in the carriage. If you have to escape in the future, I'll have to trouble you to bring the box along with Jiang and I. The old god of swords said lazily, It depends on this old man's mood. Su Fengyin secretly bared his teeth. Seeing that the old god of swords was going to watch him and Lu Qiantang exchange blows, he did not criticize the old man for being a hero past his prime. Su Fengyin couldn't help but grimace when he saw the old man, who used to be one of the top figures in Jianghu, stretch out his arm to scratch his crotch. Old Sword Godly, Grandpa Wei said that you used to be single and unrestrained in Jianghu, and that no one could compare with your green robe and sword. There were also countless outstanding women who had unrequited love for you. But you are acting like this now. Is it true that you didn't come from random flattery? It was indeed wise not to tell Grandpa Wei that this old man was Li Chungang. As soon as the old man scratched his crotch, he stretched out his hand to brush his yellow teeth. His teeth were stained with shredded meat from the meat he ate last night. He gently flicked it away. Su Fengyin, who had seen everything, silently walked away, cursing in his heart, F*CK, this earth sword immortal. Following the road around the mountain, they passed by the two peaks of the mountain gate of Qingsheng and arrived at the mountainside of Canopy Peak. From the two sides of the dense forest came a burst of noise mixed with cursing and pushing. The sturdy LV Qiantang stopped his horse and squinted his eyes to look. This man with a huge sword, red afterglow, sat upright on a tall and sturdy horse. Looking at the group of His Highness the heir apparent from the layman's perspective, the swordsman L.V. Qianang might only be slightly weaker than the halberd Ningame. This burly swordsman from Dongyue was undoubtedly able to intimidate the little rats. Lu Qiantang saw a thin and weak young man with a yellow face being pushed out of the forest and stumbling on the road, falling flat on his face. However, this young man did not speak to Lu Qiantang's group of people. Instead, he turned around and scolded, "Lu Reed, I'm not going to let your wife off tonight. Why did you push me? I don't have the strength to climb the wall to see you lying on your wife's body. You could have pushed anyone else, but you pushed me out. Let's see if I don't expose the fact that you touched a big girl's breasts in the market last month." Lu Qianang looked at him coldly and slowly drew out his giant sword. A hoarse voice sounded in the dense forest. "Little bastard, are you looking for death? Why aren't you running? The wind is strong. Let's go." It seemed that this group of robbers was much weaker than those from last night, but their eyesight was much better. The most amusing thing was that the young man stared dumbfoundedly at Yu Wei, Shu Xiu, and Bluebird. Before he ran away, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sisters, you're even prettier than the immortal ants of Qingyang Temple." Yu Wei raised the corner of her mouth. This little thief was much cuter than those unlucky villains from yesterday. His Royal Highness rode out and slapped Lu Qiantang's hand with the embroidered winter saber. Yu Wei was very surprised, but it was a kind of joy from the bottom of his heart. His Royal Highness carried the embroidered winter saber on his shoulder and laughed. "Little Hawthorne?" The young man was about to run into the dense forest, but he suddenly stopped and looked back at the strange young man on the horse. He only felt that the young man looked familiar, but he didn't know such a rich young man. "What? Oh my God, did I get on the list of bandits in the city? It can't be. We have the lowest status among the dozens of bandits in Mount Qingqing." Even the head Ming was not qualified to have his portrait posted on the city wall. Because of this, the head Ming was very angry. He always said that he was the first bandit king of Mount Qingqing. Why didn't he get on the list? My old Ming has also kidnapped several wives and daughters of officials in the county. Didn't he just let them go after taking some money? Did he let down on us? The young man, who was nicknamed Little Hawthorne by his Royal Highness, was stunned for a moment. He stared at him for a while and then said uncertainly, "Su Fengyan." His Royal Highness narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips. Shu Xiu, who was very picky, was dazed for a moment. His Royal Highness was really charming. Not to mention a mature woman in her 30s like her, it could be said that women between 10 and 80 years old would be attracted. Su Fengyan jumped off the horse and smiled. "Isn't it? It's only been 3 years, and you can't recognize me?" The young man was really a newborn calf who didn't know anything about the world. He didn't care about anything else and ran to Su Fengyan with a scream. He circled twice and excitedly reached out to touch Su Fengyan's saber and pulled the sleeves of Su Fengyan's brocade clothes. He was amazed and looked up to ask, "Su Fengyan, you are even more arrogant than last time. This time you're going to give money to Old Ming again?" Chapter 119. Su Fengyan didn't seem to mind that his clothes had been touched until they were dirty and dirty. He only used the embroidered dagger to knock the young man's head lightly and scolded with a smile. "Go away. Last time you guys robbed me. This time it's me who should rob you guys." More than 10 ragged thieves jumped out of the dense forest. None of them weighed more than 150 kilograms. They were all poor, old and young. Most of them were wearing their own woven straw sandals. A few of them had weapons in their hands, but they were only carrying wooden spears and sticks. Compared to the group that attacked the Taoist temple at night, there was a world of difference. The leader, Old Ming, was a skinny old man who weighed more than 100 kilograms. He rubbed his eyes and finally recognized that the young man was the Su Fengyan that he had chased half a mountain away. He then looked at the majestic retainers on horses in fear. He carefully took 2 steps forward and asked from afar, "Su Fengyan, let's make things clear first. You spent all your money in the past few years. I only have 1 life left. If you want to take it, take it. If you frown, I will change my surname to yours." Su Fingyin looked around. Little Hawthorne, the timid old Meng, Lulu, the man who loved his wife the most, Cripple Kong, and many other familiar faces were still there. They were all alive. Su Fingyin's smile was intoxicating. He hugged little Hawthorne's small body and said loudly, "Old man Meng, look at you. Even your stockade has been taken away by others, and you still want to pretend to be a hero in front of me. Damn you, don't pretend to be a fool in front of me. Go, pick a place near the water, and I'll take you guys to eat your fill." Old Meng timidly said, "Su Fingyin, did you become a bailiff in the government office? Do you want to wipe us out?" Su Fingyin glared at him and scolded, "Nonsense. I came here to enjoy the scenery and see if I could meet you. Before I went up the mountain, I was wondering if you had starved to death. Now it seems that you're not far from it. You're the first master, and I feel ashamed for you." Old Meng's subordinates, Reed Pole, burst into laughter, making Old Meng, who has no dignity, feel very embarrassed. Old Meng smiled embarrassedly and said, "Hey, it's hard for a hero to stand out in this world. You little brat, your mouth is still unforgiving. Well, let's go." Yu Youwei's eyes widened, and Shu Xiu's charming face stiffened. Jiang Ni's little head peeked out from behind the curtain. He just couldn't understand what was going on. Old Meng led the way to a picturesque place near the water. There were a few shabby thatched huts, with some ragged clothes hanging on the bamboo poles. If this was considered as occupying a mountain and becoming a king, who in the world would be willing to be a bandit? Yang Qingfeng, who came and went like a ghost, came out with countless game animals. This group of bandits, who had worked hard to set 10 traps but still couldn't catch a single wild rabbit or pheasant, were drooling. Su Fingyin sat on a stone by the stream. Little Hawthorne lay behind him and hugged Su Fingyin's neck, ignoring Old Meng's enthusiasm. Su Fingyin teased, "Well, Old Meng, you're the leading hero of Mount Qingcheng. What are you afraid of? Little Hawthorne is braver than you." Little Hawthorne laughed happily and said, "I told Old Meng to give me the position of the first master. How could he be willing to do that? He insisted on waiting for a few more years." Su Fingyin nodded and said with a smile, "He was lying to you. Did you really believe him? Why don't you come down the mountain with me? I'll take you to eat fish and meat every day." Little Hawthorne secretly turned to look at a few fairy sisters not far away and said, "Forget it. I grew up on this mountain. If I leave, Old Meng will die of grief." "But Su Fingyin, who are those sisters to you? They're so pretty. They're much prettier than little Kay, or from Lu Wei's family." A young girl of 12 or 13 years old put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "What did you say, stupid Hawthorne?" Su Fingyin turned to look and said in surprise, "Little Kay, you're all big girls now. Come, stand closer and let Brother Su take a closer look." Little Hawthorne secretly told, "Su Fingyin, Kay likes you a lot. I've heard her talking in her sleep a few times." The little girl, whose skin was tanned by the sun, blushed. She must have accidentally seen Yu Youwei and the other girls and felt a little inferior and timid. She just stood far away and did not dare to get close to Su Fingyin. When she was young, Brother Su taught her to play a little tune with a leaf. She learned it for a long time, and now she had mastered it. When there was no one around, she would secretly play it a few times. He used to make a promise that he would come and see her when she grew up. Su Fingyin finally tricked the shy little Kay to sit beside him. They ate Old Meng's best smoked and roasted game together. The little girl had really grown up. She knew how to chew slowly without showing her teeth. Su Fingyin saw that Old Meng's eyes were blank and full of fear. He frowned and asked, "Is there something on your mind, Old Meng? Tell me about it." Old Meng squeezed out a smile and shook his head. Little Hawthorne, who was chewing on a wild munch, could not hold back her words. Her eyes turned red and she said sadly, "Su Fingyin, we owe them money. If we can't pay them back, they will take Kay away. The last time they came, they tore down our house and said that if we can't pay them back in 2 days, they will make Kay their maid." Su Fingyin smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll help you pay them back. When you robbed me in the past, you said that I was one of the wealthiest young masters in the world. It wasn't a lie." Old Meng said softly, "It's no use. We owe them more than 20 taels of silver. Furthermore, They are not after the money. They just want to take K or away. You know that daughters are more precious than anything else in the mountains. Lulu and I have discussed it. At most, we will fight with our lives on the line. When the time comes, we will let little Hawthorne take K and escape down the mountain. Old bones like us won't be able to move, and we don't want to leave either. After all, we have been here for more than 20 years. We can't bear to leave. We're just waiting for the day when we die on the mountain. Su Fingyan, Old Meng knows that you have some silver, and I appreciate your kindness. However, those people are not kind people. They kill and burn without blinking. I don't know how many girls have been harmed by them. After you finish eating, you should leave quickly. It's best if you don't even want to stay on Mount Qingcheng. It's not peaceful. Su Fingyan asked, You owe them money. Was it the first master who used a pair of axes? Old Meng said with lingering fear, That's not the case. If it were those people, we would have died long ago. Old Meng would rather starve to death than borrow money from them. Sigh. A good man takes responsibility for his actions. Old Meng has been sloppy all his life. Fortunately, I still have these old brothers. Su Fingyan, Old Meng boldly asked you to take care of little Hawthorne and K.Er. It's easy to feed poor children, but I beg you not to let them become slaves. When we went up the mountain, we still had the backbone of men. We can't live backward. Just don't let them starve to death. If you are willing, Old Meng will kowtow to you. I don't mind kneeling for this great kindness. Su Fingyan was expressionless. Old Meng looked bitter. Lu Qian'ang bowed and said, There are more than 10 new people. Su Fingyan made a cold gesture of cutting his throat. Old Meng was dumbfounded. Su Fingyan frowned and asked, Mount Qingcheng is so chaotic. Doesn't Prince Qingcheng know how to do something about it? Old Meng said bitterly, Why would he care? Those immortals in Xingyang Palace don't care about the lives of ordinary people. Su Fingyan stood up and patted little Hawthorne's head. He then took K.'s small hand that was not delicate at all and said with a smile, I used to carry you on my back. Now that you are a girl, I can't carry you on my back anymore. Your father will fight me with a hoe. Let's go. Take K to Xingyang Palace to see the immortals. Chapter 120. Su Fingyan held little Hawthorne in one hand and K.'er in the other as they walked away. Old Man Meng, who had been a bandit for more than 20 years, had mixed feelings. Back then, when he had brought his old brothers to see the master and servant touring Qingcheng, even a blind person would know that they were a fat sheep dripping with oil. A dozen people had rushed up to intercept them. Old Man Meng had just said that as long as they had money, they would not hurt anyone. This timid young master had already fled on horseback. If he had not been unlucky enough to be knocked off his horse by a branch, he would have really run away in a panic. Old Man Meng could not do the immoral business of robbing money and killing people. Unexpectedly, he had accidentally found several large piles of banknotes and some strange books on this fat sheep. The group of old fellows were all dumbfounded. It turned out that this fat sheep had an extraordinary background. Without needing Su Fingyan to beg for mercy, Old Man Meng had taken the initiative to take a banknote worth 100 taels of silver and return the rest. It was not that Old Man Meng viewed gold and silver as dung. It was just that several groups of people on Mount Qingcheng had robbed wealthy families and attracted the attention of hundreds of armored soldiers from the county's military office. Those who were unlucky had their lairs smashed, while those who were luckier had not been able to sleep soundly. Old Man Meng did not want to drag his group of brothers to the downtown area to be beheaded in public. After a while, they had gathered in the Taoist temple to eat some roasted game. The fat sheep and the grassland bandits had unexpectedly become familiar with each other. This fellow was not very courageous, but his skin was really as thick as a city wall. He had shamelessly stayed with them for half a day and was addicted to eating and drinking. Every day, he would lie about how he was a rich young master from Bailiang. Who would believe him? Did he think that he was the son of a noble family just because he had a few thousand taels of silver? Our Old Man Meng has seen the world. Later on, Old Man Meng kicked him down the mountain. We are doing a job with our heads hanging on our belts. What if we implicate the two good people, master and servant, in the process? This fellow had a good conscience. Before he went down the mountain, he had given an extra 100 taels of silver, saying that he would keep it for K. to buy clothes and rouge when she grew up. However, business had been slow in the past 3 years. More than half of it had been extorted by a few little immortals from Qingyang Palace. Then, he had been on good terms with a few groups of people in the same industry who had borrowed but never returned the money. Half a year ago, he had had no choice but to borrow 30 taels of silver from Xianfeng. Lulu ran over with his head full of sweat. His lips were pale and trembling as he said, "Old man Meng, Xianfeng, and those bastards are all dead. They were all killed by that guy with a big sword." Old Lu was as thin as a reed pole, but he had married a wife who was heavier than both of them. Moreover, he had given birth to a little girl who was getting more and more beautiful as she grew up. Old Lu wiped his sweat and sat on the ground. He gasped for breath and said softly, "This swordsman is too overbearing. He killed several people with one strike. How many of them could they withstand? They were all dead. None of them had a whole corpse. Old man Meng, you are the smartest one among us. Think about it. Are we lucky or doomed? If we met Xianfeng and his gang, we would have fought with our lives. However, Su Fingyan is a real person. If he holds a grudge against us, wouldn't it be like playing with us?" Old man Meng thought for a while and said bravely, "It's a good thing. Su Fingyan doesn't look like an official son who kills people like flies. He really likes little Hawthorne and K.R. We can all see this. He can't be bad. Otherwise, we wouldn't have survived." Lu Reed whispered, "What is the background of this Su Fingyan?" Old man Meng reached out and touched his back. It was wet. He shook his head and said, "How would I know?" Lu Reed was surprised. "Hey, what about the servant, old Huang?" Old man Meng said absent-mindedly, "Have you ever seen a servant who can run as fast as a horse? That's why I didn't dare to ask for more money." Lulu suddenly realized what was going on. He slapped his thin thigh and accidentally slapped it too hard. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Cripple Kong, who always liked to hide at the back of the group, ran with great momentum today, or rather, he pissed his pants in terror. This cripple used to like to jest with Su Fingyan, bragging about how he was more handsome than Su Fingyan when he was younger. Now his face was pale as he shouted, "There are people from the Yamen." With a rough glance, there were at least 100 people. They were all riding horses with sabers and crossbows. Compared to the officers and soldiers who went up the mountain to encircle and suppress them, the difference was like heaven and earth. Old Kong had served in the army before. He recognized the famous Baoyang sabers. They are Baoyang sabers. These 100 people can flatten the entire Mount Qingsheng, let alone us. Old man Meng and Lu Reed looked at each other. They could only wait for death. Fortunately, Little Hawthorne and were not here, so they could die without grievance. Who would have thought that when these 100 elite light riders arrived at the stream bank, their leader, a general in heavy armor and holding a halberd, took off his helmet and helmet. With a smile, he looked at Old Man Meng's group of rarely seen kind-hearted thieves and spoke as softly as possible. "This general is Ningame. His young master Su said not to disturb Mr. Meng. It's just that our cavalrymen have always regarded the horses as their comrades. On the way up the mountain, we couldn't find a water source, so we had to break the rules and disturb you. Mr. Meng, please don't blame us." Old man Meng spoke with a thick Yongzhou accent. He was confused and asked, "What did the general say?" Ningame patted his ink-black beloved horse. He smiled and said, "The horse wants to drink water, so we took a break." Chapter 121. Old man Meng felt relieved and said, "General, you don't have to be polite. Drink as much as you want. You can even drink all the water in the stream." Ningame cupped his fists and turned around to say sternly, "Hold on tight for a stick of incense." The 100 light cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion didn't make any noise. Only the sound of the horses drinking and snorting could be heard. The Liang dynasty had always been recognized as the best war horses in the spring and autumn period. Their horse policy was flourishing, and the imperial court paid special attention to it. The martial arts books said that horses were important to the country. The other countries in the spring and autumn period either didn't pay attention or didn't have large pastures like West Chu. Northern Liang claimed to have 300,000 iron cavalry. Every war horse had to be recorded in detail from the moment it was born. There were almost complicated and harsh military rules and regulations. Anyone who cut off the horse's food was guilty of the same crime as cutting off the soldiers' rations. They weren't allowed to ride horses to hunt outside of war. If they let someone ride them, they would be whipped 100 times. If they threw away the stirrup or saddle, they would be whipped 100 times. Ningame led 100 light cavalry out and had to strictly follow the most basic marching rules. They had to rest every 10 li and brush the horses' noses and mouths. They had to feed every 30 li. In Bailiang, anyone who lost their horse in battle would be executed. They would be rewarded for fighting to the death and injuring their horses. The Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. It wasn't announced by the mouths of scholars, but by the horses trampling over the 6 countries and half of Jianghu. Cripple Kong, who had once done odd jobs in a drill ground in Yongzhou, had claimed to have joined the army before. He raised his voice and asked carefully, "General, are you from Bailiang?" Ningame smiled and said, "I'm not a general, but we are from Bailiang." Cripple Kong gave him a thumbs up and said, "Bailiang cavalry, there's nothing to say. When I was in the Yongzhou army, I heard a lot about the achievements of Bailiang's 300,000 iron cavalry. Today, I've finally seen it with my own eyes." Ningame smiled and didn't say anything. Cripple Kong squatted on the side and observed carefully. These 100 Bailiang cavalry were much stronger than the Yongzhou army. He estimated that 3 Yongzhou soldiers against 1 Bailiang would be difficult. Ningame waited for the war horses to finish drinking and put their armor back on and shouted, "Get on the horses!" More than 100 light cavalry mounted their horses. Their movements were exactly the same, as smooth as flowing water. Old Man Meng and the others were dumbfounded. They only felt that this group of northern Liang cavalrymen had a strong, murderous aura just by mounting their horses. If they charged, who would dare to stop them? Lulu watched as the northern Liang light cavalry left in an orderly manner. He clicked his tongue and said, "Old Man Meng, I'm convinced. You're right. That Su Fingyan's father is an official. Maybe he's the son of a general." "Hey, where? Of. Cripple Kong nodded and said, "You're right." Lou Reed smiled and said, "You want more? Old Meng, why don't you just say that Su Fingyan is the son of the Great Pillar State? There's nothing more important than that, right?" "Huh? Su Fingyan? Doesn't that mean he has the same surname as the king of Bailiang?" The 3 of them stared at each other. Old Meng, who was almost choked to death, finally let out a sigh and whispered, "Doesn't look like it." Cripple Kong nodded and said, "Doesn't look like it." Lou Reed agreed and said, "Doesn't look like it at all." Qingyang Peak was steep and precipitous, like a sword pointing at the sky. As the saying goes, looking at a mountain is close to death. There is still a long way to go to reach the Qingyang Palace at the top of the mountain. Perhaps they could only reach the peak at night. Fortunately, the scenery along the way was picturesque. The ancient trees towered into the sky. The streams were deep and secluded, and the cliffs were carved with apes and monkeys. It was not boring at all. Many old people who believed in the way of the 9 bushels of rice would walk for 10 days with their own rations in order to burn incense at the top of Qingyang Peak. Su Fingyan and Little Hawthorne rode on the same horse. Yu Yue was carrying Kair. The little girl liked the white cat, Wu Meinyang, very much, so she just happened to hold her in her arms. Su Fingyan raised his head and looked through the lush, ancient trees at the clouds and the sunset. It was as gorgeous as the ocean. Little Hawthorne held the embroidered winter saber that he had borrowed from Su Fingyan with both hands. He smiled and said, "If we go up a little more, we will reach the Jaiha Pavilion. I heard that it will take a few hours to reach the top by foot. It will take at most 2 hours by horse. In the past, Kair and I only dared to walk to the edge of the pavilion. The fairy ants have bad tempers and will scold people." Su Fingyan asked, "Are there many female Kuan Taoists on the mountain?" Little Hawthorne was confused. "What?" Su Fingyan smiled and explained, "Female Taoists." Little Hawthorne nodded and made a face at Kay. He smiled and said, "There are many. They are all prettier than Kair, but they are not as pretty as the sisters you brought." Su Fingyan knocked the young man's head and smiled as he lectured him. Let me teach you a principle that I spent countless silver taels to buy. When you see a beautiful girl, you have to praise her with all your might. If she is not so beautiful, you have to praise her as extremely beautiful. If she is really ugly, you have to at least say that she is delicate and graceful. Little Hawthorne looked embarrassed and said honestly, I can't learn this. Look at how black Kayer is. I always say that she is as white as a piece of charcoal. Su Fingyin laughed and said, Aren't you asking for a beating? Yu Youwei's lips curled up as she touched the little braids of the girl in her arms. Kayer also snickered. She did not care who Su Fingyin was. She only remembered that Su Fingyin was the one who taught her how to blow the leaf whistle. He said that he would come to see her and would even take her to the Qingyang Temple to see the fairies. Chapter 122. Su Fingyin and his entourage got down from their horses to rest, but they did not even see a single pheasant. Instead, there were 6 or 7 female Kuan Dao Taoist crowns surrounding a young man with an imposing appearance. He was wearing a Taoist robe, holding a Shunxiao-style peach-wood sword with a fragrant wooden body. On his head was a much-criticized Xiaoyao headband decorated with a cloud pattern. Behind the hat, there were 2 long sword head streamers, which swayed when he moved. However, the elderly Great Jinren and old Taoist priests all agreed that it was not dignified. Not every young Taoist priest had the courage to wear it. The female Taoist crowns were beautiful and delicate, making the young Taoist priest even more unrestrained. This handsome Taoist priest reclined on the bench in the pavilion, while several female Taoist crowns beside him were peeling off green goat chestnuts and putting them into his mouth. If such an immortal mansion was seen by old Meng and his gang of thieves, wouldn't it be the demeanor of an immortal? When the young Taoist priest of Qingyang Palace saw Xu Xiu, he was delighted at first, but when he saw Yu Wei with a white cat and white dress, he was stunned. When he saw Jiang Enai who jumped down from the carriage, he could not hide the amazement in his eyes. He gently pushed away the female Taoist crowns, stood up, hung the peach-wood sword on his waist, and took the lead to walk out of the Zhokrain pavilion. He bowed elegantly and politely to the end. After raising his head, he stood still and looked at Su Fingyin with a smile, slowly saying, Qingyang Palace's little Taoist Wu Shizhen. Su Fingyin would not give this Taoist priest a chance to boast. He let Lu Qiantang open the way and went straight to the Zhokrain pavilion. He rudely interrupted, Wu Shizhen, who is Prince of Qingxing Wulingsu to you? Those female Taoist priests originally had a good impression of Su Fingyin. In terms of appearance, His Highness the Crown Prince, who was not like Su Xiao but was 80% similar to the princess consort, was a rare combination of a man and a woman. If it weren't for the past 4 years of travel and the sharpening of the knife, which wiped off a lot of cosmetics, he would be more pleasing to women. Of course, compared to Wu Shizhen, he was more presentable. Although Su Fingyin's physique was stronger now, he was not as sharp and feminine as before, but his yin qi was more vigorous. So far, he was only inferior to Baihu Er's face. Although the female Taoist priests of Qingyang Palace were surprised by the handsomeness of the rich and luxurious man in front of them, they had been with Wu Shizhen for a long time and were used to speaking in a refined manner. They could not stand Su Fingyin's straightforwardness. Their faces immediately darkened. Where did this playboy come from? How dare he call Prince of Qingqing's name directly? Wu Shizhen glanced at Lu Qiantang and Xu Xiu, who were standing in a triangular formation. He could only see that Xu Xiu was a female fox with a soft body and charm on the inside. However, Lu Qiantang's red cloud sword seemed to be heavier than 10 peach-wood swords added together. Wu Shizhen did not panic at all. He still greeted with a smile and calmly said, Palace Master is my father. Su Fingyin sneered. Then you have a powerful father. Prince of Qingxing. It sounds impressive. In our dynasty, there are only 2 princes with different surnames. You have reincarnated well. The female Taoist priests were all furious. They whispered and cursed. Obviously, they were annoyed by Su Fingyin's words. Wu Shizhen was indeed the son of Prince of Qingxing. He just chuckled and said, Judging from your accent, you are from Yangzhou? Su Fingyin nodded arrogantly. He was a playboy who claimed to be second in Beiliang and no one dared to claim to be third, let alone first. He did not need to put in any effort to pretend. He naturally had a domineering arrogance that made people's scalps numb. He pointed at Wu Shizhen, who had been smiling obsequiously, and said arrogantly, "My father is not much worse than Prince of Qingchen. He is a general with a commander's seal. Over the years, he has accumulated a large amount of wealth. I feel that there is too much gold and silver in the house. I heard that there are immortals in Mount Qingcheng, so I want to see if I can buy some longevity methods and live 100 more years. If I can succeed, I can even move 100 kilograms of gold to Qingyang Palace, let alone 1,000,000 taels of silver. At the very least, I can go to Qingyang Palace and get some good books on the art of sex. You, Taoist priest Wu Shizhen, since you're the son of Wu Lingsu who was crowned as king, take me to Qingyang Palace at the top of the mountain. If your father does not have the ability to be king, I will tear down your Qingyang Palace." Wu Shizhen squinted at Wei Shuyang, who was dressed in Taoist robes of 9 pecks of rice. He said, "Please follow me up the mountain. I am not boasting, but there are some unique Taoist books in Qingyang Palace that seek longevity. Since you have brought the old Taoist immortal of 9 pecks of rice, you will know at a glance." Su Fengyin said arrogantly, "Then why don't you hurry up and lead the way? If I am satisfied, all the gold and silver will be yours." Wu Shizhen led a group of furious Qingyang Palace female Taoist priests on foot. He abandoned the bamboo recliner in the corner of the crane pavilion. Su Fengyin, who was riding on the horse, knocked Wu Shizhen's head with the scabbard of embroidered winter and asked, "Wu Shizhen, tell me how your father is an immortal." Chapter 123. Wu Shizhen was already drenched in sweat. He panted as he replied, "My father was originally a hermit at Mount Longhu's alchemy cliff. Later, he achieved great success in alchemy and went down the mountain to pray for help. He met Heavenly Lord Wang at the Yangtze River. Heavenly Lord Wang saw that my father's Tao heart was pure, so he gave him the great Tao of divine lightning, which could enslave 36 ghosts and gods. He then went to the 22nd grotto heaven of the Whitewater Hound Taoist sect and helped an old woman who was seriously ill. Only then did he know that she was the mother of lightning. He gave my father the divine Firmament 5 Lightning's heavenly book, which could summon thunder and lightning with a wave of his hand. My father received the mandate of heaven and was enlightened. He saw ghosts and gods, chanted spells, and commanded thunder and lightning to chase after evil demons. He was fortunate enough to be summoned by His Majesty, who was very pleased and conferred him the title of Prince of Qingchen. Su Fengyin was a little shocked. Although Wu Shizhen was panting like a bull, he was very familiar with his speech. It was obvious that he had recited it countless times. Wei Shuyang smiled slightly and did not comment. As a Taoist priest, how could he not know about the legends of immortals? For example, Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong. Other than the founding ancestors, they also needed to borrow the power of ghosts and gods to strengthen their reputation. How could any heavenly master or sect master meet an immortal when he went out? People would laugh their heads off if they heard about it. Jiang and I, who had poked his head out of the curtain and heard all this, believed it without a doubt. As for Wu Shizhen, he did not even look at him carefully. He did not know how he looked or how he was like. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, lowered his head and smelled the smell of his feet. He seemed to be disgusted by his own stench. He raised his head and waved his hand. Don't listen to the nonsense of this overindulgent Taoist. It's all lies. Jiang and I was very respectful toward immortals and Buddhas. He said nervously, "Don't talk nonsense. We're not far from Qingyang Palace. Be careful of lightning." The old man laughed. "So what if it does? This old man will shatter it with one sword." Jiang and I, who was on tenterhooks, said angrily, "Will you die if you don't brag? Will you die?" The old man laughed. "Don't worry, listen. Su Fengyin, that brat. How would he let this little Taoist priest's endless bragging?" As expected, Su Fengyin was like a reckless and ignorant hothead who came for a wealthy family. He exposed the truth and slapped his face hard. Who knows if your old man, Wu Lingsu, has met that fire master or lightning goddess? Wu Lingsu can boast however he wants. But I heard that Wu Lingsu came up with a book called Shunxiao's Spiritual Treasure Sutra, wanting to cut ties with Mount Longhu and Jingyi School and establish his own sect in Mount Qingsheng, a place with good feng shui. However, there were very few followers. Later, someone recommended Wu Lingsu, saying that your father's Taoist skills were sparse, but his bedroom skills were superb. So, he was called to the palace by His Majesty. Your father was also tactful. He gave him elixirs and secret manuals, and even flattered him. He said that there were 9 clouds in the sky, and Shunxiao was the highest. The head of Shunxiao was the eldest son of the Jade Emperor, who was the reincarnation of the current emperor. His flattery was a bit good, but it was said that several Taoist ancestral halls in Mount Longhu and Wudong all scolded your father, Wu Lingsu, as Great Ox Wu. Even Prince Qingsheng, who occupied the 6th grotto heaven, didn't dare to say a few words back. He's a king, after all. How'd he do it? Yu Wei burst into laughter. Wei Shuyang was very cooperative with His Royal Highness. He pretended to be careful and nervous and softly corrected him. Young master, Mount Qingsheng is the 5th grotto heaven. Su Fengnian snorted. Isn't the 5th and 6th grotto heaven about the same? Wu Shizhen's expression stiffened, but he still maintained a stiff smile. There was no anger, no irritation. He reached out to stop a female Taoist nun from wiping his sweat. He wiped his own sweat and looked ahead. The roof of the palace could already be vaguely seen. Wu Shizhen, who had never been angered since birth, raised his head and smiled. Young master, we're almost at the Qingyang Palace. Then he instructed one of the slightly older Taoist nun. Qing Shui, walk faster. First, go to the Qingyang Palace and tell them that we have an important guest. The nun twisted her alluring waist and hurried away. Wu Shizhen glanced at Yu Wei, who was holding an ugly girl, from the corner of his eyes. Su Fengnian looked indifferent on the surface. He thought that this young Taoist composure was quite good. Was he really that determined to shut the door and beat the dog? After all, the Qingyang Palace was not the Bailiang army. After being an immortal in Mount Qingsheng for so long, they really thought of themselves as impenetrable immortals. They just didn't know that there were 100 light cavalry at the foot of the mountain. Su Fengnian saw the front hall of the Qingyang Palace from afar. He squinted his eyes and said, Wu Shizhen, does anyone call you Little Bull Wu? Wu Shizhen might have endured a lifetime of hardship, so he didn't mind enduring a little longer. In his heart, he had already scolded this ignorant son of Bailiang 100 times. He was just waiting to enter the Qingyang Palace to teach this guy a lesson. Since he could already see the Qingyang Palace with his father in charge, Wu Shizhen's smile became even brighter. He raised his head and said, Little Bull Wu, this is the first time I've heard of it. Su Fengnian pointed at Shu Xiao in front of him with embroidered clothes. He laughed with Wu Shizhen and said, If there's really a superior bedroom technique that can catch my eye, do you see? This woman is proficient in the art of seduction. She's a little old, but she's familiar with it. I guarantee that a Taoist like you will only envy Mandarin ducks and not immortals. I don't mind giving it Shu to you. We hit it off, and I'm never a stingy person. Shu Xiao's delicate body trembled obviously. Wu Shizhen glanced at Shu Xiao's back. She was indeed a much more beautiful woman than the Taoist women in the palace. Looking at the curve of her body touching the saddle, she was really round. You just enter my Qingyang Palace. You call my father, the Prince of Qingsheng, Wu Lingsu, Big Cow Skin Wu, and call me Little Cow Skin Wu. Is one stunner enough? What about the rest? It wasn't easy for Su Fengnian to finally see Wu Shizhen's smug look, and he was somewhat impressed. Wang Shizhen's patience and disguise were much better than most of the hedonistic sons of northern Liang. Su Fengnian said to himself, Well, let's enter the Qingyang Palace first. Chapter 124. Wu Shizhen pricked up his ears but still couldn't hear Su Fengnian's mutterings. Seeing a large number of Taoists pouring out of the Qingyang Palace, he was suddenly filled with pride. He quickened his pace and distanced himself from Su Fengnian, who was carrying 2 blades. Only then did he point to a stone tablet outside the palace and chuckle. On it are the words Duke and Marquis dismount. It was bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. Su Fengnian glanced at it and recognized the handwriting. It was indeed written by the emperor. It was the same as the Tide Listening Pavilion's 9 Dragons plaque. It was standard, but there was no charm. Su Fengnian ignored him and urged his horse up the palace. The horse stepped on the white jade steps, the sound of hooves exceptionally crisp. Wei Shuyang followed closely behind. Lu Qiantang and the other two followed suit. Especially Lu Qiantang. He was extremely pleased. Duke and Marquis dismount? I, Lu Qiantang, can turn a blind eye to a commoner of a fallen country. Xu Xiao, who was almost handed over to the Qingyang Palace by His Royal Highness, had an ugly expression. The sound of the horse's hooves was particularly heavy. Wu Shizhen didn't stop them. This most gentlemanly son of the Qingshang prince tidied up his headscarf and robe and slowly walked up the steps. All the masters of the Qingyang Palace poured out, no less than 50 people. His father, Wu Lingsu, established the Shunshao sect, which was a glorious start to his sect. In addition, he was conferred the title of king. Although all the Taoists of 9 bushels of rice were driven out, he still attracted many capable people who came because of his fame. Finally, 36 people formed the Shunshao sword formation. Once the formation was activated, the 36 swords whistled and thundered. When he was young, he saw countless old Taoists of 9 bushels of rice from Mount Qingshan come to the Qingyang Palace to reason. They were all defeated by the Yuxiao sword formation, which only had 18 people at that time. Now the Qingyang Palace was unparalleled in Mount Qingshan. The Yuxiao sword formation was said to be invincible against those below the 2nd rank, and the Shunshao sword formation could even contend against those below the 1st rank. Wu Shizhen wasn't a frog in a well. He knew that there was a gap between these 2 sword formations and the 3 great sword formations, which had been famous for hundreds of years. However, could this group of people in front of him withstand it? The brawny man with the big sword was a little tricky to deal with. The bodyguard with snow-white hands might also have some strange skills. As for Taoist priest Mi, who was closest to the young master, Wu Shizhen had never taken him seriously. Wu Shizhen, who was confident of victory, was in a difficult position. Translator, Transin editor, Transin 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 translator, Transin editor, Transin. Why would Wu Shizhen care about the annual offering of a few hundred taels of silver? These 2 female Taoists were a pair of aunts and nieces. At first, they resisted in every way possible, but after tasting the feeling of cultivating with a sheep and a goat, they were very obedient. Being happy immortals in the Qingyang Palace was much more pleasant and relaxing than being ordinary people at the foot of the mountain. Which secular woman didn't want to be able to retain her youth? His father said that even the imperial concubines couldn't avoid it. There were many ways to distinguish between people and horses. Wu Shizhen only chose the one he was most interested in, which was how to identify dual cultivation's tripod furnaces. He could tell at a glance that this tripod furnace's quality was very good. The one who was ridiculed by Aunt Shu was top grade. The maid in green who drove the carriage and the beautiful maid who only poked her head out once were top grade. The charming woman riding the horse with the black girl in her arms was Celestial's that made people drool. She was 2nd Celestial's Lotus Bodhisattva. Wu Shizhen was tempted. He wasn't troubled by this Bailiang's retainer Xiongjian. He didn't care which Bailiang general's descendant he was. He had the ability to bring thousands of cavalry to Qingcheng, but Yongzhou, which General Gu Jiantang had built into an iron bucket, wouldn't allow Bailiang's soldiers to cross half of the province. We're both military men with outstanding achievements. How could you, Su Xiao, obtain the Pillar State's title and be conferred the title of King of Bailiang? How could I, Gu Jiantang, be only one of the 8's Pillar State? I'm an official in the imperial court, but the military power in my hands is as light as a feather. Wu Shizhen didn't think Gu Jiantang would be so magnanimous as to laugh it off. In the past 10 years, Yongzhou's generals had changed frequently. A third of General Gu's old subordinates had either intentionally or unintentionally been inserted. At the beginning of the year, when his father was drinking, he privately said, Gu Jiantang and Lame Su are going head-to-head. The Gu surnamed Su is slightly inferior to Lame Su in terms of scheming and strength, but Gu Jiantang is only 43 years old. That's enough. If Su Xiao was so embarrassed, how could a Beiliang's general be so? How could Wu Shizhen be afraid? Moreover, Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry generals were all in the hands of the 6 young adopted sons. He had never heard of any of them having descendants as old as this young man in front of him. Therefore, Wu Shizhen's dilemma was how to distribute the women. How many should he give to his father? Should he hand over the little white cat lady who looked like a bodhisattva and keep the rest for himself? Or should he only take one of the 3,000 women? But would his father, who wholeheartedly wanted to prove his Tao to the world, agree? On Mount Qingsheng, the prince of Qingsheng, Wu Lingsu, was the heavens, and Wu Shizhen was undoubtedly the son of heaven. Whenever Wu Shizhen had a headache, he would habitually roll up the 2 swaying sword belts of the Xiao Yao scarf with his index fingers, dazzling the dozen or so Taoist nuns who had run out of the main hall to join the fun. The Taoist nuns were infatuated with these little movements of Wu Shizhen's the most. As for in bed, of course they preferred his open and large movements. Compared to the strict rules of dual cultivation with Wu Shizhen's father, where every movement had to be done according to the book, not missing a single step, the Taoist nuns were, without exception, more willing to do it with Wu Shizhen. This little immortal who knew how to dote on others could wave the peach blossom beauty fan, play the suet white jade flute, and play the guqin, causing hundreds of birds to sing in unison. Even the couple who had been kidnapped into the Qingyang Palace were willing to not return home, let alone some female Taoist priests who had been brought up the mountain when they were young. Wu Shizhen looked up at Su Fengnian, who was sitting high on the big jujube horse, and said with a smile, "This horse is mine." Chapter 125. Su Fengnian glanced at the 18 people forming a sword formation and turned to ask Wei Shuyang, "Grandpa Wei, what's the name of this formation?" Wei Shuyang stroked his beard calmly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Wu Lingsu secretly learned a secret formation from Mount Longhu's supreme elder pavilion. It's called the Jade Heaven Sword Formation, and it can be said that the student has surpassed the master. Wu Lingsu's talent is outstanding, and even the old celestial master of Mount Longhu admits it. Unfortunately, his heart is not in the right place, and he can't bear hardships. The old celestial master deliberately reprimanded Wu Lingsu and left him on the alchemy rock with the intention of letting the Qingsheng prince train his heart. He didn't expect Wu Lingsu to leave Mount Longhu in a fit of anger. His life seems to be glorious, but his cleverness backfired on him. Otherwise, he might have become an external celestial master of Mount Longhu." Su Fengnian smiled and asked, "Let's not talk about the Qingsheng prince." These 18 people formed a sword formation, and the 40 sword-wielding Taoist priests just stood by and watched. Wei Shuyang shook his head solemnly and said, "That's the Qingyang Palace's sword formation. Wu Lingsu calls himself the Divine Firmament Heavenly Lord, so he has some confidence. I don't know how he came up with a set of 36 Heavenly Firmament sword formation, and its power is not to be underestimated. At least, I don't dare to take it lightly. I'll most likely lose or even die. It's one of the most famous formations now. The busybodies close to the Qingyang Palace have been promoting it, saying that it's as powerful as the 3 great sword formations. 3 years ago, Wu Lingsu entered the palace again and brought the 36 sword-wielding Taoist priests with him. It's said that outside the Hall of Illustrious Talents, the sword light shone brightly. It was a sunny day, but it suddenly turned into thunder, competing with the sun and moon. Some even said that Celestial Master Zhao, who was watching from the side, lost his color. Su Fengnian sneered, "I believe that the Divine Firmament sword formation is not weak, but I don't believe that the second Celestial Master of Mount Longhu cried out in fear. Old Huang told me about the 3 great sword formations, but he said he had never been to the Wu family sword tomb. Mount Longhu's sword formation is undoubtedly the best in the world. The second celestial master is a glutton who has eaten all kinds of delicacies. He would at most say that it's not bad. This is Wu Lingsu, who is the best at creating momentum, trying to blow her own trumpet. The Qingyang palaces of Wu Dao's sword formation was 100 sword-wielding sword formation. The Taiji sword formation of Wudong Mountain had 81 peach-wood swordsmen. It was said that they could multiply and multiply endlessly. Their sword momentum was like rolling clouds. As long as the central swordsman did not die, none of them would die. They had never tasted defeat. The Wu family's sword tomb boasted that only 9 withered swords could defeat 10,000 cavalry. This was just a ridiculous legend. 200 years ago, 9 of the Wu family swordsmen left the tomb to save 1 person. The 9 of them went to Beimang with 9 horses and 9 swords. The 9 of them risked their lives to defeat 10,000 of Beimang's most elite ghost-back heavy armor. It was unknown whether this was true or not, but more than half of the 9 were injured. In the end, only 3 of them returned to the Wu family. The sword tomb's vitality was greatly damaged. The carriage stopped at the bottom of the stairs. Jiang and I and the old god of swords got off the carriage. Jiang and I, who feared ghosts and gods, was very careful. He was afraid that lightning would strike down from the sky, that Su Fengnian had committed a heinous crime. It was hard to guarantee that he would not attract the wrath of the deities on Mount Qingqing. The books said that the more famous the mountain or river, the more one should not speak loudly for fear of startling the deities. Wasn't this the reason? If he was implicated by Su Fengnian, Jiang and I felt that his death would be too unjust. He had committed countless sins, but he was a good person who would leave food for the hungry rats in that leaky hut in Bailiang. He was bitten by mosquitoes in the summer and couldn't sleep, but he didn't dare to kill them. He could only endure the heat and tightly wrap himself in the sheets. The one-armed old god of swords saw that Jiang and I would look up from time to time. His expression would change when he saw the clouds floating over his head. He couldn't help but tease, "Little Jiang, what are you afraid of?" This old man said that even if lightning strikes down, he can break it with 1 sword. It won't hurt you at all. Therefore, you can beg for the sky to change and the clouds to roll. It would be best if you could strike that evil man, Su Fengnian, to death. Jiang and I stood on the stone steps and chose a spot furthest away from Su Fengnian. He didn't dare to go forward. He said gloomily, "But you don't even have a sword." The leader of the older generation smiled conceitedly and said, "That day on the muddy path, this old man took a small umbrella and casually used 1 sword of mortal kneeling." To this old man, is there anything in the world that can't be used as a sword? It's just that as long as he hasn't really held a sword, this old man doesn't have the thought of taking back half of the wooden horse ox. Naturally, he also doesn't have the peak sword will of the past. This is the agreement this old man made with Butcher before he walked out of the tide-listening pavilion. It can't be easily broken. Little Jiang, do you know the origin of that 1 sword of mortal kneeling? Jiang and I was constantly on guard against the sky. He took the time to look at the square where swords were drawn and bows were drawn. As expected, he said, "I don't want to know." The old god of swords rolled his eyes. Su Fengnian and Wei Shuyang were talking very loudly just now. Wu Shizhen heard them clearly. He crossed the square and retreated to the door of the main hall. He smiled and shouted, "You'll know if the 2 sword formations of the Qingyang Palace live up to their name." Su Fengnian laughed and said, "Not at all. I didn't bring enough people with me this time. The Qingyang Palace is the residence of immortals. Let's not fight and hurt the harmony. I'm here for immortality. I'll say it again. If you teach me the art of immortality, I'll give the Qingyang Palace thousands of pounds of gold. If you don't, you can teach me the art of sexual intercourse. You don't have to worry about Aunt Shu. I have countless of such goods in my residence. As long as the Qingyang Palace is lucky enough to form a relationship with me, I'll send them to you every year." Wu Shizhen, whose patience had reached its limit, finally shed all pretense of cordiality. He said gloomily, "Did you see the words Duke and Marquis dismount? I've reminded you that riding on a horse is a crime punishable by death. Su Fingyin said in a puzzled tone. Oh. Wu Shizhen pointed at Shu Xiu, Yu Wei, Bluebird, and Jiang and I, who was furthest away. If you're willing to hand over these 4 people, I'll not only exempt you from the death penalty for riding on a horse, I'll also give you a few secret manuals of dual cultivation. I'll even let my father teach you the art of immortality. How about it? Su Fingyin said with a smile. Lu Qiantang, go break the formation. Chapter 126. Lu Qiantang dismounted and pulled out his red cloud sword, walking towards the Jade Heaven Sword formation formed by the 18 people. The heavy sword was mostly a domineering sword, like the Wu family sword tomb, which could sweep away thousands of soldiers. Regardless of whether the Wu family's 9 swords really slaughtered the Beimang's 10,000 ghost-backed cavalry 200 years ago, this legend would make every heavy sword swordsman's blood boil. Lu Qiantang had watched the Guangling River's tide for 10 years to comprehend the way of the sword. Every August, on the 18th day of the 8th lunar month, he would go against the flow of the river and slash his sword at the head of the tide until he was exhausted and fell into the river. He almost drowned several times. Fortunately, someone was watching him from the riverside and brought him back to the hut. Every time he practiced his huge sword in front of the tide, Lu Qiantang's swordsmanship and physique improved by a level. Therefore, facing the Jade Heaven 18 swords today, he was not afraid. Wu Shizhen frowned. Were they really going to break the formation? Where did that frivolous playboy get the courage to do so? The words Duke and Marquis dismount were written by the emperor himself, which was equivalent to a silent imperial edict to the Qingyang Palace. His father, Wu Lingsu, had been conferred the title of king. Even the governor of Yongzhou did not dare to be arrogant on the mountain. The 2 sword formations were famous. Were these people short-sighted, or did they have nothing to fear? Were they really going to disturb his father, the Prince of Qinshang, today? Wu Shizhen stood on the doorstep of the main hall and watched the battle with greater clarity. He had grown up on the mountain, but he was not narrow-minded. He had a good relationship with the disciples of Yongzhou. Whenever he went down the mountain or into the city, he was treated with respect as if he was a descendant of a celestial being or a disciple of a noble. He had heard that the prodigal sons of northern Liang were rude and unruly. Today, he saw that it was true. Wu Shizhen twirled a headscarf and sword belt between his fingers and muttered to himself, "If I have the chance, I must meet the eldest son of northern Liang King." Little Hawthorne had already returned the embroidered winter sword to Su Fingyin. He looked up and said worriedly, "Su Fingyin, are you really going to fight with the immortals?" Su Fingyin laughed and said, "It's just for fun. It's best if you can win, but if you can't, you can run. Didn't old Meng teach you this?" Young Hawthorne said helplessly with a bitter face, "I did, but Lu Wei said that we're different from our partners. We'd rather let the wrong person go than rob the wrong person. Otherwise, we'd lose face if we can't beat them and get caught. We'd even be dragged to the market to be beheaded. Old Man Meng and the others can say that they'll be heroes again after 18 years, but I haven't even lived to 18 years old in this life. How would I know what will happen in my next life? I just wanted to bring Care out to take a look. Didn't you always say that the scenery at the foot of the mountain was incomparably beautiful? You almost tricked me and Kay are there. I don't want to be a petty thief for the rest of my life. I thought that it would be better for me to bring Kay along to find a job that wouldn't require me to be beheaded. Even though I've always teased her about her dark skin, she's just like my own little sister. No matter what, I have to help her find a good family to marry into. Besides, Kay doesn't like it either. Sigh, she only likes you. Su Fingyin, how could she like you? It was fine back then, but now you have so many fairy sisters by your side. How could it be your turn?" Su Fingyin used his embroidered winter horse to gently knock on young Hawthorne's head. He smiled and said, "You've really grown up. Why don't you go to Bailiang instead of the border and find a stable position as a pawn? At least you can earn some dowry for Kay. Being a soldier is better than being a thief. There's no need to be afraid." Young Hawthorne lowered his head and bent over to stroke the horse's mane. Old Man Meng was unarmed and unarmed, so he was useless even as a thief. Young Hawthorne was extremely fond of Su Fengnian's mount. He sighed and said, "I'd like to, but what about Old Man Ming, Old Man Kong, Cripple Lu, Reed Pole? If I just leave, they'll starve to death in a few years." Old Man Ming, the first master, is so stubborn. He says that it's not fun being a person at the foot of the mountain, and that he's worse than a dog. He refuses to leave the mountain to do proper work. Su Fengnian murmured, "It's worrying." In Yu Youwei's arms, Ke-er, who was holding Wu Meinyang, stared blankly at the immortals as they set up a terrifying battle array. Su Fengnian, on the other hand, had let the burly uncle, who was carrying a huge sword, fight. She was as worried as young Hawthorne. She turned her head and looked pitifully at her sister, who was more beautiful than the Taoist fairies on the mountain. She asked worriedly, "Sister Celestial Fish, can you stop Su Fengnian from fighting?" Yu Yue looked at Su Fengnian's arrogant back and tapped Ke-er's nose with her fingertip. She said gently, "He won't listen to me. Your brother Su is especially nice to you and young Hawthorne. Otherwise, he wouldn't be nice to anyone. Little Ke-er, there aren't many little girls in this world who can be carried by him. I'm not as good as you." The little girl gasped in surprise. Her little brain really couldn't understand. Sister Celestial Fish was so beautiful, but Su Fengnian didn't know how to like her. Su Fengnian saw that the sword array and the formation-breaking array were about to affect the whole situation. He squeezed the horse's belly and the horse's hooves softly. He passed young Hawthorne to Wei Shuyang. Then he shouted softly to Yu Yue, "Bring Ke-er to the bottom of the steps. The square will be more bloody, and it's not a scene you like. Stay further away from the horse carriage. Wait for me to call for you." Yu Yue and Wei Shuyang brought the two children out of the square on horseback. A martial artist breaking a formation by himself had to kill people in one go. It was a taboo to be sloppy, as one would often be dragged to death by the formation. It was similar to the principle of capturing the leader first to capture the bandits. Lu Qiantang swept into the square. He was trapped in the 18 Qinggang swords of the rotating sword array. He didn't hold back in the first sword of crimson afterglow. The sword momentum was like a rainbow piercing the sun. In the eyes of the layman, the sword momentum was only frightening. Unless one was scared out of their wits, the sword momentum was just a good-looking sword momentum. However, the sword moves under the sword momentum could kill. Lu Qiantang's crimson afterglow collided with a Qinggang sword that was meticulously refined by the Qingyang Palace. The Taoist priest in the sword array was sent flying. However, before his body could land on the ground, 3 swords were pressed against his back. The 3 swords curved in a beautiful arc and forcibly stabilized the Taoist priest. After the 3 swords were withdrawn, the Taoist priest's body floated to the ground. His expression was normal. Lu Qiantang's state of mind was as still as water. Defeating the enemy with one sword was the essence of the heavy sword's overbearing power. However, there were countless swordsmen in the world. How many of them could reach the level of a swordsman on land? Since they had not reached this level of swordsmanship, they should have a tenacious heart of the sword that was not afraid of danger. Lu Qiantang's body followed the sword like a long dragon and directly swept toward the Taoist priest's head. The Taoist priest didn't need to use his sword. He just had to retreat again and again. There were several Taoist priests nearby who came to his rescue. The most wonderful part of the sword array was that every swordsman in the array was integrated into one. The sword in the array was like the cries of phoenixes and cranes. In an instant, 3 swords burst forth. One sword blocked the crimson afterglow. One sword attacked Lu Qiantang's arm that was holding the sword, and the 3rd sword stabbed towards Lu Qiantang's back. Several Taoist priests leaped into the air like red-crowned cranes circling in the air. They pounced towards Lu Qiantang in the middle of the array. It was a beautiful scene. Chapter 127. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes as he admired the 18 Taoists' nimble movements. The 18 sword lights were dazzling. He enviously said, "This sword formation is not bad. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make one too. I'll call all the sword experts in the palace together. I wonder if Li Chungang is willing to teach them." or if he can learn from Wu Lingsu's 3 sword formations. Mount Longhu's 108 swords army sounds insufferably arrogant, but it's a bit too exaggerated. The Wu family sword mount has few people, but where can they find 9 sword grandmasters at once? Only Mount Wudong's Taiji sword formation has 81 people. No matter how you look at it, they're the closest. Ask that bull rider if he can reduce it to 20 or 30 people. Lu Qiantang's sword moves were violent, but the Jade Heaven sword formation used softness to overcome hardness. Lu Qianang didn't want to waste his energy, but he couldn't kill 1 or 2 people first. Even if he wanted to seriously injure one, it would be difficult. Su Fengyan muttered, "This sword formation is invincible under the first rank." That bull Wu didn't seem to be boasting. Lu Qiantang couldn't defeat the sword formation, but it didn't matter. Su Fengyan wasn't an idiot who cared too much about face. He immediately shouted, "Shu Xiao, Yang Qingfeng, go help out." Seeing that LV Qiantang could not break the formation by himself, Wu Shizhen breathed a sigh of relief. This was reasonable. Otherwise, if the Jade Cloud Sword formation was easily broken by one person, it would be too much of a disgrace to the Qingyang Palace's reputation. If one person couldn't break it, 2 more? Wu Shizhen wasn't afraid at all. The 18 swords of the Jade Heaven Sword formation couldn't reach the 10,000 swords realm. That was the heaven-defying ability of Mount Longhu and Mount Wudong's sword formations. If they were bad, they would be good. With 2 more people, the sword formation could be divided into 3, reflecting each other's brilliance. 6 swords against 1 person, just right to maximize the Jade Heaven Sword formation's power. The Qingyang Palace couldn't do things like burning talismans and chanting spells to summon clouds and rain, but using sword formations to trap and kill enemies was their specialty. Wu Shizhen pinched the sword belt by his ear with one hand and wrapped his other hand around the slender waist of a young female Taoist priest. He gently rubbed and pinched her waist while his eyes stared at Aunt Shu in the middle of the formation. She had such a shockingly plump chest, but such a thin and slender waist. She was really alluring. The waist of the female Taoist priest beside him was already very comfortable. If he were to touch the waist of Aunt Shu, wouldn't it be even more ecstatic? Especially when Wu Shizhen saw that after Shu Xiao entered the formation, she used her abundant jinqi to bend a Qingyang sword that was aimed at her chest. If she didn't withdraw the sword, it would have been broken. Wu Shizhen clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva and teased. "Oh my, this charming woman's internal energy is so brilliant. It's worthy of her twin peaks. It's equally magnificent. This is good. When we get on the bed, she could be on par with me. As the old saying goes, a moment of spring is worth 1,000 gold. There are 100 moments in a day. Wouldn't I be able to earn 100,000 gold in a day and night? So what does that arrogant boy say about 1,000 taels of gold? It's nothing." Wu Shizhen's patience had been carefully cultivated by the Prince of Qingcheng, who only had one son. Su Fengyan didn't have such good patience at this time. He said in a deep voice, "Shu Xiao, if you don't break the formation now, believe it or not, I will let others break the formation and send you out to be played with by others." After hearing this, Shu Xiao's delicate body trembled, and her chest shook as well. Even the sword formation Taoist priest was slightly dazed by this flirtatious scene. Without waiting for Shu Xiao to exert all her strength, Lu Qiantang, who was the first to enter the formation and the first to familiarize himself with the sword formation, began to explode with sword intent. He suddenly increased the strength of his sword, causing the 2 swords to fly out of the sword formation's fixed path. Seizing this moment, Lu Qiantang did not take the opportunity to injure the enemy. Instead, he broke through the 8 people's small sword formation and broke into Shu Xiao's side, tearing open an opening. Almost at the same time, Shu Xiao and Yang Qingfeng, who had developed some tacit understanding from the battle with the red-armored man, understood tacitly and released their killing intent. Lu Qianang did not pay attention to the 12 swords that flew behind him and heavily chopped down on a Taoist priest. This great swordsman slightly disrupted 2 small sword formations and immediately attracted most of the attention. Yang Qingfeng's attack was swift and fierce, and she broke the last stable sword formation. It seemed like she wanted to save Lu Qiantang, who had abandoned her, but all of this gave Xu Xiu a large opening. She bent her knees and fiercely shot into the air. She held a Qing Gang sword with her bare hand, and threw the Taoist priest and his sword to the ground. Using the momentum, she charged towards another Taoist priest in the air. With one hand, she sent the Taoist priest's sword flying, and the other hand pressed against his head. With a muffled bang, she viciously crushed the Taoist priest's head, and fresh blood splattered all over her body. One person fell to the ground, and the other died. The Jade Cloud Sword Formation, which was originally inferior to the Divine Cloud Sword Formation, immediately collapsed. Lu Qiantang's Scarlet Cloud Sword was no longer restricted by the 8-direction sword formation, and with one strike, he cut off the arm of a Taoist priest that was holding the sword. Yang Qingfeng took the opportunity to close in like a ghost. She spread out her hands, one hand on each Taoist priest's chest, and without any sound, the two Taoists in the sword formation went limp like mud. The defeat of an army was like a landslide. Bailiang's 3 retainers, who were carefully selected by the Pillar State to be His Royal Highness lackeys, were not people who only knew how to fight on paper. How could they not know the principle of beating a drowning dog? The 3 of them pierced into the formation, back to back, and formed a small formation. Without any hesitation, they split up and killed. In a short period of time, they took another 4 lives. Su Fengnian's hands pressed down on the embroidered winter and spring thunder double sabers, and laughed loudly. "This is a technical job, reward." Su Fengnian added, "Kill them all." Whether or not to kill the Prince of Qingsheng, who was personally bestowed by the emperor, had to be carefully considered. But killing a dozen Taoist priests was nothing. Wu Shizhen was cold by nature, and did not feel sorry for the deaths of the few people in the sword formation. He only felt sorry for the sudden collapse of the Jade Cloud Sword Formation. He gritted his teeth and said softly, "Set up the Divine Cloud Sword Formation." The so-called Divine Cloud referred to the Divine Cloud, which was the highest place of Taoism. Clouds accumulated to form the sky, and it was supported by righteousness. The immortals used the 9 heavenly thunders as swords, and the rain of swords fell from 1,000,000 miles away. No one in the mortal world could stop it. This was the divine cloud sword formation that the Qingyang Palace relied on. The palace guarding sword formation that had once created a monstrous scene in the palace. When the divine cloud sword formation was completed, the 18 people in the sword formation had all died on the spot. The bluestone square outside the hall was covered in blood. The female Taoist nuns all turned pale. There was no longer any trace of the leisurely laziness they had when they came out to watch the show. On the top of Qingyang Peak, the sound of horse hooves suddenly thundered. It came closer from afar and became increasingly clear and frightening. Countless cavalrymen wielding crossbows and sabers could be seen riding up the stone steps. They came into everyone's view and lined up in a line on the square, like the tide of the Guangling River. Did they use cavalry to break the sword formation? These were 100 elite light cavalrymen, 100 white horses, and 100 Bailiang sabers. The heavily armored general in the lead held a halberd, and the tip of the halberd pointed directly at the main door of the Qingyang Palace. The light cavalrymen behind the halberd belonged to the battalion, and among the 64 battalions with banners in Bailiang, they were brave and good at fighting and could be ranked in the top 3. The Phoenix Battalion. There were a total of 800 cavalrymen. They were also known as the 800 white horses of the Su family. Chapter 128. Beside the stone steps were 100 white horses. The men and horses were silent, and Bailiang's sabers emitted a cold aura of the battlefield in the twilight. The leading general, Ningame, was clad in black heavy armor, holding a black iron halberd that was almost 50 kilograms in weight. The black armor of the black horse and the black halberd formed a sharp contrast with the 100 white horses. It was suffocating. In front of the Qingyang Palace was the 36-men divine firmament sword formation. The men and the swords were one, and the 36 sword were pointed at everyone, shining brightly. Among them were the corpses of LV Shuyang and the other two and the Taoist priests. A drop of warm blood dripped from the tip of LV Qiantang's red cloud sword. Xu Xiao was adjusting her breathing, enduring the pressure of the sword formation and the light cavalry. She stretched out her snow-white fingers and gently wiped away the scarlet blood on her left cheek. Intentionally or unintentionally, he stood in the area with the most corpses. Wu Shizhen was dumbfounded. He had an 80 to 90% chance of victory against the three men who had broken through the Jade Firmament sword formation. The Bailiang young master who rode a fine horse and wore a saber, cursed the prince of Qingsheng, and insulted the Qingyang Palace was not a capital offense. But ignoring the stone steel of the duke's dismounting horse and riding into the square was a capital offense. Killing 18 recorded Taoist priests in one breath was even more a capital offense in this dynasty that valued the Taoist tradition more than the Buddhist doctrine. Therefore, even if the Jade Firmament sword formation was almost completely destroyed, he did not hesitate to set up the Divine Firmament sword formation. He wanted to take down this audacious descendant of a Bailiang general. Acting first and reporting later would be approved by all of Yongzhou, and he was not afraid of spreading the news to the capital. Perhaps even those Yongzhou scholars who were prejudiced against the Qingyang Palace would clap their hands and cheer. Who would care that Wu Shizhen had secretly taken a few women? But the scene in front of him was beyond Wu Shizhen's imagination. 100 cavalry charged into the Qingyang Palace with a murderous aura. Were they going to attack the Qingyang Palace? How could this be a simple capital offense? Rashly mobilizing the army and privately mobilizing troops, this was clearly a crime that would result in the extermination of the entire clan. Wu Shizhen wanted to know what he could do if the Divine Firmament sword array could not stop the battle between the great halberd general and more than 100 cavalrymen. Wu Shizhen's father, Wu Lingsu, was an alchemist and not a martial artist. He had always believed that using martial arts to prove one's Tao was the lowest form of evil. Qi Xuanjin had said that his hands were the power of an immortal. But did he hear that perfected Qi Xuanjin had said that he was ranked in the world? Therefore, if the sword formation was unfortunately broken again, his father, who was only a master of danding, was obviously unreliable. Then he would have to trouble the real immortals of the Qingyang Palace. His nominal mother? But the problem was, would ugly person be willing to help? The young master of Bailiang was disrespectful to Mount Qingsheng, but she was a crazy woman who often punched and kicked the father and son. Wu Shizhen wondered how he could live to this day. The Divine Firmament sword array was created by her secluded meditation. Even the Qingyang Palace's famous Sutra of Spiritual Treasures was written by her. There was only a lonely bell tower behind the main hall at the front door. Without a drum tower, it seemed to go against the harmony of yin and yang in Taoism. The bell tower was tall, but there was no huge bell hanging from it. There was only a pile of junk at the top. At this time, a Taoist priest of about 30 years old was standing by the window. He wore a purple Taoist robe and stood tall like a pine tree. There was a faint layer of green qi flowing around his face, making him look like a Taoist immortal. His divine light was refreshing, making people forget the vulgarity. He was looking at the dangerous confrontation in the square in front of the hall. His gloomy eyes were completely opposite to his carefree attitude. He laughed and said, "It's good that this son of A.B. Tisich's Divine Firmament sword array is defeated and killed. It can save some rations for my Qingyang Palace. The incense is poor, and a pig can be slaughtered and eaten. These guys are living gluttons that only come in and don't come out. Relying on that TCH to ride on my head, they really think they are masters." Slap! A white ponytail horsetail whisk-hit his face and left a red mark. A cold voice rang in his ears. "Wu Lingsu, don't forget who gave you this son of A.B. TCH Prince of Qingsheng. It's not the emperor who opened his mouth, it's me. Wu Lingsu, the palace master of Qingyang Palace?" The Prince of Qingsheng, who was slapped in the face by the horsetail whisk, didn't turn his head or change his expression. He sneered and said, "Zhao Yute, if I had foreseen that I would meet you when I was young, I wouldn't have refined elixirs. Instead, I would have learned swordsmanship. With my talent and comprehension, you are no match for me." The cold voice coming from Wu Lingsu's side was still as cold as before. "You only have some skills left. Besides that, what else do you have? You are a good-for-nothing who is afraid of death and pain and only knows how to stop at a certain point. Can you bear the pain of practicing swordsmanship? If I believe this, I'd rather believe that you have an affair with Empress Zheng." Wu Lingsu said lightly, "People can be beaten up, but words can't be spoken carelessly." The spirited ponytail horsetail whisk took the opportunity to slap Wu Lingsu in the face again. This time, both cheeks were fair and no one had to laugh at the other. A snow-white spear falcon, also from Liaodong, swooped down towards Su Fingyan. However, it wasn't the 6-year-old phoenix nicknamed Little White. It was a little less spirited, but it was still a treasure among the green and white phoenixes. Su Fingyan used the scabbard of the embroidered winter saber as a frame. The huge spear falcon landed, but the embroidered winter saber didn't tremble at all. Wu Shizhen, who didn't practice swordsmanship but had seen the operation of the sword formation, was stunned. Su Fingyan reached out to touch the spear falcon's head and took out a small bamboo tube tied to its claw. It was the personal handwriting of State Scholar Li Yishan. After reading it, Su Fingyan's expression was calm. He lifted the embroidered winter saber, and the spear falcon flapped its wings and flew away. Su Fingyan put down the embroidered winter saber, turned his horse around, and slowly rode toward Ningame. He said softly, "Return to the bottom of the steps." Ningame, whose face was covered in black armor, didn't have any doubts. He made a gesture of sheathing his saber. 100 light cavalrymen put their standard Bailiang sabers back into their scabbard and turned to leave the square. The horses' hooves were light but uniform. Although these 100 white horses didn't really use their sabers, their momentum was already a level higher than the sword formations, let alone the result. This was the benefit of the Pillar States' wanton trampling on Jianghu back then. In Jianghu, whether it was a lone wolf or a martial artist who had settled down, they all had an innate respect for the valiant and cold-blooded Bailiang cavalry that fought under their horses. Wu Shizhen's heart dropped, but he still didn't dare to withdraw the divine firmament sword formation. Only God knows if it was the Bailiang madman scheme. Su Fingyan flipped off his horse and walked toward the sword formation in front of the main hall. LV Yangshu and the other two immediately stood in front of him to protect him. They ignored the 36 Qing Gang swords in the sword formation and went straight ahead. The sword-wielding Taoists didn't know what to do. They all turned to look at Wu Shizhen, who was their temporary backbone. Wu Shizhen was in a dilemma. When LV Qiantang was only 10 steps away from the sword formation, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Withdraw the formation." On the bell tower, the horsetail whisk woman called Zhao Yute by the prince of Qingchang's side. "What a pity." Wu Lingsu frowned and said, "If you don't make a move, the sword formation won't be able to escape defeat. What's there to pity?" Chapter 129. The horsetail whisk woman turned around and left. Wu Lingsu and her had been husband and wife in name only for more than 10 years. Wu Lingsu rarely saw her ferocious and gloomy face. Occasionally, he would glance at her robust back that was not inferior to his own. Most of his achievements today were attributed to her. Wu Lingsu had never been able to guess her thoughts. He only knew that she was a woman who was reincarnated halfway into the world. She usually used a white horsetail whisk as a sword. She had saved him several times when he was in danger. The divine sword formation was created by her. There was once a full moon during the Mid-Autumn Festival when he saw her practicing swordsmanship on the Iron Chain Bridge between the two peaks of Lord Qingyang. Her ancient sword was so frightening that even the strong wind at the peak of the mountain was split apart by her sword. Wu Lingsu was considered an experienced and knowledgeable Taoist, but he had never seen a woman with such a vigorous sword will. He had heard of one who was rumored to be the king of Bailiang's concubine who died of an illness. She was the woman with the surname Wu who was inextricably linked to the Wu family's sword tomb. Wu Lingsu felt that it was really good to have the same surname as her. Although Wu Lingsu had been beaten and scolded by the horsetail whisk woman for more than 10 years, he was not afraid of her at all, let alone respect her. They were grasshoppers on the same string. Unfortunately, Wu Lingsu still could not figure out what she wanted. However, he was certain that without him, she would not be able to achieve her goal. Wu Lingsu had racked his brains to find clues in the early years, but later gave up. He was already half 100 years old. If he did not find a new way to prove the heavenly Tao through alchemy and cauldron dual cultivation, how could he humiliate the celestial capital's Mount Longhu? Anyway, she was beneficial to him. Wu Lingsu was not an idiot who worried for nothing. On the contrary, if he was not so smart, how could he be valued by Celestial Master Longhu? In his life, Wu Lingsu only feared one woman, Empress Zhao Ji in the palace. He only respected one woman, the king of Beliang's concubine who shared the same surname. It was rumored that she did not hesitate to break with the Wu family sword tomb for Su Xiao, who was still a lieutenant in Jinzhou, and rode a white horse to Liaodong. For General Su Xiao, by beat the war drums. Beliang on the green ox path. She was even more at ease to take care of her husband and children. She walked further and further away from the supreme sword path that was originally hers. Wu Lingsu finally snapped out of her daze. She spat out a mouthful of saliva and said hatefully, "The capital sent me to keep an eye on the butcher. What could I have seen? My hands and feet were tied up by Zhao Yute. I couldn't even leave the mountain. We're both kings with different surnames, but compared to Su Xiao, I'm nothing. Zhao Yute, if you force me into a corner one day, I'll go to the palace and report you." After saying this out of anger, the king of Qingqing shuddered and laughed to himself. Just kidding. A day as husband and wife means endless devotion for the rest of your life. As the king of Qingqing, I'll practice dual cultivation every day and sing every night. I don't care about the foul affairs of the secular world. Zhao Yute, if you want to torment me, do as you please. Anyway, just guarantee me and my father 100 years of prosperity. Zhao Yute, who was tall and didn't look like a woman, walked down the bell tower with a white ponytail horsetail whisk in her hand. She passed through the door and the hall. Along the way, the female Taoists and Taoist priests who met her all kept quiet out of fear. They all bowed their heads and didn't dare to speak. She acted as if there was no one around. She went out of the Qingyang Palace and came to a sword pavilion. This was the residence of the real king of Qingqing Mountain. However, she didn't enter the pavilion. Instead, she walked to the cenotaph behind the pavilion. The pavilion and the cenotaph were forbidden areas of the Qingyang Palace. Not to mention trespassing, even a little closer would be swept away by her horsetail whisk. Zhao Yute stopped for a long time and turned to enter the pavilion. She put down the horsetail whisk, ground the ink, and wrote with a brush. After this incident, the doubts of the people in the capital about Wu Lingsu can be dispelled. The king of Qingqing has long been a dead mountain. No one knows that he has 6,000 armor stationed there. Zhao Yute put down the brush and sighed softly. It's a pity that the Shunshao sword formation hasn't been broken. Otherwise, it would be even more foolproof. On the side of the Three Pristines Palace, Su Fengyan saw the sword formation withdraw and took the lead to cross the threshold into the main hall. He turned to look at Wu Shizhen, who was sweating profusely, and said with a smile, "Where's the art of immortality? My 100 light cavalry are waiting outside. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, how much is 18 lives plus 36 lives?" Wu Shizhen, who couldn't be at ease anymore, laughed dryly and said, "I'll go and ask my father to come out and welcome the guests." Su Fengyan said contemptuously, "The king of Qingqing is so arrogant." The corpses in the square were all dragged away. The Taoist children held back their disgust and cowardice as they carried buckets and brooms to clean the ground. Jiang and I and the rest walked around the shocking pool of blood. Yue covered K.'s eyes. Little Hawthorne was held by Wei Shuyang and didn't have much fear. Inside the hall, just as Su Fengyan finished speaking, Little Hawthorne, who had just crossed the threshold of the main hall, whispered, "Look, the immortal has come out." The king of Qingqing, Wu Lingsu, was indeed very much in line with the common people's imaginations of Taoist immortals. He was clearly over 50 years old, but he looked like a man who had just reached 30 years old. He wore a purple Taoist robe bestowed by the emperor and looked very elegant. If there were scholars traveling around Qingsheng who met Wu Lingsu in the forest, they would most likely think that he was an immortal who had descended to the mortal world and kowtowed to him. They would be even more surprised by the mysteriousness of the king of Qingsheng. In little Hawthorne's eyes, any Taoist priest or Taoist nun in the Qingyang Palace was undoubtedly a great immortal. The king of Qingsheng dismissed everyone, other than Su Fengnian and his group. Only Wu Lingsu and Wu Shizhen were left in the main hall. It was enough to show his sincerity. Wu Lingsu bowed slightly and said, "I've seen His Royal Highness. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you." Wu Shizhen was stunned. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Did you recognize me, King of Qingsheng?" Wu Lingsu smiled and said, "His Royal Highness is full of vigor and vigor. I could tell a glance." Su Fengnian took advantage of the situation and said tentatively, "Just now, there was a quarrel outside the hall. Please don't take it to heart, King of Qingsheng." Wu Lingsu was full of energy and said, "It's a misunderstanding." Su Fengnian was surprised, but his expression didn't change. He said, "Won't I disturb your cultivation if I stay overnight?" Wu Lingsu shook his head and said with a smile, "Of course not. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." Su Fengnian looked around the main hall and laughed. "What a magnificent humble abode." Wu Lingsu laughed and turned to say, "Wu Shizhen, greet His Royal Highness." Wu Shizhen bowed deeply and said, "Greetings to His Royal Highness." Su Fengnian said sarcastically, "I can't afford it. You used the Jade Cloud Sword formation when you bowed at the Crane Pavilion. Now you're doing this again. Are you planning to use the Divine Cloud Sword formation secretly tonight?" Wu Shizhen just bowed and didn't stand up. His expression couldn't be seen clearly. Wu Lingsu, the king of Qingsheng, quickly came to his son's rescue and said, "Your Highness, you're exaggerating. I'll take you to your residence now." The back hall of the Qingyang Palace was an exquisite building in the style of a courtyard in Jiangnan. It was richly ornamented and magnificent. There were countless jade carvings of auspicious beasts and birds. They were so lifelike that little Hawthorne was stunned. It was an eye-opener. Wu Lingsu led Su Fengnian to a Ganoderma garden. There were 4 corridors on the east and west sides of the garden. There was a patio in the garden. Beside the patio, there was a 1,000-year-old cassia tree. Wu Lingsu saw His Royal Highness's satisfied face and said, "I'll ask someone to prepare some vegetarian food." Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "Don't bother me after you've delivered the vegetarian meal. As long as you deliver a few decent secret manuals before you go down the mountain tomorrow, I won't hold a grudge against the Qingyang Palace." Jiang and I looked at the king of Qingsheng, who was still smiling, and left. He was puzzled and said, "Can't this Qingsheng mountain immortal attract thunder? Why didn't he strike Su Fengnian to death?" The old god of swords smiled and said, "Forget about the king of Qingsheng, Wu Lingsu. Qi Xuanjin is more like it. This old man has some friendship with him. It's a pity that this Taoist has already ascended to immortality. Otherwise, this old man would be able to exchange a few blows with him at Mount Longhu. You'll be able to see the scene of thunder rolling and purple clouds coming from the east." Chapter 130. Qi Xuanjin of Mount Longhu, Immortal Ascension, and Purple Cloud comes from the east. When all these things were put together and heard by Lu Yangshu and the other 2 in the courtyard, it was truly like rolling thunder. Even Wei Shuyang was dumbfounded. This one-armed old man's swordsmanship was superb. He easily broke through the red armor of the Talisman General with 2 swords. It was indeed shocking. However, no matter how fierce and domineering his swordsmanship was, he was only a first-grade master in the eyes of the 4 people. His realm was unattainable. However, as long as he accompanied His Royal Highness in Jianghu, he would always meet a few of these masters. However, in the 100 years of Jianghu, how many people like Qi Xuanjin had appeared? How many people of other surnames had suppressed the surname of Taoist master's residence for a full 30 years? In the 1,600 years of Mount Longhu, how many people had there been? The old man with the sheep fur coat claimed to be able to exchange blows with immortal chi and even force the great immortal to summon the heavenly thunder with purple cloud comes from the east. Wasn't this boasting a little too much? Unexpectedly, Jiang and I only frowned and said, "Aren't you annoying?" The old god of swords wanted to say something, but stopped. He probably knew that he wouldn't be able to win Jiang Ni's admiration and could only give up resentfully. When he brushed past the suspicious Shu Xiao, he slapped the tip of her buttocks at lightning speed and squeezed his fingers. When Shu Xiao came back to her senses, the sloppy old man had already walked far away. His 5 fingers hovered in the air and made the obscene squeezing gesture. He muttered to himself, "Compared to the cat girl surnamed you, it's probably softer." As expected, only young women have assets. No matter how well they take care of themselves, they will lose their spiritual aura. However, for a woman in her 30s, this feeling is not bad. Isn't Su Fengnian too narrow-minded? He only has the cultivation of the great yellow court, yet he really stupidly consolidates his vitality? Wanting to live forever is wrong. This kind of stupid method is even more wrong. Yu Wei had long turned a deaf ear to the crazy words of the old man. She led the 2 children, K.Er and Little Hawthorne, who regarded this place as a fairyland, into a corridor room. Su Fengnian picked the largest room and hooked his finger at Jiang and I, indicating that she could study and earn money. In the study, Bluebird laid out the rice paper and prepared a brush and ink. Su Fengnian listened to the sound of reading while he continued to draw the detailed lines on the Talisman General. The Bailiang Military Department had several agency divisions, and there were many mechanical and civil engineering experts who could be said to have uncanny craftsmanship. Su Fengnian was amazed by the unusual indestructibility of the Talisman General. He planned to secretly hand over the broken red armor and the blueprint to the agency division after returning to Bailiang to see if they could make a few puppet dolls. Yang Qingfeng was good at controlling corpses, exorcising ghosts, and summoning gods, and was destined to be useful in this matter in the future. Therefore, among the 3 of them, Yang Qingfeng, who was the most inconspicuous, was the one who couldn't die the most. As for whether Shu Xiao now bore a grudge against His Royal Highness for being heartless, would Su Fengnian, who had always been harsh and cold, care? After hastily eating an exquisite vegetarian meal, Su Fengnian took Bluebird a stroll around the Qingyang Palace. This palace worshipped the ancestor of Taoism, Li Laojun. Naturally, there were also several statues of the heavenly lords of thunder of the divine firmament sect. The greatest treasure in the palace was the precious wooden carving of the Tao Te Ching with 5,000 words. However, Su Fengnian had no interest in it. Even if Wu Lingsu was willing to give it to him, he would find it cumbersome. The Qingyang Palace, which had just risen in the hands of the Prince of Qingsheng, was not as profound as the ancestral court of Longhu, Wudong, and could not bring out many good things. Su Fengnian did not see many female Taoist nuns whose eyes lit up. They were probably carefully hidden away by the father and son. After strolling around leisurely, Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Let's go and see that iron chain bridge." After leaving the Qingyang Palace, the closer he got to the cliff of Qingyang Peak, the stronger the wind became. His sleeves fluttered in the wind. Su Fengnian walked with his saber in hand and finally saw the iron chain bridge swaying in the mountain wind. As for whether he could stand still when he stepped on it, Su Fengnian did not want to try at all. The body of the bridge was only made of 9 iron chains as thick as the mouth of a large celadon bowl. Excluding the 4 iron chains on the handrails, there were only 5 ground chains, which looked particularly narrow and dangerous. Each iron chain was connected by more than 1,000 iron rings forged from wrought iron. The iron chains were covered with wooden planks. The abutments were the earth dragon stake and the sleeping dragon nail that fixed the entire iron bridge. According to the historical records of Mount Qingsheng, the earth dragon stake weighed 20,000 pounds. At the 2 ends of the iron bridge stood 2 pavilions. The one on Qingyang Peak was called the Guanyin Pavilion, and the other was called the Listening Lantern Pavilion. Su Fengnian walked into the Guanyin Pavilion and said with a smile, "This pavilion is called Guanyin." "Guanyin what?" The other side is called the listening lantern. What lantern? Both names are inexplicable. Su Fingyin looked at the opposite peak and said regretfully, "If it doesn't rain, we won't be able to see the scene of thousands of lanterns facing the heavenly court." Alas! Qing Niao smiled and suddenly turned around vigilantly, staring at a tall and sturdy figure that was slowly walking towards her. Such a tall and strong woman was rare. She wore a Taoist robe and held a white-tailed horsetail whisk in her hand. Compared to the Qing Chang king's sanctimonious appearance, this middle-aged female Taoist priest looked ferocious. Her face was covered in scars. Thankfully, she was wearing the Qingyang Palace's Divine Firmament sect Taoist robes. Otherwise, the green bird would have mistaken her for a mountain spirit. Su Fingyin turned his head and glanced at her. His eyes were dull, and he stood up in a daze. Bluebird rarely saw His Royal Highness show such a dazed expression. The most recent time was in the first month of the year when the bad news of old Huang's death on the city wall of the martial emperor city came. His Royal Highness had just finished his coming-of-age ceremony and was drinking warm wine alone in the attic. Su Fingyin's mind was blank. He looked at the tall Taoist nun with a ferocious and ugly face in front of him. He didn't show the slightest arrogance when facing Prince of Qingcheng, nor did he show the ridicule and disdain of a handsome prince meeting an ugly woman in the wild. He was only in a trance. That year, His Royal Highness, who had just been conferred the title of Pillar of the State, was conferred the title of Prince of Qingcheng the next day. He had truly reached the pinnacle of being a minister under one person. Therefore, that year, the carriage on the Qingniu Road was like a dragon. His Royal Highness was only a few years old. He had just learned how to read and write with his mother. The naughty and mischievous princess consort, who liked to wear plain white clothes, seemed to be seriously ill. After recovering from her illness, she took her personal maidservant and her young son to Qingshan and Xiushui to relax and play. That maidservant secretly followed her away from the grave, where 200,000 swords were buried. She quietly followed her to the barren and desolate Jinzhou of Liaodong and experienced the fierce battles of the spring and autumn period with the Su family. The maidservant always wore a bronze mask on her face. When she drank water on the mountain, she took off the mask. His Royal Highness accidentally saw her and cried out in fear. After the princess consort, who had never beaten or scolded her son and only knew how to dote on him, went down the mountain, she actually punished the little heir to carry 2 thick books of the saints with both hands and to stand at the foot of a wall. He was not allowed to eat. The maidservant, who had put on the mask again, secretly brought a box of food and went to visit the little heir, who was punished to stand. However, she was kicked by the little fellow, whose hands were numb and full of resentment. This made the princess consort even angrier. The young heir only felt wronged and felt that his mother no longer cared about him. He cried heart-wrenchingly alone. The maidservant knelt silently at the side and accompanied the little fellow, who was facing the wall and reflecting, from crying to hoarse sobs and then to powerless sobs. The ignorant heir's hands had lost feeling, and he did not know where he had done wrong. But his mother said he was not allowed to eat, so he did not eat. Later, he could not even lift a book. He had 1 book on his head and 1 in his mouth. His appearance was so stubborn it made people's hearts ache. Later, he fainted and woke up on the bed. His mother sat at the head of the bed and told the story of the armored maidservant to the heir, who had been a young child at the time. The heir learned that this elder, who did not look like a maidservant, was his aunt's elder. She had grown up with his mother. In order to escape from a terrifying place, his aunt did not hesitate to fight with a great villain. Her face was slowly disfigured by 18 swords. His mother said that when his aunt was young, she had a heroic appearance and countless sword talents loved her wholeheartedly. In these years of fighting, this aunt had been wounded countless times. Even great heroes like Zhao Chongling admired her. Later, the heir personally picked a handful of mulberries and handed them to his aunt. That year, under the Su banner, the armored maidservant knelt on 1 knee and took a handful of mulberries. That child helped her wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes and said softly, "Aunt, don't wear the mask. If anyone says you're not pretty, Feng Yin will slap their mouths. Right now, Feng Yin is still young. Even if he cannot win, when he has the strength, he will fight with them. Here, I picked this. Aunt, don't cry. Eat the mulberries. This year, in the Guanyin Pavilion at the peak of Qingyang Palace, Su Fengyin walked towards the evil middle-aged nun. He reached out to wipe away her tears. He could not wipe them clean, so he kept wiping. He sobbed and said gently, "Aunt is pretty. Aunt, don't cry." Chapter 131. There is only one chapter today. Those who belittle their enemies are merciless. Those who belittle righteousness are merciless. And those who belittle filial piety are the most heartless. What kind of person was His Royal Highness? Countless courtesans in Beiliang said that he was affectionate and recognized the appearance of gold and jade. Scholars unanimously said that he was unrighteous and concluded that there was something rotten inside. Su Fengyin had long stopped paying attention to these gossip. At this time, he just accompanied Zhao Yute, who was no longer covered in armor, into the Guanyin Pavilion and sat down. For some reason, after becoming the crowned Taoist nun of Mount Qingsheng, she was even more burly than Su Fengyin. The two of them sat side by side. It was a bit funny, like His Royal Highness was a little bird. Su Fengyin could not hide his joy as he looked at Aunt Zhao. The armored maid, Zhao Yute, was a young swordsman servant of the Wu family sword tomb. A swordsman servant was a person who was selected at a young age to have a different surname. They grew up with their masters and were carefully cultivated. They were silent characters who fed and nurtured their masters' swords until the end of their lives. Each of them had outstanding attainments in swordsmanship since they were young. There were even powerful swordsman servants whose swordsmanship surpassed that of their masters before the age of 20. After their masters reached adulthood, a swordsman servant was only responsible for sharpening the heart of the sword and swordsmanship. They were not required to die for their masters. This was even strictly forbidden by the Wu family sword tomb because they were afraid that the swordsmen of the Wu family would have nothing to fear. Wu Luding went south in a green robe with a sword. It was destined that a shadow swordsman servant would secretly follow him. Every young swordsman of the Wu family left the mountain to practice swordsmanship. They were all outstanding geniuses. Once they left the sword tomb, there were only two possibilities. One was to become the #1 swordsman and return to the sword tomb with glory. The other was to die on the path of cultivation and not be buried in the sword tomb. They were not even qualified to take their swords back to the family. Su Fengyin asked softly, "Aunt, why are you in Mount Qingsheng?" Zhao Yute, who had been scrutinizing Su Fengyin's face, did not conceal anything. She said softly, "After I took off my mask, I supported Wu Lingsu to be my puppet. The Grand General needed Mount Qingsheng to become an empty city on a dead mountain. No less than 6,000 armored soldiers were secretly stationed there to guard against future troubles. In the early years, his plan was that if the Beiliang cavalry was defeated in Beimang, Yongzhou would not be completely defeated without a fight. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to take back the natural stronghold. There were also some who were worried about being stabbed in the back by Gu Jiantang while the war was raging on the border. However, in recent years, the Grand General's armored vanguard had fought Beimang alone and did not lose at all. In addition, he was able to strategize in the imperial court thousands of miles away. He was not crushed by the title of being too powerful to intimidate the emperor. It could be said that he had gained a firm foothold in Beiliang. The matter of secretly stationing troops in Mount Qingsheng slowed down a bit. Deploying troops under the eyes of Yongzhou and the imperial court was not a small matter. I've been making wild guesses over the years. If the Grand General still has other arrangements in the eastern Jianghe, then he is preparing for the worst. No matter how Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry collapses, these 6,000 armored soldiers can ensure Beiliang's entry into the western regions. The dynasty will no longer be able to restrain His Royal Highness. At the very least, the Su family will not end up in desolation. Su Fengyin sighed. Su Xiao has such a big plan. When I enter Mount Qingsheng this time, I made a detailed map. I just feel that this place is the strategic center of Yongzhou. It is a pity that there are no soldiers guarding this place. Hearing his aunt's words, with Su Zhao's temperament. There was a high chance that the sword pavilion had been bribed by him and had planted a death trap. However, I think that the imperial court may have many hidden pawns. It will depend on who strikes first and who has more tricks. In these years, Li Yishan has replaced Zhao Chongling and Uncle Zhao as Su Zhao strategist. There seems to be 10 rounds of listening to the tide. I don't know how many rounds it has been. Su Zhao's helplessness was that he was too eye-catching. He did not want to rebel, but there were people who wanted him to rebel even in their dreams. West Chu was killed in the Battle of the Western Wall. It was said that many old generals had privately advised Su Zhao to take the opportunity to take over the entire world. Which commander does not want to be the founding hero of a new dynasty? Which strategist does not want to be the teacher of the emperor? It's just that there was no righteous war in the spring and autumn period, and the 100 generations of wealthy clans gradually withered. Su Zhao is the culprit, without the hearts of the people and the agreement of the scholars. Even if Su Zhao can go north like a hot knife through butter and directly attack the dragon court, how can he sit firmly on the throne of the emperor? Zhao Yute, who called herself a servant, held Su Fengyan's hand and said with a benevolent smile, "His Highness is very similar to Mississippi. He looks like you and does things like you." Su Fengyan shook his head. Zhao Yute asked, "Why did His Highness not use the Bailiang-like cavalry to break through the Shenshao sword formation? If he gave the order, these fierce soldiers would have some loyalty to His Highness." Su Fengyan took out Li Yishan's special Xian paper that he had obtained from the foot of the spear falcon and handed it to Zhao Yute. He said softly, "After seeing this, I did not dare to mess around. Before leaving Bailiang, Li Yishan said that he would give me 3 brocade pouches. This is the first one. I wanted to beg him to give me all of them, but Li Yishan refused. He knew that I was a rascal who would open all of them at the turn of my head." Zhao Yute saw a line of words. "Stop when you meet the king. Don't kill if you can." She smiled and handed it back to Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan tore it up and threw it out. It was blown away by the wind. Su Fengyan asked curiously, "Aunt, is Wu Luding the sword crown of this generation in the sword tomb?" Zhao Yute nodded calmly, without any change in expression. Su Fengyan subconsciously tightened his grip on Zhao Yute's hand and said with a sinister smile, "Then when I have the chance, I must meet the Wu family sword tomb's outstanding talent. I want to see if his swordsmanship is worthy of the sword crown." Zhao Yute smiled. "Your Highness, among your retainers, that one-armed old man is the most profound. Which sword Dao senior is he?" Su Fengyan said softly, "Li Chungang, who was suppressed under the tide-listening pavilion by Su Zhao for many years. He's the god of swords of the older generation. I know he lost to Wang Xianji, but I don't know how he lost an arm." Zhao Yute smiled. "So it's god of swords Li. No wonder. The ancestor who taught Miss and her servants swordsmanship when they were young was defeated by Li Chungang. Not only did he break his sword, he also destroyed his sword heart, causing him to have no hope of reaching the sword immortal realm. In the past 100 years, Li Chungang defeated a chief swordsman and took away a wooden bowl. Later on, Dong Tai also won, but he didn't bother to pick a sword on Sword Mountain. Wu family sword tomb's reputation was swept away. Sword Crown Wu Luding will definitely fight with the current god of swords, Dong Tai. According to a few secret letters, Wu Luding has just entered the Finger Profound realm and is still some distance away from the Celestial Phenomenon realm. However, the most outstanding swordsmen of each generation of the Wu family never advance step by step. They all stop at 1,000 days and then advance at a tremendous pace. No swordsman in the world has as solid a foundation as the Wu family. Miss was like this in the past. With a sword in hand, she was only a rank 1 mortal before she left the tomb. She had a life and death battle with the previous chief swordsman, but she skipped the 2 major realms of Vajra and Finger Profound and reached the Celestial Phenomenon realm. Su Fengyan looked at the empty valley on the cliff and muttered, "Aunt, I'm much more stupid." Zhao Yute shook her head gently. "Generally speaking, if you can't enter the Vajra realm by the age of 30, You won't be able to reach the finger profound in your lifetime. However, Jianzhi Huang stopped being a blacksmith at the age of 30. Who dares to say he's not an expert? Your Highness, you have countless secret manuals that you can browse through. I have a suggestion. You can consider being the first to strike 50 times and be unparalleled in the world. You don't have to learn from those experts who could defeat the enemy with a snap of their fingers. And you don't have to be like Chao Guanzi, who became better at fighting as the battle progressed. Your Highness' memory is unparalleled, so it's not difficult for you to read a lot of books. You just have to pick out one or two of the most quintessential moves from each of the hundreds and thousands of secret manuals. It's as if your Highness' cultivation in the Great Yellow Court can gradually be used for your own use. You can mix and blend the essence of your ancestors into your own body. Then you can go against the enemy. 50 times, every move will be like an antelope hanging its horn without leaving a trace. Su Fengyan was stunned for a moment and muttered, "It seems feasible." Zhao Yute smiled, but didn't say anything. Su Fengyan was instantly high-spirited, and the purple aura between his eyebrows was indifferent. The two of them sat in silence after reuniting. Su Fengyan said slowly after a long time, "I wonder how Su Zhao's journey to the capital went." Zhao Yute said in a low voice, "A sleeping tiger doesn't open its eyes. When it opens its eyes, it kills." Chapter 132. Qingqing King and his son, Wu Shizhen, sat opposite each other in the private courtyard of Qingyang Palace. Wu Lingsu's martial arts cultivation was average, but her immortal aura was comparable to that of a celestial master of Mount Longhu. She held the lid of the Celadon cup with 2 fingers and gently spread the tea fragrance. Wu Shizhen was not in the mood to drink tea. Wu Lingsu took a sip of tea and said with a smile, "Do you hate His Royal Highness who is more arrogant than you?" Wu Shizhen gritted his teeth and said, "I only hate that I don't have power. I don't hate Su Fengyan. On the contrary, I admire the son of the king of Beiyang. How is he an unscrupulous playboy? He's clearly an expert at pretending to be weak. The 3 provinces of Liang, Yong, and Quan have been deceived by his act with Butcher." Wu Lingsu nodded and said, "Just you and I know about this. Don't tell anyone. Those who can see this clearly have already seen it. We don't need to remind them. Those who can't see it clearly are outsiders who can't speak. If you say it, you'll only be treated as a joke. Since we're weaker than others, we have to have the patience to lower our heads. This is not cowardice, but being sensible. Shizhen, I founded the Divine Firmament sect and was regarded as a big joke by the ancestral courts of Mount Longhu and Wudong. But hundreds of years later, who dares to say they know? After a rough study of the history of Mount Longhu and Wudong, I know that their ancestors were 100 times worse than me. I was conferred the title of king and monopolized the blessed land of Mount Qingqing. But this family property, which is not small, can be passed down for 10 generations and 100 generations and compete with other Taoist ancestral courts. It depends on whether you can bear the heavy responsibility first. Originally, I wanted to drink tea with you because I was afraid that you would only care about hating Su Fengyan and ruin my Divine Firmament sect's 100-year plan. I wanted to persuade you and see if you can listen to me or not. Now it seems that I was overthinking. My son is indeed a person who can achieve great things. Shizhen, I might as well tell you the truth. If your plan is limited to 1 mountain and 1 palace, I won't let you go down the mountain. If you go down the mountain and go to the capital, it will be a waste." Wu Shizhen smiled and said, "Father, I came to ask you to let me go to the capital." Wu Lingsu lowered her head and drank tea. "That's good." Wu Shizhen asked, "Then how should we interact with Su Fengyan? Never interact with him? If not, how can we control?" Wu Lingsu raised her head and looked at the strange sky outside the window. She said, "No contact. King Liang, let me give you a warning. If Su luckily doesn't die and is to survive to become king by luck, if he is king, I'll give you a king. But if something happens to Su Xiao, or if Su Xiao dies of old age, and His Royal Highness doesn't have that life, the Su family will fall apart. You can beat them when they are down. Father has already picked out a few precious secret manuals. Tomorrow, you will send them to the capital. When you reach the capital, the more you tell the imperial relatives about His Royal Highness's domineering and evil virtues, the happier Su Fengnian will be. Only then will the relationship between our Qingyang Palace and Beiliang Palace be truly strengthened. Do you really think that those literati in the imperial court, who use all their strength to curse the Pillar State, are all loyal officials who are enemies with the king of Beiliang? Wrong. If you really want to secretly follow the vine to the melon, it's hard to say if you're a disciple of the Pillar State. It was just that no one was willing to fuss over this matter that was rotten to the core. Even Grand Secretary Zhang Jiulu, who has power in his hands, can't take care of it. This is the laughable and lamentable aspect of the imperial court. How many people are loyal, and how many are traitors in the court? In times of peace and prosperity, how can you tell? Only in times of chaos, West Shu and East Yu, who have lost their great cause, can the world see their true colors clearly. Wu Shizhen said softly, "If Father participates in politics, you will definitely be able to overturn the clouds with one hand and rain with the other. You won't be any worse than Grand Secretary Zhang." Wu Lingsu reached out and poked her son. She smiled and said, "Have you forgotten who taught you this ass-kissing skill? You don't need to use it on me. When you reach the capital, there will be plenty of opportunities for you to display your skills." Wu Shizhen looked out the window and said softly, "To tell the truth, I am really jealous of Su Fengnian. The 100 Beiliang light cavalry he brought up the mountain are clearly brave and skilled in battle. They are far superior to the Yongzhou armored soldiers. There are only 100 people. Beiliang claims to have 300,000 armored cavalry. If they want to rebel..." Wu Lingsu frowned and scolded, "Quiet." Wu Shizhen smiled and said, "I'm just speaking casually. I know the severity." Back then, the maidservant of the king of Beiliang's concubine became a nun unexpectedly after taking off her armor. Not only did she complete the Zero Treasure Sutra for the king of Qinsheng, she also created the famous divine firmament sword formation. If the maidservant was like this, then how elegant was the concubine who personally participated in the spring and autumn war? Zhao Yute murmured softly, Come, come, come. Let's hear who is beating the beauty drum. The Wu family has a woman dressed in white. Come, come, come. Let's see who is the butcher of the human world. The royal banner with the character Su is chasing the deer. His Royal Highness. Both the lyrics and the melody are good. I heard that the second commandery princess carved the words banishment to 3,000 miles on the statue of Zhenwu, Great Emperor, on Mount Wudong. Only such a woman can write such a soul-stirring Beiliang song. But in my opinion, the second commandery princess is more like a great general. Your Highness is more like Mississippi. If you don't learn the knife but the sword, it would be even better. I have guarded the tomb on the mountain for more than 10 years. Waiting for this day. I have been guarding the great Liang dragon sparrow, but I am not satisfied. Your Highness, when you go down the mountain tomorrow, why don't you take the sword that misused to make the heroes of the world bow their heads? Here, the great Liang dragon sparrow is buried. Miss told me that if your Highness meets a good woman who happens to learn the sword in the future, you can take it as a betrothal gift. It's a pity that Miss can't give it to you personally. Su Fengnian said softly, Okay, I will take the great Liang dragon sparrow. Aunt Fengnian can't guarantee that I will meet a woman like Mother. Maybe I won't be able to give it away for the rest of my life. Zhao Yute reached out and touched his Royal Highness' chin. The young master who looked like a carved jade now had a prickly beard. Her expression was sincere and kind. There was no trace of the wild and unruly attitude she had when she was facing Wu Lingsu and Wu Shizhen. She looked at Su Fengnian in a daze, as if she was looking at a close junior. The child had finally grown up and made a name for himself. The elder's eyes were naturally filled with pride and gratification. Zhao Yute said slowly, Heartless people seem to be heartless, but they're the most affectionate. Any woman who can be liked by your Highness is a great blessing. Your Highness is exactly the same as the general in this regard. I only hope that your Highness can meet that woman earlier and settle down quickly so that you can help each other in times of need. Don't forget each other in the martial world. Miss said that the martial Tao and the heavenly Tao are all about love. If people are heartless, how can there be a great Tao? They can't escape from drawing the moon with a bamboo basket. That's why there's a saying in Taoism that when a person attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs will ascend to heaven. Your Highness, compared to your cleavage, I'm more fond of your Highness' nostalgia for nameless soldiers like Old Ming and Little Hawthorne. Su Fengyin sighed, but these can't win the hearts of Bailiang's soldiers. Zhao Yutei's depression that had accumulated for more than 10 years was swept away. For the first time, she joked, when your Highness goes to Bailiang's border and personally goes to war with the general, everything will naturally fall into place. I heard that the second commandery princess dislikes you practicing the saber. Your Highness, you must hold on and not change your mind. A good man can't personally lead an army to kill people. It's ridiculous. My greatest hope in this life is to wait for your Highness to lead an army of millions and immediately go to Bailiang to flatten that dynasty. Su Fengyin made a face and looked troubled. Auntie, flatten a dynasty is too technical. Besides, if we succeed, no one will be willing to reward us. Maybe His Majesty will be more concerned about when our Su family's bloodline will be cut off. Inadvertently mentioning this, Zhao Yutei's face was gloomy and ruthless, but her tone was calm, revealing an austere sharpness that matched her swordsmanship. With red eyes, she said bleakly, when the world was just settled, Miss was pregnant with your Highness for 6 months. When the old emperor heard that Miss had a chance to have a child, he couldn't wait to get rid of her. In that battle, Miss went to the imperial palace alone without the general's knowledge. She faced 3 Finger Xian realm practitioners and 1 Celestial realm practitioner. Although Miss succeeded and retreated, she was left with an incurable illness. After a few years of peace in Bailiang, Su Fengyin stared blankly at the listening lantern pavilion opposite him. For no reason, there was a torrential rain on the mountain peak. After the storm, clouds and mist lingered, and thousands of lanterns were lit. In the pavilion, Su Fengyin, Zhao Yutei, and Bluebird, who had been standing outside the pavilion, seemed to be in a fairyland. The roars of wild beasts could be heard from Mount Qingcheng, reverberating incessantly. Su Fengyin asked in surprise, "Aunt, what is this?" Zhao Yutei smiled and said, "There is a strange beast in Mount Qingcheng that has lived for hundreds of years. It is called Tiger Kuei. When it is young, it has 1 horn and 4 legs. When it is adult, it has 2 horns and 6 legs. Its body is covered in black scales, and once it is angry, its whole body will turn red." This adult female Tiger Kuei was originally only dormant in the remote mountains, but when she was pregnant with a young Tiger Kuei, her appetite soared. In the past 2 years, she has been close to Qingyang Peak. I once took my sword to see her true appearance. Tiger Kuei is fierce and unparalleled, especially when she is pregnant. My Qingang sword was bitten off by her. I can't do anything to her, and she can't do anything to me. After several confrontations, there was no result. Later, I let her wander around Qingyang Peak looking for food. According to ancient records, it takes 3 years for a strange Tiger Kuei to be pregnant, and the birth should be in the near future. Zhao Yutei listened to the continuous roars and asked in confusion, "Tiger Kuei seems to have met a well-matched opponent. Is there anyone or beast in Mount Qingcheng who can fight with her?" Su Fengyin was confused. That night, after Su Fengyin returned to his room, he still heard 2 different kinds of roars. It was not until late at night that the roars faded away. The next day, Su Fengyin went down the mountain, holding a red lacquer sword case in his hand. Inside the case was the great Liang dragon sparrow. Wu Lingsu, the prince of Qingcheng, personally saw him off to the crane pavilion. Wu Shizhen respectfully presented 3 secret manuals with both hands. Inside the bell tower stood the Qingcheng female champion, Zhao Yutei. This armored maid wanted to know who would come to hold the great Liang dragon sparrow sword and beat the beauty drum for the little Fengyin, whom the miss loved the most. Chapter 133. Su Fengyin smiled calmly and said, "Don't rush to get off the carriage. It's boring for me to do it alone. I might as well tell you the trick of the ocean of chi. If you have nothing to do, you can learn it. Immortality is a lie, but it's definitely true that it can prolong life. The Wudong Mountains breathing technique may seem simple, but it's actually very useful. It's the foundation of the Great Yellow Quartz cultivation. It combines the ancient Kunlun Sect's 5 suitable 6 methods, the Wudong Jade Pillar's 16 sentences to cure illness and prolong life, and the Yellow Quartz Lotus Sutra Dowing technique, created by the young martial Uncle Hong Shixian. Grandpa Wei has a book with the same name as the ancient book, but it's different. Grandpa Wei, as the immortal of 9 bushels of me, also said that he'll admit defeat once he sees this book. Come, I'll teach you the formula to prevent the cold from invading your chest. You must know that in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, the heart is the monarch's organ, and the lungs are the auxiliary organs. It can be seen how important the chest is. This formula also needs to be kneaded with 10 fingers. If you can't manage it, I can help you. Yu Yue listened attentively at first, but when she saw Su Fengyan's foxtail was exposed, she felt a little helpless. But in the end, she didn't lift the curtain and get off the carriage. Sitting in the corner, she changed the topic and asked softly, "Why didn't you bring K.R. and Little Hawthorne? Do you have the heart to let them become bandits like Old Man Meng?" Su Fengyan asked back, "Isn't it good?" Yu Yue said angrily, "Su Fengyan, who are you? You're the eldest son of the king of Baoyong, the most favored son of the Great Pillar State. You can obviously give the 2 children a bright future. Is this kind of trivial matter difficult for you? You even dared to kill the immortals of the Qingyang Temple in the eyes of the children. Why are you so stingy when it comes to it?" Su Fengyan sat with his hand on his saber, his finger gently flicking the embroidered winter saber scabbard. He didn't say anything, as if he felt that Yu Yue was unreasonable and didn't even bother to explain. Yu Yue's face turned red, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Su Fengyan asked again, "Do you think it's lucky that I brought these 2 children down the mountain, and they're better off than the children of wealthy merchants? If he didn't want to be a thief who had to worry about rice and salt all day long, at least his life wouldn't be in danger. Then what should he do? Raising eagles and fighting dogs all day long, or doing some small business like me, and then being targeted by the enemies of Baoyong Palace. Who knows when they will suddenly die? Yu Yue, do you know what annoys me the most about you fellows from landowning households? It's precisely because you think you're infallible and worry about the country and the people. You all have a scholarly air about you. You seem to be pressing forward courageously and have a clear conscience. But have you ever asked the people what they need? Was Su Xiao the one who started the spring and autumn war? The Shangyin Academy scholars and scholars all felt that they cared about the world and wanted to uphold the orthodoxy of the emperor. They used the country as a chess piece. In the end, millions of people died, millions of armored soldiers died, and the common people were several times more. But how many people from Shangyin Academy died? Even if you heard that some scholars and loyal ministers jumped off the cliff to show their sincerity, and their names were left in the history books, and their names will be passed down through the ages. But for insignificant common people like Old Meng, who would remember their life and death, your father, the scholar of Jixia of Shangyin Academy, wrote a lament poem in grief and indignation, saying that the flag on the great Phoenix City was lowered, and that there was no one in the country who was a man. In my opinion, what's spring and autumn morning poem champion? It's just a bunch of bullshit. Everything is fake. The royal family of each country should be wiped out, but the common people who can't hear are the real morning poems. You and your father were taken hostage by the refugees. You must have heard it, right? Do you remember? My second sister wrote a song about Baoyong. How is it praising Su Zhao's bravery and skill in battle? The poor Baoyong has millions of households. How many people are wrapped in iron clothes and withered bones? She is cursing Su Xiao. Just tell me, how many emperors, kings, generals, and ministers are there? Is she imitating your father's group of scholars, singing praises? Yu Yue, do you know why I don't want to kill you? I want you to open your eyes wide and watch. Not only want to take you to see Jianghu, I want to show you what real life is. Later on, I want to take you to Baoyong's border to see the iron armor, to hear the iron hooves, to let you know what real war is. Su Fingyan paused for a moment, and then with a tranquil laugh he said, "Of course, I don't want to kill you, but I still want to bully you." Yu Wei was silent. Su Fingyan continued his breathing. This heart sutra taught by Wudong was different from the guidance of the ancients. After Wei Shuyang's research, there were many modifications. The hearts who was changed to who, the livers who was changed to who, the spleens who was changed to who, and the gallbladders who was changed to he. It was of great benefit to the practitioner. When ordinary martial artists practiced boxing, they shouted loudly not simply to strengthen their momentum, but to coordinate with the guidance of the Qi movement of the Heart Sutra to burst out in an instant. However, most of them did not understand the main points. They could not achieve a balanced and long movement, and their breathing was in accordance with the way of heaven. When Su Fengyin and the white-haired old man went to Wudong together, they rode an ox and swayed in the strong wind at the top of a mountain, but they did not fall. The young Shirshu's appearance looked funny, but in the swaying, it was actually wonderful. No one outside Wudong believed that this young Taoist could carry the tripod for the black tortoise, but Su Fengyin gradually believed that the ox rider might really be a once-in-a-century Taoist immortal like Qi Xianzhu. However, no matter how immortal he was, it was useless if he did not leave the mountain. The prosperity of Mount Longhu in the past few decades was because of the Taoist master who prolonged the old emperor's life, and not because of Qi Xianzhu, who was very powerful. At noon, they ate some wild game at the foot of Chaoyang Peak. Yu Wei did not get off the carriage. Su Fengyin did not expect this little kitten from West Chu to be tamed by some nonsense. The hatred of family and the hatred of the country accumulated together, and the two people who walked different paths could not make plans together. How could they be resolved with just a few words from Su Fengyin? Moreover, he did not want Yu Wei to be a submissive concubine. Without her wild aura, it would not be fun. Su Fengyin was just about to go to Jiang Ni's carriage to listen to the book when he heard a thunderous roar from the mountain forest overhead. It sounded like the roar of a wild giant beast before its death, and it shook everyone until their scalps went numb. Su Fengyin instructed the three people, Lu Qiantang and Yang Qingfeng, "Follow me up the mountain. Shu Xiu, you go call Ningame. Remember to follow us. This strange beast that has been the king of Mount Qingcheng for 200 to 300 years is not easy to deal with." Su Fengyin swept into the mountain forest, his figure as agile as a mountain rabbit. Every time the tip of his foot touched the ground lightly, he could leap several feet without using any force. Behind him, Lu Qiantang and Yang Qingfeng looked at each other in shock. This was not a feat that an ordinary martial artist could achieve. When Shu Xiu and Ningame saw His Royal Highness, they saw a strange scene. The ancient trees in the mountain forest were all broken, and the ground was covered in blood. Under His Royal Highness' feet was a huge beast that they had never seen before. It was already dead, its skin turned from red to black, and its abdomen was cut open. His Royal Highness, covered in blood, lowered his head to look at the two young beasts that had just been reincarnated and opened their eyes. He held one in each hand and said with a smile, "One of you will be called Vajra, and the other Bodhisattva." Chapter 134. When Su Fengyin rushed to the place where the adult female Kuei was buried, he saw the miserable scene of the Qingcheng beast dying. Including its tail, it was 2 zhang long, and its weight was estimated to be at least 500 jin. The body of this invincible behemoth in the forest was actually covered with scars. The ground was covered with broken scales, and 2 of its 6 legs had been cut off by sharp weapons. It could be seen how tragic the previous battle was. Su Fengyin saw that its body was fatally injured, but its eyes were not closed, and was puzzled for a moment. Yang Qingfeng was an expert in beast taming. Ignoring the rules, he rushed forward and knelt in front of Hu Kei, stroking the beast's abdomen with both hands. Only then did Su Fengyin notice the abdomen of the dying Hu Kei. Yang Qingfeng explained with a shocked face that there was a cub in its abdomen that was about to be born. Su Fengyin did not say anything and handed the short knife Spring Thunder to Yang Qingfeng, using the Spring Thunder blade to slide open the huge beast's abdomen that was as hard as iron. The female Kei, who only had a few breaths of life left, still turned its head with difficulty and looked at its abdomen, as if it wanted to see the birth of the child with its own eyes. Yang Qingfeng fished out 2 small beasts from the bloody hole, 1 male and 1 female. First female, then male, that was the brother and sister. Su Fingyin squatted on the ground and took the 2 small scarlet cubs. He moved and carried them in front of the strange beast, as if to let it see with its own eyes that the child was alive. The adult female Kei, whose breath was gradually weakening, finally slowly closed its eyes. The sweaty Yang Qingfeng's hands were stained with the female Kuei's blood. He said with incomparable excitement, "When they open their eyes, the cub will recognize whoever it is as its parent. The opportunity is fleeting. Your Highness must not be careless. When they will open their eyes, I dare not say. Your Highness, please wait until they open their eyes for the first time before letting go. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is really hard to buy with money." If I didn't guess wrong, the strange beast's name is Kuei. Usually, it is a male Kuei that lives in the underworld. Every 500 years, it breaks out of the ground and is born with a female tiger. Although there are male and female Kuei in history, they are often unable to give birth. When they meet water, they're like dragons. This Kuei is strange. His Royal Highness has the mandate of heaven. The pair of tiger cubs began to struggle and wrestle. The scales that were brought out of their mother's abdomen cut Su Fingyin's hands. Yang Qingfeng looked nervous, reminding him that this was the sign of the cubs opening their eyes. But at the crucial moment, Su Fingyin was holding the cub BBB, of the cub BB, and cub of S, cub, B, of, A, of, the of. As for me, I'm not your father. That is absolutely true. I'm not lying to you. Lu Qiantang, who held the Crimson Cloud greatsword in his hand, heard His Royal Highness's serious words and held back his laughter. His Royal Highness was always shrewd and gloomy, but there were indeed times when he was hard to dislike. Yang Qingfeng was extremely vexed. The first thing the cub saw when it opened its eyes was the dead Kuei and not His Royal Highness. This kind of rare mandate of heaven that made the cub obedient was only a hair's breadth away from the imperial robes of the various dynasties. How could he just give away His Royal Highness for nothing? However, when Yang Qingfeng, who felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart, saw the cub stick out its tongue and lick the blood from Su Fingyin's palm, and then its 2 small heads nestled together and rubbed His Royal Highness's arm as if their hearts were connected, Yang Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and his mood became slightly better. Su Fingyin stood up and named them Bodhisattva and Vajra. This was the scene that Shu Xiao and Ningame had coincidentally bumped into. The cub in Su Fingyin's hand began to twist its body. Yang Qingfeng, who was in a good mood, smiled and said, "Tiger Kuei cubs are countless times stronger than colts. They should be able to walk now. Your Highness can find a water source for them and wash them for a while." The ancient books said that tiger Kuei cubs need to come into contact with water to be effective. Just now, when Your Highness leaped over that small stream, it was not bad. The water is shallow, so they won't be able to dive and slip away. If it were a river or a deep pool, it would be a bit troublesome. Su Fingyin nodded and said, "Lu Qiantang, bury this mother Kuei together with General Ning." Yang Qingfeng said in shock, "Your Highness, if the tiger Kuei scale armor was made into armor, it would be invulnerable to swords, spears, water, and fire. It wouldn't be the least bit inferior to that red armor of the Talisman General." Su Fingyin narrowed his eyes and glanced at the loyal and devoted Yang Qingfeng, but didn't say anything. Yang Qingfeng kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say another word. Chapter 135. Su Fingyin carried them to the stream bank and placed them in the water. The 2 cubs sank into the clear water and played in the water as if they were walking on flat ground, creating countless splashes. When they were a little further away from the stream bank, the smaller sister, King Kong, seemed to not see Su Fingyin. She opened her mouth and bit her younger brother. The two cubs floated out of the water and rushed towards Su Fengnian, who was sitting on the bank. In the end, they almost stepped on the water and jumped into His Royal Highness's arms. Su Fengnian almost fell backward. His chest ached, but he didn't care. Ignoring the cubs' natural armor and thorns, he reached out and touched the two naughty guys who were close to him. Su Fengnian smiled brightly. Ningame didn't know the inside story. He only felt that the cubs looked strange and didn't seem ordinary. Shu Xiu whispered to Yang Qingfeng beside her, "Surnamed Yang, what are these cubs called?" Yang Qingfeng was indifferent and stood there like a piece of wood. Shu Xiu charmingly curled her lips and said, "Stingy." Yang Qingfeng just looked at the back of His Royal Highness, who was playing with a young Kuei by the stream bank. She didn't understand why she wasted the precious corpse of the mother Kuei. Shu Xiu subconsciously murmured, "His Royal Highness, I always felt that he was more friendly to some inconspicuous people and things. To us, it's not even as good as his mouth." Hearing this, Yang Qingfeng sneered and said, "That's only to you." Shu Xian recalled how His Highness the Crown Prince had called her Annie Shu, and how His Highness the Crown Prince had repeatedly said that he wanted to send her out of the dilapidated Taoist temple in Qingyang Palace. She was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. However, her heart was filled with anger and resentment, but her face was as charming as a flower. She smiled with a hidden dagger and said, "I don't know who it was that was frightened by His Highness the Crown Prince's gaze just now." Yang Qingfeng crossed her snow-white fingers in front of her chest. Shu Xiu sneered, "Yang Qingfeng, if you have the ability to make a move, I guarantee that I won't fight back and will let you do whatever you want." Yang Qingfeng was angry, but she didn't make a move. She only said calmly, "Sister, no wonder His Royal Highness addressed you as Aunt Shu. Annie Shu is already so old. Yang Qingfeng has no interest in taking advantage of her. He must be picky, especially His Royal Highness." When Shu Xiu was angry, she could always make people not look at her angry face, but at the sight of her chest trembling slightly. Young Kuei could already walk unsteadily. Although he would fall when he ran too fast around Su Fengnian, he was still safe and sound even if he fell and kicked up dust. He stood up shakily and was still as lively and active as before. When Su Fengnian saw Ningame and Lu Qiantang walking over, he stood up and brought the siblings who were playing behind him back to the caravan. Jiang Yan'ai, who was sitting beside Bluebird, was stunned when he saw the two lively little guys. The old god of swords heard the noise of the young Kuei and lifted the curtain to take a look. He said in surprise, "The spiritual energy is so rich that it can be compared to the black tiger who listened to Qi Xuanjin's lectures for more than 10 years." Su Fengnian carried the young Kuei by the neck and entered the carriage. He didn't see Yu Wei. She probably didn't want to see him, so she ran to Jiang Yan'ai and old manly to sulk. Su Fengnian took off the embroidered winter and spring thunderblades and sat down cross-legged. The two young Kuei used their small heads to nudge his calves. Su Fengnian patted them twice. When they raised their heads in puzzlement, Su Fengnian pointed at the two little guys and smiled. "You are called Bodhisattva. You are the elder sister. You are called Jin Gang. You're the younger brother. Let me explain again. My name is Su Fengnian. I am not your father. All right, I'm going to practice the Dahuang Ting. Don't make trouble, otherwise I will hang you up and beat you." It was strange to say that the young Kuei who was making a fuss quieted down after Su Fengnian sat down to practice. It curled up at Su Fengnian's feet and didn't move. If the male Kuei who was born later than it could only be the younger brother moved, it would be bitten by its sister who was actually smaller than it in size. It didn't dare to fight back. It was taboo to be distracted during practice. But for some reason, Su Fengnian thought of this pair of siblings and the young Kuei so much that the corners of his mouth curled up. He couldn't concentrate on his breathing, but the flow of qi in his body was smoother than usual. Su Fengnian couldn't help but think of the words he said while riding behind the waterfall on the mountain. The Taishan Wang Qing is not emotionless. Wang Qing is silent and not emotional. It is like forgetting. If you remember, it is true love. As the saying goes, the speaker cares. If he is pleased and forgets to say something, the Tao is not the Tao. If you know by chance and want to say something, but stop, then you know it. Su Fengyan opened his eyes and scolded with a smile. What Shinkong Dao? You always like to speak ambiguously and inexplicably. Bull Rider, if you're really the Jinwu Great Emperor, go down to Wudong if you have the ability. If this is too difficult for you, then get lost to Jiangnan. Su Fengyan stopped smiling and muttered to himself, is it harder to meet a woman than to become the #1 in the world with 2 Daos on his shoulders? The 2 ancestral courts faced each other. 600 years ago, the dragon and tiger were prosperous. Wudong Mountain was almost wiped out, and most of the Daoists fled down the mountain. 300 years ago, Wudong suppressed the dragon and tiger. The dragon and tiger lowered their heads to the lowest point. In the past 100 years, the dynasty had raised the dragon and tiger again and again. Wudong was worse with each generation. Even Wang Zhongluo and the previous sect masters had never entered the capital to meet the emperor. The next 100 years? Very few people really thought that the Black Tortoise would rise for 500 years. In this battle between the North and the South that had been secretly fighting for a whole 1,000 years, who would emerge victorious? Or would it be the little celestial master, surnamed Qi, who was known to have the best comprehension ability and the best progress in martial arts on Mount Longhu, who had a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qi Xuanjun in terms of cultivation? Su Fengyan really did not understand Hong Shixiang's Dao. Compared to winning against the Dragon and Tiger Mountain, where the 4 great divine masters ruled and produced generations of talents, wasn't it easier to go down the mountain to Jiangnan? Su Fengyan lowered his head and said bitterly, I won't know your Dao in this lifetime. If you don't say it, if you don't do it, how will my big sister know? You just hide on Wudong Mountain and ride a bull. You know my ass. Chapter 136. Wudong Mountain's headmaster, Wang Zhongluo, passed away at Little Lotus Peak. As this news spread from Bailiang to the east, west, and west, the world's Taoist sects were in an uproar. Didn't they say that they could break the Kanglan with one finger? Didn't they say that they had just cultivated the Great Yellow Court? How could they say that they had ascended to immortality? It should be known that this ascension to immortality was not like Mount Longhu's Dao, but death. They died of illness and old age like ordinary people, and Wudong Mountain did not hide this at all. At the same time, when the world learned of Wang Zhongluo's death, the headmaster of Wudong Mountain was not Shen Yao, who was second only to Wang Zhongluo, nor was it the oldest danding master Song Jiming, nor was it the mute Wang Xiaoping with outstanding swordsmanship. Instead, it was the young Wudong martial granduncle, Hong Shixiang, who was not even 30 years old. Who was Hong Shixiang? Even many Bailiang pilgrims did not know his name. At most, they only knew that this junior brother, who was highly regarded by Wang Zhongluo, did not have much ambition. He only did trivial things like riding a bull to relieve boredom, studying the meaning of the classics, and building a furnace to refine pills. Occasionally, scholars and literary heroes would climb the mountain to write poems, or high-ranking officials and dignitaries would climb the mountain to burn incense, but they did not see the figure of this young Taoist. On the tortoise camel tablet on Little Lotus Peak, a young and elegant Taoist who grew up on this peak had changed his attire. He wore white socks and a red sandalwood Taoist hairpin with a taiji pattern engraved at the end. The wide and long-sleeved Taoist robe on his body was exceptionally new and noble. There were 2 sword-shaped long belts sewn at the buttons of the Taoist robe. This was a unique decoration of Wudong. 600 years ago, the great Taoist master Lu Dongxian rode a crane to Wudong and used the great way of the sword to create the 2 Taoist robes of Wudong, which symbolize cutting off worries and severing the mortal roots. For Wudong, after Lu Dongxian, who was #1 in the way of the sword and the way of the heavens, ascended, each generation began to deteriorate. Especially in the last 100 years, there was no longer the majestic atmosphere of the ancestral court. The young Taoist gently leaped onto the tortoise camel tablet and looked at the stairs of the divine path, shrouded in clouds. When he was young, he was thin and sallow, and his legs were weak. Wudong was full of snow, and the stone steps were piled with thick snow. The Taoist priest did not have time to sweep the snow, so he was carried by his old master. It was said that Big Senior Brother waited for a day and a night under the black tortoise Donshing's memorial arch. When he went up the mountain, he stole a few glances at Big Senior Brother. Every time, Big Senior Brother would greet him with a smile, like a well-off neighbor's stove that was just warm but not hot. He clearly remembered that at that time, Big Senior Brother only had white hair. When he grew up, he quietly had a head full of silver hair like his master. Big Senior Brother really did not look like a Wudong sect leader. He chopped firewood, made fire, pickled vegetables, cooked, built houses, swept snow, and did everything. His good temper was learned from Big Senior Brother, so Big Senior Brother said that he was Wudong's hope for the next 100 years. Although he was timid, he did not run away. He learned moral precepts with Second Senior Brother Chun-Yi, consulted Third Senior Brother Song, Jiming on the theory of the pill cauldron, studied the Jade Pillar Heart Sutra with Fourth Senior Brother, and watched Fifth Senior Brother practice the sword. As for what the way of the heavens was, Senior Brothers could not figure it out, so he was not in a hurry. He always felt that as long as he stayed on a mountain, one day he would understand it. When he was 14 years old, he was riding an ox and saw a red dress. He could not forget it and delayed his studies. Big Senior Brother did not scold him. Later, when he saw her again, she said that she was going to Jiangnan and they would not meet again. He gathered his courage and said that he was going down the mountain. Big Senior Brother asked him if he was coming back. He did not say, because he never lied. But Big Senior Brother still did not get angry. He only said, "Little Junior Brother, wait for a while. When Big Senior Brother finished cultivating the great yellow courtyard, you can go down the mountain." Back then, Master only allowed you to go down the mountain when you became #1 in the world. That was a lie. A young man at such an age, always staying on the mountain with a bunch of old men, was indeed unreasonable. Later, he patiently waited for Big Senior Brother to finish cultivating the great yellow courtyard. But when he came out of seclusion, he shrank back. Every time he went to the Black Tortoise Will Prosper, he looked up at the 4 big words written by Lu Dongxian with a sword and silently turned to go up the mountain. In the end, Big Senior Brother gave up his great yellow courtyard. Knowing that he was going to die, he rubbed his head at the edge of the cliff of Little Lotus Peak. He smiled and said that it was better for Second Junior Brother to be the chief. Go down the mountain. If you don't go, Big Senior Brother will kick you down. What black tortoise will prosper? Let nature take its course. Big Senior Brother only understood one thing when he was about to die. The sky is not high, but the human heart is higher than the sky. The Tao is not high, but the human heart is higher than the Tao. Cultivation is nothing more than cultivation of the heart. Second Senior Brother Chun Yao had unknowingly arrived at the peak. He laughed softly and said, "Chief, if you read the forbidden book in the future, you should do it openly." Standing on the tortoise camel tablet, the new Wudong chief turned around and squatted down. He asked with a bitter face, "Second Senior Brother, Big Senior Brother originally wanted you to be the chief. Are you angry with me?" The old Taoist Chen Yao laughed and said, "You want me to be the chief of Wudong? Big Senior Brother can think of that. It's obvious that you can't beat the 4 celestial masters of Mount Longhu in a fight, and you can't beat that Mr. White Lotus in a quarrel. Isn't this a disgrace to Wudong? Don't talk about me. Go ask Song Jiming and Yu Xingrui who would be willing to be the chief. If you say this to Fifth Junior Brother, let's see if your little Senior Brother Wong won't chop you with his sword." Squatting on the tablet, Little Junior Brother rubbed his cheeks and sighed, "Second Senior Brother, I don't think I'm very good at fighting." Chen Yao, who had always been serious, joked, "Master said that the 5 of us together can't compare to you. Besides, our Wudong doesn't want to fight with others. Whether it's the imperial tutor or the feather-clothed minister, Wudong has never been interested in this since we established the ancestral court. For 1,000 years, Mount Longhu has been racking their brains to go to the capital, but we have refused to go to the capital every time. Ancestor Lu Dongxian has long made it clear that the place with the most vulgar Yin-Shi in the world is the Imperial Palace, and we can't go there. Although the incense on the mountain is pitiful now, no one will starve to death. The mountains are clear and the water is beautiful, and everyone is blind. When those little Taoists see you, Marshal Granduncle, some even have to call you Great Marshal Granduncle, But when are they afraid of you? They just respect you. Who wouldn't be willing to help you herd cows? This can't be seen on Mount Longhu. The Celestial Master Residence is the Celestial Master Residence, and Mount Longhu is Mount Longhu. They are clearly separated, and they are not as harmonious as our Wudong Mountain. Eldest senior brother said in private that the principle at the foot of the mountain is that amiability breeds wealth. On the mountain, amiability breeds Tao. I think eldest senior brother's cultivation is high, but he can't beat me in reasoning since we were young. But I think this sentence is reasonable. The young chief said worriedly, I wonder how little senior brother Wang's Tao of the sword is going? Don't go to Wu family sword tomb or Mount Longhu to fight. Sigh, little senior brother Wang's sword doesn't seek sword moves, but divine intent. Chun Yao, comforted, fifth junior brother's Tao of the sword is the best on the mountain. He can't save people as well as eldest senior brother, but he's more powerful than eldest senior brother. Before he left, you gave him the deed of thorough comprehension. I believe that as long as fifth junior brother is willing to put in some effort, it will be greatly beneficial. Hong Shixiang, who is no longer called martial granduncle by the younger Taoists of Mount Wudong, said awkwardly, my deed of thorough comprehension was written blindly. At this moment, the dusk drum sounded in the mountain. The fog dispersed, and the scenery of the big and small Lotus Peak could be seen. Hong Shixiang stood up and looked into the distance. He was lost in thought. Chun Yao smiled and said, what's the harm in calling you chief? Are you no longer our little junior brother? So what if eldest senior brother passed away? Is Mount Wudong going to collapse? So what if Black Tortoise won't rise for 500 years? Are you no longer Hong Shixiang? When Shifu brought you up the mountain, he naturally had the idea that you would shoulder the burden of Mount Wudong's prosperity. But more than that, he just wanted you to be free and unfettered. Eldest senior brother was even more so. Little junior brother has been riding an ox these past few years, with books hanging from its horns, carefree like an immortal. We old fellows are envious. One divination a day, each time with a frown on his face. We secretly look at it with joy. So whether we go down the mountain or not, we don't care. Chun Yao's rules, Song Jiming's pill cauldron, Yu Xingrui's jade pillar, Wang Xiaoping's sword intent. There was also eldest senior brother's martial arts and cultivation. After passing the Black Tortoise Dang Xing Memorial Arch, everyone on the mountain went on blind dates. This was Hong Shixiang's home, riding an ox to read books, refining pills to relieve boredom, 8 steps to overtake cicada only for the spider web. The mountain peak moved with the astral wind, just to see the scenery outside the mountain clearly. Feeding and talking to yellow cranes just to find it fun. This was his Tao. I don't seek Tao. Tao will come naturally. The youngest chief in Mount Wudong's history didn't say anything. He just had a long breath. He took a step. This step covered a distance of 10 feet. He directly stepped out of the tortoise camel tablet and stepped out of Little Lotus Peak. Mount Wudong's 72 peaks. The clouds and mist of the 72 peaks rolled and surged towards the small lotus. Hong Shixiang stepped on the back of a yellow crane and rose into the blue sky. Chun Yao raised his head and looked at the strange scene. He muttered, Shifu, eldest senior brother, you should really take a look. Little junior brother has stepped into heavenly phenomenon. Chapter 137. After leaving Mount Qingsheng, Su Fengyan hired 4 large boats to sail down the Swallow River. This river was extremely turbulent, with tall mountains on both sides and steep cliffs. The narrowest part of the river was no more than 500 feet. It was only second to the Kuei Gate Pass, where a Taoist saint rode a green ox. This section of the river was filled with small gorges, and large gorges surrounded small gorges. Su Fengyan was wearing a white robe. He stood at the head of the boat and smiled at Yu Wei, who was holding Wu Meinyang. We just passed by the Book Beach and the Sword Beach, where the founder of Wudong, Lu Dongxian, kept the heavenly book and the ancient sword. Don't think that it's dangerous. The Dongling Gorge is the most dangerous place. Our 4 boats are already the limit. If we get any bigger, no matter how familiar the boatmen are with the river, they will all sink. Back then, Old Huang and I were scared half to death. I even got seasick and vomited all over Old Huang. That's why the fishermen here all say that the Book Beach and the Sword Beach are not really beaches, and the Dongling Gorge is the gate of hell. Later, the boat will shake violently. Don't stand here. Yu Yue looked at the scene in front of her, and her face turned pale. Just as she was about to turn around, she widened her eyes. She saw a small boat sailing against the current. It was heading straight for the leading boat, which was guarded by the halberd Ningame. A young man in a green robe who looked like a scholar was holding a bamboo pole. He held the pole with both hands and stabbed it into the water. The back of the boat under his feet tilted up. At the same time, the bamboo pole under the boat was lifted up by the handsome man. A dark green bamboo pole bent in a half-moon arc. On the other side, the boat was still standing. On the other side, the boat was flipped upside down by the bamboo pole. Was this green-robed man the Dragon King? The boatmen on the other 3 boats were scared out of their wits. The pole on the river shocked the world and made ghosts and gods cry. The boat under the green-robed man's feet smashed back into the water and drifted away. Su Fengnian widened his eyes and said to himself, "This skill is too overbearing." When they reached Xiong province, they were not far from the capital. The 6 kings of the imperial family all had their own fiefs. Except for the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying, who hated war since he was young, the other 5 kings all had varying military power. Zhao, king of Jing, and Zhao Heng, Zhao Sui, Zhao, Ao, and Zhao, then Zhao, king, was king, and of his army. Back when General Gu Jiantang was summoned to the capital, he took off his armor and entered the capital alone. Most of his old subordinates were in the hands of these 2 powerful kings. The smoke of the spring and autumn war had yet to disperse, and the world had just settled down. It was a wise move to have the princes of the imperial clan take control of the country. No one in the dynasty had any objections to this. Only Su Xiao, who was given the title of king with a different surname, had attracted criticism from the court. Back then, other than Gu Jiantang, who was expected to be stationed at the border, the civil officials and strategists wanted the king of Yin, who was not inferior to Su Xiao, to move to Bailiang. But in the end, neither Gu Jiantang nor the king of Yin were able to lead their troops to the north. For example, Zhao Ying, the Duke of Huainan in Xiongzhou, and Zhao Sui, the Duke of Jiaodong in Liao. For these 2 vassal kings, the imperial family was often punished, and many of their sons and grandsons were demoted to commoners. For example, the Duke of Yanxi, according to the rules of the imperial family, he was not allowed to enter the capital. Even after the late emperor passed away, the current emperor refused to allow the Duke of Yanxi to enter the capital. It was rumored that the Duke of Yanxi prayed to the north, so much so that he vomited blood and fainted. He was bedridden for several months, and his filial piety made the northern scholars, who originally had a bad impression of this arrogant and ruthless Duke of Yanxi, regret. In Magu city of Xiong province, the prefecture overseer, governor, and a group of civil and military officials were all 30 li away from the city. It was a huge formation just to welcome a person who was passing by Xiong province. The king of Huainan, Lu Ying, did not leave the city. According to the imperial clan and vassal laws, the princes of the imperial clan were not allowed to leave their fief without permission. Even if they went out of the city to visit the tombs of the province or went out of the city for a spring and autumn hunt, they had to submit a memorial to the prefecture overseer of the capital on behalf of the king of Yin before they could leave. Otherwise, the officials of the province would be heavily implicated. The king of Jiaodong had once tried to test the law, causing the prefecture overseer of Jinzhou to be removed from his position. The governor and other military officials were transferred away from Liao province, and their official ranks were demoted by 2 levels and sent to the border of the southern kingdom, under the jurisdiction of the king of Yin. The first article of the imperial clan and vassal laws was that the 2 princes were not allowed to meet. The king of Huainan, Lu Ying, was known for his adherence to the rules. He did not dare to cross the line of the imperial clan. Occasionally, his descendants would be punished for violating the rules, but the cultured and refined king of Huainan would not say anything. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Lu Ying became the prince of the imperial clan who went to the capital to meet the emperor the most and was rewarded generously. Dozens of Bailiang's lackeys, who were once famous in the Jianghu, surrounded a carriage. Among them, there was Fan Zhenhai, who had beheaded the lord of the Forbidden Villa with one strike. There was also Han Lao Zhan, the junior brother of the older generation's martial Dao Grandmaster, Spear Fairy Wang Xiao. There was also the one-eyed dragon, Yang Chunting, who was known to be able to defeat all Vajra realm masters. The 300 heavily armored cavalrymen galloped like thunder. The prefecture overseer of Xiong province, Yao Baifeng, and everyone else bowed in reverence. The curtain was not lifted, and no one walked out of the carriage. Only a hoarse voice was heard, "Enter the city." Unexpectedly, no one dared to show the slightest bit of anger. One had to know that Yao Baifeng was the leading figure of the scholars of the three northern states, and he was also the head of the Yao clan of Xiong province. Back when Grand Secretary Zhang Julu was still in the Dahuang sect, he had consulted prefecture overseer Yao many times. The Yao clan had a total of 5 generations, and they were all second to none in Confucianism. The Yao clan's 5 heroes, from the first to propose the virtue of being informed, to the understanding of things, and then to the reasoning of things, were of the same origin. Together with the Zhu school's Confucianism of the Shangyin Academy in the south, they were known as the 2 champions of assisting the nation. The north and the south complemented each other, and they had always been favored and highly regarded by successive generations of emperors. Yao Baifeng had devoted his entire life to developing his family's studies into national studies, and his students were all over the world. With such a transcendent status, he still lowered his head to the martial artist in the carriage who didn't even bother to show his face. It was no wonder that Confucianism had no backbone. More than half of the world's top 10 noble families had been eliminated by this butcher, who wouldn't be afraid. What's more, at the advanced age of 60, he took in a concubine. The scholars of Confucianism only treated it as a moral essay and received a favorable comment from Yan Ruyu. However, Butcher bluntly scolded him for being old and frivolous. After Master Yao heard this, she was so angry that she closed her door and refused to receive visitors for half a year. It was only when her students persuaded her that she began to lecture again. In Magu City, the Duke of Huainan, Lu Ying, was barefoot and his hair was untidy. His hair was messy and draped over his shoulders. He drove away the servants and stood alone in the small pavilion, drunk. He muttered to himself and seemed a little crazy. Near the city gate, the king of Bailiang, who was scolded as an old man, slightly hunched his back and opened the curtain. He looked sideways at the old Yao Baifeng and asked, "The one surnamed Yao is old and frivolous. Where is Lu Ying?" Yao Baifeng, whose body was especially sore from riding a horse without meat, said helplessly, replying to the prince, "According to my dynasty's ancestral teachings, the Duke of Huainan is not allowed to meet you." The guy who was the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh." The horse caravan passed through the central axis of Magu City. Everyone knelt on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. It was just that every short distance there was a shout. It was incessant. It made Yao Baifeng and the group of officials' scalps go numb. Jianzhou 18th Old Barracks, Green Mountain Barracks, Infantry Zhuzhen, pays respect to the great general. Liaoshi Heavenly Pass Barracks, Cavalry Songgong, pays respect to the great general. Pipa Barracks Archer Gong Duankong, pays respect to the great general. At this time, Yao Baifeng and the others couldn't help but remember the last words of the brilliant Bailiang soul-suppressing song. It was really frightening. Su Xiao was born an outstanding person. Su Xiao is also a ghost hero in death. I laugh as I go to Fengdu to recruit old subordinates. Banners a million to kill the king of hell. Chapter 138. The Dragon King in green robe blocked the river with his pole, causing the boat to topple over and the horses to fall into the water. For a moment, the river's surface was unusually noisy. Many of the Phoenix Battalion soldiers were not proficient in water. In addition, the reef was abrupt, so after a few ups and downs, they were about to drown. Ningame picked up an armored soldier with one hand and his horse with the other. That tall, jet-black steed was forcibly dragged onto the deck of the boat by this halberd-wielding general. After saving the men and horses, he immediately leaped into the water. His bow, iron halberd, was left behind by his adoptive father. Even if Ningame drowned, he would still fish it out. At that time, the young man in green robe arrived on the floating boat and used the bamboo pole to raise the waves. If it were not for the fact that he did not have a halberd in his hand at that time, he would not have been defeated by that strange assassin. When Ningame broke out of the water, Su Fengnian drew his embroidered winter saber and chopped the railing of the big boat into more than a dozen pieces, kicking them into the Swallow River. His body floated down. Stepping on a wooden railing, he bent down and grabbed a Bailiang armored soldier and threw him back to the big boat. At the same time, Liu Yangshu and the other two, as well as Blue Bird, all flew into the river like a swan treading on snow, each of them saving people and horses. The other three boatmen only saw the shadows skimming the surface of the river. They were dumbstruck. They originally thought that this group of river-crossing warriors was just a group of elite soldiers, but they did not expect that there were actually many immortal masters hidden among them, especially that handsome young master who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He had a pair of sabers on his waist, but his appearance was not gaudy at all. If the man in green robe who floated in and out of the small boat was the Swallow River Dragon King in human form, then this young master was a white dragon crossing the river with indescribable elegance. Su Fengnian went back and forth 4 or 5 times, breathing in and out continuously. He was not tired at all. Stepping on a section of the railing that he had chopped off with his embroidered winter saber, he looked toward the ghost gate of Dongling. He had a headache. Most of the people who fell into the river had already been rescued, but there were still 2 people who were about to hit the reefs of the ghost gate, so he did not have time to rescue them. When sailing a boat, he was not afraid of the wind and waves, but he was afraid of the reefs. 2 Bailiang warhorses hit the reefs with a loud crash, creating a pool of blood, which was swept away in an instant. Su Fengnian tiptoed on the railing and floated toward a reef. When he swept out again, it was just that one person was about to hit the reef. Su Fengnian looked back and saw that Ningame had just rescued a comrade at the bow of the boat. Su Fengnian suddenly had an idea and shouted loudly, "Ningame, throw the halberd and help me." Ningame took a step back with his right foot and roared angrily. He threw out the 80-kilogram halberd and stabbed it straight at a soldier who was about to hit the reef. Su Fengnian grabbed the halberd and took advantage of the momentum to fly up. At the critical moment, he grabbed the light cavalryman from the Bailiang battalion and nailed the halberd into the reef. Su Fengnian placed the light cavalryman in his hands on the reef and leaped up again and again. Finally, he saved the last light cavalryman from drowning. Together, they sat on the reef. The river water roared and splashed. Su Fengnian's luxurious clothes were soaked. The red date mark between his eyebrows shone brilliantly. The light cavalryman from the Phoenix Battalion, who had narrowly escaped death, coughed violently. He raised his head to look at the expressionless face of His Royal Highness. He was a little confused. His life had been saved by His Royal Highness, who was rumored to have no regard for human life in Bailiang. The large ship floated down. Ningame pulled out the reef halberd and pulled up the Bailiang soldiers. Su Fengnian helped the light cavalryman, who was in a daze, onto the bow of the ship. The captain of the Phoenix Battalion, Yuan Meng, had a complicated expression on his face. Not only him, but many of the light cavalrymen were also dumbstruck. Su Fengnian ignored them and only ordered, "General Ning, count the number of men and horses. Whoever loses his war horse will be punished and will make up for his mistakes in the future." Ningame cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "As you command." Even Yuan Ming couldn't help but lower his head and say, "As you command." The wet Su Fengnian entered the cabin, and the green bird helped him change into a new set of clothes. Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Fortunately, the Booksword Beach is still fine, and most of the rocks are exposed. If we were to go down to the gates of hell, when the water is dry, the submerged rocks are like a stone forest, and the waterway is even narrower. I'm afraid we would have fallen into the water, and there would have been several casualties. Who is that man in green? He can overturn a large ship with just one strike of his bamboo pole, and his strength is beyond the description of a tiger. His dexterity is even more frightening, and it is clear that he has concealed superior swordsmanship. Aunt gave me a book on how to break the Wu family's withered sword on Mount Qingsheng, and I saw that the man with the bamboo pole in his hand was a bit like the mountain lifting in the Wu family sword tomb. Could he be this generation's sword champion, Wu Luding? Bluebird held her hair in one hand and an ivory comb in the other. She carefully combed Su Fingyan's hair and said softly, "Let's not talk about whether or not that man is Wu Luding. Young Master's method of saving people is very pleasing to the eye." Even Ningame and Yuan Meng were cheering for young Master just now, especially when you flew with the halberd. Even this servant had to praise you. Su Fingyan lowered his head and looked at his red palm. He said self-deprecatingly, "Compared to overturning a ship with a single strike of a pole, my skills are far inferior. Unless the old god of swords, Li Chungang, is willing to help, no one can stop that guy who might be Wu Luding. They can only watch him leave on the ship." But to tell the truth, whether or not this move is the Sword Tomb's mountain picking, because of Gugu's 40 years of sword practice and the Wudong mountain riding bull's teachings of set of fist techniques, there's a phrase in it. The mountain is heavy, as it is heavy, I use one tail to lift 10,000 jin. It is really a coincidence, so when I saw it just now, I was able to comprehend it by analogy. This is actually a good thing. Sure enough, I have to hurry up and let Lu Qianhang practice with me. After the calamity, Dongling Gorge became even more strange. The mountain peaks were abrupt and rugged, and the river was narrow and winding. There were only 3 ships left in the gorge. They brushed past the reefs again and again. It was hair-raising. Su Fingyan once again stood at the bow of the ship. The 2 young Kuei were chasing and playing by his feet. It was unknown when the old man wearing the sheepskin fur coat appeared behind Su Fingyan. He laughed and said, "Young man, you have some experience in grasping people's hearts." If this old man did not know that the green-clothed swordsman was not one of your men, he might have suspected that you deliberately arranged this. Su Fingyan said unhappily, "I'm not that generous." Su Fingyan asked, "He really uses a sword?" The old god of swords nodded and said, "How can this old man not know whether or not he uses a sword? Those who come from the Wu family sword tomb have a unique pedantic smell of withered swords. It's just that this young swordsman has taken a path of the sword that the Wu family sword tomb is unwilling to take. In the future, his achievements will be greater than those of the previous generations. The prerequisite is that he can pass the Dongyue sword pool in Dongtai. If he passes it, it won't be difficult for him to enter Heavenly Phenomenon from the Xian Finger stage. If he doesn't pass it, the withered sword will be a real withered sword. How about that move, mountain toppling? Are you scared? Why don't this old man teach you the move? See overturning. Aren't you tired of carrying 2 swords? How about you lend one to this old man? If you do, this old man will immediately let you see the scene of a sword going against the flow of a great river." Su Fingyan sneered and said, "Don't even think about it." The old man picked his earwax and curled his lips. How can such a coward achieve great things? Su Fingyan said to himself, "What is Wu Luding trying to achieve with this pole?" Li Chungang said impatiently, "Kid, are you stupid or stupid? Isn't it just to make a name for yourself in the martial world? Otherwise, why would Wang Xinji call herself the second in the world? Why would Dong Tai use a peach blossom branch to make mischief? With a name, it would be perfectly justifiable for him to fight with others. Otherwise, who would be willing to deal with a nobody? When this old man was young, no matter who he was up against, he would chop melons and vegetables. Wasn't that just because he was swayed by his emotions and wanted to make a name for himself? Later on, when he got older, he lost his competitive spirit. This old man, Qi Xuanjin, was really hateful. He talked about swords with him and caused this old man's state of mind to be in a mess. Not only did he fail to step into the realm of earth immortals, even the realm of heavenly phenomenon was close. One of his arms was chopped off, and he was suppressed under the tide-listening pavilion. "Kid, Be more polite to this old man in the future. There are only about 10 heavenly phenomenon experts. It's just a pair of hands. Su Fengyan stretched out his arm and let the snow-white spear falcon land on his arm. He took out the small bamboo tube and pulled out the secret letter. He was stunned. Old man Lia just said that he was one of the few heavenly phenomenon masters, and now he was tilting his head to peep without any demeanor. Su Fengyan did not mind. Li Chungang was also stunned, and then he clicked his tongue and said, "Giving Wang Zhongluo to your great yellow court was a losing deal that risked his life." This old man had already expected. It's just that new chief called Hong Shixiang did not even care about the Vajra finger and the 4th level of the profound realm. And he's already heavenly phenomenon in one step? Kid, don't play dumb with this old man. Tell me the truth. Can this be trusted? Su Fengyan said emotionally, "If it was someone else, I wouldn't believe it. But for someone who rides a bull, I believe it." Li Chungang looked at the river surface and said absent-mindedly, "Isn't this what Qi Xuanjin did back then? 20 years of cultivation stagnant. Once he comprehended, he became a celestial phenomenon. In another 10 years, he would become an earth immortal." Su Fengyan threw the secret letter into the river and said with a smile, "No matter what celestial phenomenon or earth immortal, I'll practice my blade." Chapter 139. The old man rubbed his earlobe and mocked. Practice the knife? Let's not talk about the little Wudong chief who entered celestial phenomenon in one step. How can you compare to Wu Luding, who can lift a mountain with a pole? You still have the heart to practice the knife? Practice my ass. With your cultivation speed, you can only eat the dust behind these geniuses for the rest of your life. As the son of Ren Tu and Wang Fei, don't you feel ashamed? Su Fengyan smiled calmly and said, "What's there to be ashamed of? As long as the knife is in your hand, it's a mess. As long as you put in effort, there's nothing to complain about. How is Su Xiao a top martial arts master? Isn't it the same for the family business? My second sister was angry at me for practicing the saber because she was afraid that I would go crazy and abandon my home for the sake of practicing the saber. However, there are some things that can't be discussed on paper. The Shangyan Academy is the best example. Talking fast can only be a contest of strength between wise men. Once you meet a boar, you have to rely on your fists and knives to reason. There are only a few knowledgeable people in the world, and even fewer people with great knowledge." The old god of swords smiled and said, "That makes sense." This old man also doesn't like Confucian scholars to talk. Qi Xianzhu had such a bad temper back then, but he's a freak outside of common sense. He can reason with extravagant words and also slay demons and devils to become a Taoist priest. If he didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, who would be willing to listen to his lectures? On the back of Su Fengyan's feet lay 2 naughty little tiger kuei, who were dozing off because they were tired from running. Su Fengyan bent down and squatted down, reaching out his hand to stroke the 2 cubs. The old god of swords suddenly stopped talking. Su Fengyan stood up, waking up the 2 cubs. They continued to jump happily at the bow of the ship. Su Fengyan asked curiously, "Old senior, can you really fly the sword?" The old man still looked up at the cliff without answering. At the end of the ridge, the 2 cliffs were as neat as a knife. They were less than 10 feet apart and were shaped like a door, allowing only one boat to pass through. That was the last gate of hell. On the mountain rock were the 4 words, "Ghost Weeping Impregnable Pass." It was carved by the great Taoist Lu Dongxian of Mount Wudong, who ascended on a crane. Interestingly, Lu Dongxian was known as one of the 3 immortals of pill, sword, and poem. Not only was his swordsmanship superb, he was also a famous land sword immortal. At the same time, he was also proficient in alchemy. Many poems, but there were only 8 words calligraphy, except Ghost Weeping Immortal Pass and Black Tortoise Rise, both. And out of the gate of hell, the view suddenly opened up. The Yangtze River, Shu River, and Kanglan River converged. This was once the battlefield of the 3 kingdoms of spring and autumn. Since ancient times, it was a famous place where countless heroes fought. The river water changed from rapid to slow, and the river surface changed from narrow to wide. It was as if a lifetime had passed, falling from the netherworld to the world of the living. making people feel relaxed and happy. Su Fengyin saw Old Man Li, who wore a smelly sheepskin coat all year round, coming out of the gate of hell. He was still turning his head to look at the 4 words, Ghost Whale's Impregnable Pass, on the cliff. He was a little sad. When this god of swords of the older generation in the Jianghu was not picking his feet, nose, or ear wax, especially when he was standing still and concentrating, Su Fengyin clearly remembered that he was Li Chungang. Even if his sword was broken and his arm was broken, he was still a celestial who once dominated the world of swordsmanship. He heard the old man murmur. This old man did many ridiculous things when he was young. He entered Vajra at 16, Finger Mystery at 19, and reached Celestial Phenomenon at 24. He was known as a sword celestial talent that only appears once every 500 years. When he first appeared in the Jianghu, he stepped on the tower and crossed the river under the gaze of millions of spectators. When he was 24, he went to the Danyue sword pool to challenge Wu Wei of the Plum Blossom Sword sect. He humiliated that senior to the extreme and caused him to stretch his neck to commit suicide. When he was 36, he claimed that he was invincible in the world and that the other 4 grandmasters were just fishing for fame. Even if Wang Xiao, the green robe of Fengdu, and the red armor of Fu Jiang joined forces, they would still be defeated by my sword. Later on, I did not lose to them, but lost to the junior Wang Xianji. She left Fengdu to find me. This silly woman purposely let me pierce her chest with my sword. In order to save her, I went to Mount Longhu and asked Qi Xuanjin for the life-prolonging golden pill. However, before I reached the devil-slaying platform, she died. Before she died, she said that she did not want to live. She wanted to die in my arms. If she lived, we would be strangers again. She was unwilling. Even at that time, I still did not have the courage to say it. Without her, 1 sword, 2 swords, 100 swords, 10,000 swords, so what? This gate of hell was the place where I first met her. At that time, I could already fly with my sword, but she was just a silly girl who had not yet learned martial arts. Later on, how she became the green robe of Fengdu, and why she became the green robe of Fengdu, I do not know. I only know that we will never meet again in this life. All kinds of glory and disgrace, all kinds of things are like smoke in the wind. I like little Jiang because I feel sorry for her. She climbed the Lotus Peak and went down the devil-slaying platform. I learned from Qi Xuanjin that she was the daughter of my enemy. Since she was unfortunate enough to meet me and could not kill me, she wanted to die in my hands. The most bitter is lovesickness. The furthest is yin and yang. Su Fengyin was speechless. All kinds of deeds of the sword, godly Chungang in the past were blurred in the past 40 years. Qi Xuanjin had already ascended. Wang Xinji stayed in the martial emperor's city and never left the Eastern Sea. The green robe of Fengdu was already dead, and the red armor talisman general seemed to have become a puppet. Those who were lucky enough to see the sword god of the older generation, even if they were still alive, were mostly old people in their 60s. It was just like the old saying of the sword immortal ancestor Lu, that all glory and splendor would become an illusion when sleeping until the 2nd or 3rd night watch. Thinking of 100 years later, no one would be an ancient person. Chapter 140. Li Chungang said self-deprecatingly, "When I was young, I wanted to be Ancestor Lu, which is exactly the same as Qi Xuanjin. It's just that I liked Ancestor Lu's sword, while Qi Xuanjin was Ancestor Lu's Dao. That's why I liked to use Ancestor Lu's flying sword to take people's heads, but I was scolded by Qi Xuanjin. This old Taoist sat on the devil-slaying platform and said something about the 2 of them fighting, the upper part chopping off the neck and the lower part chopping off the liver and lungs. So what if the flying sword was 1,000 miles away? Listen, isn't this tone very arrogant? At that time, this old man was disheartened and willingly admitted defeat. In addition, he saw this guy who was both friend and foe flying the white rainbow with his own eyes. He really had nothing to say. At that time, he felt that maybe he was wrong. Qi Xuanjin had comprehended the longevity physique. This old man who had 1 foot in celestial phenomenon and 1 foot in earth immortal retreated 1,000 miles. After going down the mountain, one of his arms was chopped off and he fell in a finger mystery realm. He didn't dare to say anything about slaying a flood dragon. However, after all these years under the tide-listening pavilion, he understood a simple truth. Hey, Qi Xuanjin, this old urchin, deliberately misled me. Su Fengyan sighed softly. The ship no longer swayed when it entered the river. Back then, it was an eye-opener for him and old Huang. After a long time, the old god of swords finally came back to his senses. When he was ready to turn back, he saw Jiang and I, who was vomiting all the way out of the cabin. She held onto the railing, and her face was still pale. However, she was much better than Swordbook Beach and Dongling Pass. Compared to Su Fengyan, who was half dead for the first time on the ship, both of them were more or less in a sorry state. Blue Bird jumped down from the second floor of the ship lightly and said softly, "Your Highness, the person who overturned the ship is waiting for us in the middle of the river." As expected, the ship gradually moved forward and they saw the green shirt guest again. This Wu Luding really ate a lot of bear's heart and leopard's guts. Wasn't one pole provocation not enough? Could it be that he would only stop when all of them were flipped over by 3 poles? Su Fengyan's eyes widened as he looked at the Wu family's sword crown that was becoming clearer and clearer. This young swordsman's appearance was nothing out of the ordinary. His face was old-fashioned, and at first glance, one could tell that he was an unapproachable and reclusive person. The withered sword of the sword tomb had always been like this. If a junior swordsman wanted to leave the mountain to gain experience, they had to first defeat an ancestor of the family, regardless of life or death. Wu Luding was tall and slender. Today, he did not bring a sword with him. Instead, he carried the dark green bamboo pole on his shoulder with both hands. His posture was extremely arrogant. Jiang and I endured the discomfort of vomiting. Even she could see the daring assassin on the floating boat. The boatman had said that this person was the Dragon King, but she didn't believe him. She turned her head and frowned. Looking at Su Fengyan, she weakly asked, "You can't defeat this person?" Su Fengyan laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "Of course not." Jiang and I sneered and said, "Then what did you learn from your sword practice?" Su Fengyan laughed and said, "I don't know either. But you can ask Elderly if he knew he would become a sword god from the first day he practiced swordsmanship." Little did he know that old man Li would expose him. This old man knew. Su Fengyan rolled his eyes. Jiang and I was in a good mood. She smiled, and 2 dimples quietly appeared on her cheeks. Su Fengyan smiled and said, "You look good." Jiang and I immediately put on a straight face. Su Fengyan said with a cheeky smile, "Little mudman, come, smile again. If you smile, I will raise my sword and kill that first-rate swordsman even though I know I can't defeat him. This is such a good deal. Who knows, I might never return. If the old sword god comes to save me, you will cry and snot. This way, you can guarantee that I will die in battle. How about it? Smile one more time." Jiang Ni's little head was dizzy. Seasickness made her want to jump into the river. She hated His Royal Highness who insisted on taking the boat down. She spent a lot of effort thinking about this deal. Finally, she could not resist Su Fengyan's bewitching urging. Finally, she squeezed out a stiff smile that she thought was impeccable. Su Fengyan immediately laughed and scolded. "Too ugly. No sincerity. I want to do a deal that will make me lose money." Jiang and I helplessly changed her smile a few times, but it was not satisfactory. Su Fengyan deliberately sighed and said that the deal was not going to work. Anyway, there were many experts on the boat. He did not believe that they could not defeat that bastard who came alone to seek death. Even the Dragon King would be skinned alive. Jiang and I smiled for a long time. Her little face was stiff. In the end, she saw that His Royal Highness who was afraid of death and was secretly happy. She was so angry that she ran up to Su Fengyan and wanted to fight it out with him. Su Fengyan threatened, "Bite me? Be careful that I don't let the Vajra Bodhisattva bite you." The timid little mud man did not dare to go forward. He widened his eyes, hoping to use his gaze to cut Su Fengyan to death. Su Fengyan held his stomach and laughed. After laughing, he turned around with a serious expression. For the first time, he held his saber with both hands and prepared to float out of the boat. He really wanted to fight that pole-wielding Wu Luding. Su Fengyan was just about to rush out of the boat. The old god of swords, who had been watching the 2 young fellows fight, waved his sleeve, and pulled Su Fingyan back. His Royal Highness fell on the deck of the boat, looking funny. Jiang and I finally smiled knowingly. The old god of swords was in a daze. He looked at the vexed Su Xiaoxiu and then looked at the smiling Jiang and I. Back then, when they met by chance, he crossed the river with his flying sword and recited poems. She was lying on the railing of the boat with the same smile. That year, it was the time when the youngest and most dazzling sword genius, Li Chungang, was the most high-spirited. It was also the age when that silly girl was the most naive and innocent. When they brushed past each other, he only pursued the great way of the sword and did not miss it. She, on the other hand, foolishly missed it for the rest of her life. The old god of swords silently recited the poem from back then. When I forge 3,000 blades, a jade dragon howls when I open the box. The spirit in my hand is 3 feet of ice, a snake of divine will on the rock. The old god of swords stretched out his only arm and said softly, Su Fingyan, lend this old man a sword. Just a sword. Su Fingyan was stunned. Li Chungang muttered, I owe you a sword. Su Fingyan gritted his teeth and pulled out embroidered winter. He threw it above the river as if he wanted to throw it to the green shirt on the small boat 1,000 feet away. The old god of swords, who was facing Jiang and I, looked at her one last time. Back then, he said that the little clay figurine in Su Xiaoxiu's mouth looked like the king of Bailiang's concubine. In fact, it was not completely true. She looked more like the girl who liked to wear green clothes. Li Chungang smiled and floated out of the boat upside down. He raised his head and laughed heroically. Little green robe, look at this sword of Li Chungang. Frowning and thundering, the evil flood dragon of the Swallow River is fat. Wielding my sword in the air, I'll return at the second watch. With his back facing the small boat, the green shirt, the sword crown, and the embroidered winter knife were gone. Without the divine weapon wooden horse and ox, the old man, who only had one arm, held the embroidered winter that was not a sword. He turned around and casually used a sword move. Qi Xuanjin said that I used sword strength to prove my Tao and was not as good as the Tao of heaven. Yet he said that one sword move was enough. I, Li Chungang, want the Tao of heaven. One sword move was enough. At first, no one saw the elegance of this sword move. They only felt that it was boring. The river was silent. However, the green-shirt Dragon King did not care about the small boat. He shot far away. In an instant, the river was split open with a rumble, reaching 2,000 feet. Such a legendary sword immortal of the land. If there were any flood dragons in the world, they would be killed on the spot. Chapter 141. Although it was said to be one-night watch, the sword that could split rivers and slay dragons did not even need one-night watch to return. Old Man Li's sword broke the sky for no reason, as if he had returned to the highest state of martial arts. Without any surprise, he floated back to the bow and threw Xiudong back to Su Fingyan. He looked at the river and the cliff, as if he had untied the knot in his heart. He smiled bitterly and then walked into the cabin silently. Lu Qiantang, who was watching the tide and practicing his heavy sword, was stunned by this sword. He finally remembered the carefree senior who stepped on the tide of the Guangling River a long time ago. Not to mention a strong swordsman like Lu Qiantang. Even Wei Shuyang, who had abandoned his sword to cultivate Taoism, could not help but have his hair and beard fluttering. Which young man would not want to follow sword god Li's footsteps in Jianghu? Dong Tai was the new sword god, but he was not as intimidating and convincing as Li Chungang. Dong Tai was half immortal and half demon, like a celestial being who was millions of miles away from the earth. After his debut, he had only fought with Wang Xinji, Chao Guanzi, and a few others. After that, there were some scattered rumors, which made people think about it. However, Sword Godly of the older generation had made a name for himself in Jianghu with his sword, especially the love and hate entanglements he had with women. Many of the younger generation yearned for him. For example, the old Taoist priest Wei Shuyang remembered that when Li Chungang was at the peak of his martial arts, there was a female poet who admired him and wrote countless poems. She praised Li Chungang for destroying the first peak of Zhongnan with his flying sword, said that the green snake in his sleeve was bold, and even said that his 3-foot spirit was like ancestor Lu, standing up for the heavens and the people. All of this was in the past. She was old and her hair had turned white. She had been buried in a lonely grave, but before she died, she did not forget to ask her descendants to burn her poems. When Sword God Li was still in Jianghu, there were countless of her who became the weak water, but he did not take any of them. Back then, there were many people and many things in Jianghu, just like them. Their glory was gone. Xu Xiu, who had always been fearless, had sweat seeping out of her nose. She looked at the river surface closing up again, and the boat gradually stopped swaying left and right. She turned to look at Lu Qiantang beside her and asked in a trembling voice, "So this old man is really a senior who can compete with immortal Qi?" Even though Qi Xuanzhen had ascended to immortality tens of years ago, even if he wasn't a Taoist from the Longhu Mountain, when his descendants mentioned him, they didn't dare to directly refer to him by his name. They all referred to him as immortal Qi. This was the strength of those at the celestial phenomenon realm. Lu Qiantang, whose soul had almost been scattered by that sword, said in a low voice, "You still don't know who he is?" Although Xu Xiu was almost 30 years old, she was still a little naive and unaffected. It was unknown whether it was because she was proficient in the art of seduction or because it was her nature. She pouted out of habit and said coquettishly, "How would I know? The senior can't be Dong Tai." Lu Qiantang was annoyed that the sword was so mysterious that he did not see any clues. In addition, this Dongwei swordsman had always disliked Xu Xiu's pretentious attitude, so his tone was a little heavier. A southern barbarian is just a frog at the bottom of a well. Xu Xiu reached out and brushed her hair behind her ear. She tilted her head and smiled coquettishly. "Oh, Dongwei is not a barbarian land? That senior is so amazing that our sword god, Lu, thinks so highly of him?" Lu Qianang turned his head gloomily. What kind of sword god was he? This woman from the southern barbarian land really wanted to taste the sharpness of the red cloud sword. Wei Shuyang, who happened to be beside the two, shook his head and did not say anything to persuade them. He went straight to His Royal Highness. Su Fengnian sat at the bow of the boat. He untied the double sabers and put them aside. He reached out and teased the Vajra and Bodhisattva. The two little guys' tongues were born with hooks. A light liquid leave a series of scratches on his hands. Su Fengnian could not stand the endless torment of the siblings. Not only was he slightly injured, but his ivory white silk cuffs had already become ragged. He picked up the spring thunder saber and let the young Kuei King Kong hold it with its 4 claws. It was obvious that this male Kuei was more lively. Wei Shuyang could not stand and talked to His Royal Highness who was sitting. He sat cross-legged and said emotionally, "Your Highness, I was lucky enough to read Wudong's deed of thorough comprehension in my old age. Today, I met Old Sword God, Li's godly ability to cut 2,000 feet of the river. I have no regrets in this life." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Grandpa Wei, tell me, is Old Man Li's sword referring to the celestial phenomenon or the celestial phenomenon?" Wei Shuyang shook his head and said, "It has the meaning of an earth immortal. I really don't dare to say that Old Sword God, Li, is the celestial phenomenon." Su Fengnian leaned against the wooden wall and joked, "Won't this sword be able to break through hundreds of armors? If 2 armies are facing each other, and there are 3 or 4 old men, Li Hu take the lead to attack, how can the battle be fought?" Wei Shuyang smiled and said, "Your Highness, how many sword gods Li have there been in Jianghu in the past 100 years? How many celestial phenomenon realm masters are willing to be bound by military law? Being trapped in the army is not suitable for cultivation." Su Fengnian nodded and said, "Indeed, who can trouble Wang Xinji Dong Tai to charge and break through the enemy's lines? During the Spring and Autumn War, I heard that the royal uncle of Western Shu, who had outstanding swordsmanship, did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to fight the enemy and killed 600 steel cavalry. However, he could not fight against the following steel cavalry and died in the crossbow formation. The Jianghu of martial artists is like the Yinzi River from before. Under the water, There are hidden reefs and teeth protruding. On the water, there are peaks competing with each other. As for who can be as unreachable as Lu Dongxian, it is even more of a skill. And the army, which was all for the sake of war, became the vast body of water that we were in. Hundreds of rivers and thousands of streams converged. Unless it was a famous general like Su Xiao who became a lonely island. Otherwise, no matter how capable you were, you would fall under the thousands of troops. Before Su Xiao led the army to trample on the pugilistic world, martial artists and soldiers despised each other. It cannot be said that they were superior. Now, the pugilistic world really did not have the confidence to challenge the army. Mount Longhu was conferred the title of the chief of the world's Taoist sections. The two Zen temples produced a black-clothed monk who was friends with His Majesty. Only then was the decline of Buddhism restored. The three sects of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism continued to be a tripartite balance of forces. The masters of these three sects strived to appear in the world. Occasionally, they would appear in the world and turn the tide. In Su Zhao's army, there are few Jianghu people who agree with Bailiang and hold the commander's seal. Wei Shuyang seemed to be immersed in the lingering charm of the old god of swords and his sword. He was a little absent-minded, but could be seen that the old Taoist priest's face was full of joy, like a child who had received a stick of candied haws. It was very simple, and there was no great reason to speak of. It was hard to imagine that with Wei Shuyang's position in the way of 9 pecks of rice and his age, he still had such a childlike heart. No matter how down-and-out Li Chungong's appearance was, Wei Shuyang was only concerned about the 3 swords. The water droplets formed a line to break the water armor. The small umbrella as the sword, the immortal kneeled down with one sword, and today's fairy sword. In the old Taoist priest opinion, it was truly worthy of the poetic comment of a bold green snake on the sleeve. It was no wonder that as long as the world was not peaceful, the Jianghu would not be peaceful. It was because everyone wanted to be like Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang, who met with injustice and found peace. Jiang and I was not confident that he could win against the 2 young, strange beasts. He felt that the scenery of the river that he was obsessed with before was not so beautiful anymore. He returned to the cabin discouraged and saw Old Man Li sitting on the chair without saying a word. While he was half asleep and half awake, Jiang and I picked up a secret manual and looked at it absent-mindedly for a while. He asked softly, "Are you planning to teach him how to use the sword?" Li Chungang raised his eyelids and laughed. "There's no harm in teaching him a few small tricks. This old man is nice to him. Isn't it so that you won't be bullied?" Still the same words. As long as you're willing to practice the sword with this old man, even if young Su has mastered the sword, you can still kill him. Jiang and I hesitated for a while and changed the topic. "Your swordsmanship seems to be really scary." Chapter 142. Old Man Li laughed heartily. "Little Jiang girl, you won't say that this old man is boasting anymore, right? However, this old man is telling the truth. That sword just now was a stroke of luck. It was only when the right time, place, and people were all present that it had this kind of power. In this world, things that don't go your way are as numerous as the hairs on a cow. How many words can you say to others? Therefore, there are millions of swords in the world, but the immortal swords of sword immortals should also be pitifully few. Moreover, this old man's sword was called by the people of the Jianghu as the realm of sword immortals cannot exist forever. This old man is very open-minded now. He doesn't have extravagant hopes of becoming a land immortal. He only wants to teach you everything he knows. If he teaches you how to use the sword, there's hope that he can teach a female sword immortal. It's also good for this old man's reputation." Jiang and I said calmly, "Then you'd better teach him how to use the sword." The old man didn't take it to heart. He muttered to himself, "Ancestor Lu had a poem as a warning to those who came to learn the sword later on. 3 feet in the box, don't cry out often. If I don't meet someone, I swear I won't pass it on." I deeply agree. This old man has met countless juniors who practice the sword in his life. There's no lack of sword geniuses with extraordinary perception and bone structure. However, if you can't match this old man's temper, Even if you're Dong Tai, you can forget about learning this old man's two-sleeved green snake. The Wu family's sword mound gave up sword intent for heavenly sword moves and looked down on the world's sword moves. Only this old man's unique skill, not to mention how peerless his sword intent is. His sword moves are also exquisite to the peak. Back then, it made those half-dead people of the Wu family feel inferior. Jiang and I frowned and sighed heavily. She put down the book and glared. Again, Li Chungang scratched the divine talisman dagger that was pinned to his hairband. His expression was slightly awkward. If it was anyone else outside the cabin, they would treat his words as an imperial edict. However, this stubborn girl in front of him was really not buying the old god of swords' words. Li Chungang wasn't annoyed. He picked up a handful of pecans from the table and walked out of the cabin. He ignored the boatman who worshipped him as the Dragon King, the reverence of Lu Qiantang and the other martial artists, and the fear of some Bailiang cavalry. He walked to Su Fengyin and Wei Shuyang and sat down casually. He stretched out his leg and kicked away the young Kuei that had just fallen from the spring thunder saber. The elder sister Bodhisattva wanted to avenge her younger brother. She immediately scratched 4 small holes on the ground with her sharp claws and roared. Su Fengyin reached out and pressed down on the little guy who was protecting him. The young female, Kuei, turned her head and showed a very human face of grievance. Su Fengyin smiled and shook his head. The young Kuei was very intelligent and ran to comfort her younger brother. Old God of Swordsley was puzzled. Kid, where did you find this beast? It's not inferior to Qi Xuanjin's black tiger. In a few years, 2 of them will be comparable to a level 1 expert. It's a pity that you can't live for 200 or 300 years like them. Su Fengyin was even more puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" The old man casually threw the pecans in his hand on the deck and said in an old-fashioned manner, "Kid, that morning in the Qingyang Palace, I saw your 3-legged cat saber technique. It was really an eyesore. Take out the embroidered winter saber with a thinner blade and do as this old man said." Su Fengyin did not hesitate and sat up straight. Du Sikong, the master swordsman who wrote the outline of 1,000 swords, had stood in the snow for 3 days in order to seek advice from Li Chungang. Su Fengyin was not a pretentious person who put on airs and immediately took out the embroidered winter saber with a blade as thin as a cicada's wing. The embroidered winter saber was slender and thinner than the spring thunder. Using it to practice saber was a test of one's mastery of saber strength. A slight difference in saber strength would result in a huge deviation. Later, White Fox lent him the spring thunder. Presumably, half of it was because she saw through Su Fengyin's deliberate concealment of the left-hand saber, and the other half was because the spring thunder was more suitable for the overbearing heavy saber. Su Fengyin had a solid foundation in the Great Yellow Court. Moreover, he had not practiced saber for a year for nothing, nor had he read all the martial arts secret manuals for nothing. He was almost considered to have reached a higher level in martial arts. When he used the spring thunder, they could complement each other and complement each other. Su Fengyin had put in a lot of effort, which meant that he had tacitly acknowledged idiot Su as his friend and confidant. Su Fengyin pulled out the embroidered winter saber. Seeing the old god of sword remain silent, he asked in a low voice, and then? Wei Shuyang was even more cautious. The person beside him was old god of swordly. Although Li Chungang was defeated by Wang Xinji, and Wei Shuyang abandoned his sword to cultivate in the mountains out of anger, in the eyes of his generation, no matter how powerful Dong Tai was, he was not as impressive as the old god of swordly. You, Dong Tai, defeated God of Swordly? How could you call him God of Sword if you didn't even defeat him? Li Chungang yawned and asked Su Fengyin to hang the saber at a fixed height. He said impatiently, "Kid, try to flick the saber with your finger and see if you can break the walnuts on the floor." Su Fengyin adjusted his breathing, squinted his eyes, and stretched out his finger. With a crisp ding sound, Wei Shuyang, who was watching attentively, saw the embroidered winter saber curve in an arc. Unfortunately, it was still a finger's length away from the walnuts on the floor. Su Fengyin was not discouraged. His finger brushed lightly on the saber, found a point, and flicked it. The embroidered winter saber curved like a full moon. With a ding and a bang, It smashed a walnut in an instant, leaving a mark on the floor of the boat. Wei Shuyong subconsciously wanted to stroke his beard, but he suddenly realized that old god of sword Li was present. He did not dare to act rashly. However, the old Taoist was very impressed with His Royal Highness's flick of the saber. Although the embroidered winter saber was thin, not everyone could flick it with such tenacity. Old Man Li supported his cheek with one hand and continued. Next, try to crush the walnuts, but don't leave a mark on the floor. Su Fingyin frowned slightly, but he did not hurry to snap his fingers. Instead, he rubbed the embroidered winter saber. He had benefited a lot from comprehending the essence of swordsmanship in the Qing Shui Pavilion Sword Training Manual on Mount Wudong, which allowed Su Fingyin to have the consciousness to control the flow of qi in the body, which was the root of the saber's strength. Shattering a walnut without affecting the ship's deck was no longer a simple matter of increasing or decreasing the strength. It was the same as a master of swordsmanship who seemed to easily stab with his sword, but contained countless complicated sword moves. Sweeping the saber and accumulating strength. It was important to know when and where to explode, how much to explode, how much to explode, how heavy or heavy. These were all profound knowledge that gave Su Fingyin a headache. Su Fingyin did not snap his fingers, so the old man was still holding his chin, calm and unruffled. He pinched a walnut with 2 fingers and threw it in front of his eyes. He gently sucked it into his mouth and said vaguely, "Kid, hurry up. I don't have time to watch you daze." Su Fingyin smiled bitterly. He collected his thoughts and flicked his finger. The curve was still full and had a mysterious beauty. The walnut shattered, but there was a slight mark on the floor. He flicked his blade several times, and it was the same. The old god of swords said with disdain, "You read the 1,000-sword grass compendium for nothing. Is this how you listen to books? What a waste of little Zhang's saliva." Su Fingyin closed his eyes and recalled the scene of the water droplets turning into swords. The old man stood up and patted his butt. He sneered, "When you succeed, stack up 2 walnuts again. Remember to smash the bottom walnut. The floor of the boat and the top walnut must be intact." However, this old man reckons that with your terrible perception, not to mention the latter, even a small matter like this would be difficult. If you can't do it, then don't practice the saber with Lu Qiantang. Su Fingyin remained silent and racked his brains. The old god of swords probably felt that this fellow was too similar to the Wu family's swordmaster. He was in a bad mood and walked into the cabin without looking back. Wei Shuyong quietly left the bow of the boat so that no one would disturb him. He sat there until dusk, and then until moonlight. Yu Wei went to put on a coat for Su Fingyin in the middle of the night. Su Fingyin only pointed at the shattered walnuts on the floor. Yu Wei immediately went to get another handful and piled them in front of him. In the early morning, the old man came to the bow of the boat with sleepy eyes and saw Su Fingyin in a daze. He went closer to take a look. This kid changed the winter to spring thunder. And on the floor in front of him, there were 3 walnuts. Several red carps leaped out of the river. This was a common sight in large rivers. The old god of swords turned and left. After walking far away, he muttered to himself, "Good kid, the carp has jumped over the dragon's gate. I made a mistake this time. However, this old man wants to see how many times you can jump over the next 10 years. Chapter 143. The 2 young Koei were curled up and sleeping soundly at Su Fingyin's feet, looking charmingly naive. They were easy to raise and could easily be thrown into the river to feed on the carps in the river. When they were done eating and playing, they stretched out their oars and easily boarded the boat with their hook-like claws. Su Fingyin, who was about to get up, looked up and saw the old god of swords walking back. Su Fingyin had a good memory. So good that Su Weisheng said that his only advantage was that he could remember things. He could read 10 lines at a glance and almost never forget anything he saw. Wudong's previous chief Wang, Zhongluo's Dahuang Ting formula, Bull Rider's deed of thorough comprehension, Qing Shui Pavilion sword training record, 7 or 8 books of the Jade Pillar mental cultivation method, Du Sitsung's 1,000 Swords Grass Compendium, Forbidden Villa's Whale Killing Sword, and the 3 secret manuals of the Qingyang Palace. He had read a lot of them after climbing up and down the tide-listening pavilion for so many years, but unfortunately, most of them were careless and not attentive. Su Fengnian had a particularly deep memory of them. However, when he was practicing the blade, the white-haired old man only led this Su Fengnian of His Royal Highness over the threshold before laughing out loud. Later, in the Qingyang Palace, his aunt suggested that Su Fengnian first practice 50 moves to the peak, which could be considered a small path to success. But here came a problem. Su Fengnian had not reached the second pin, so he could not assess the hundreds and thousands of martial arts in the world from a strategically advantageous position. He read too many books, which instead became a hindrance to his cultivation, until Li Chungang came up with the difficult problem of breaking walnuts with a flick knife. It was like tearing a thin crack in the fog. Su Fengnian was no stranger to this problem. When State Preceptor Li Yishan taught Su Fengnian the 15 ways of Zongjing, he liked to use his new Go rules to break them. Su Fengnian sat in boredom until dawn, during which time he successfully flicked the walnuts in a fine powder with the embroidered winter knife. The boat was still in good condition, and even stacking the walnuts was not a problem for the embroidered winter knife. Li Chungang sat in front of Su Fengnian and asked, "Do you know the difference between sword moves and sword intent?" Su Fengnian shook his head blankly. The old man said expressionlessly, "Draw your blade." Su Fengnian laid embroidery winter flat. The old god of swords stretched out a finger and casually flicked the blade. Without any visible movement, the 3 walnuts in front of Su Fengnian exploded at the same time. The old man gently flicked his sleeves and folded up 3 walnuts. He flicked the shiodong again, but the walnuts still shattered. The results were exactly the same. Su Fengnian did not know what the old god of swords was up to. Seeing Su Fengnian's puzzled expression, Li Chungang sneered, "Try placing the spring thunder under the winter embroidery." Su Fengnian held the blade with both hands. Old man Li struck the winter embroidery again. Su Fengnian's perlicue trembled. He could not hold the spring thunder firmly because there was a point on the spring thunder blade that was like an exploding thunder. It spread to Su Fengnian's hand, causing his entire arm to tingle and go numb. Su Fengnian understood. This was sword intent. The storytellers in the streets liked to call it sword aura, but it was slightly different. Old man Li did not give Su Fengnian time to catch his breath. He struck the winter embroidery again. In an instant, the spring thunder almost slipped out of his hand. The blade on the right suddenly slid towards Su Fengnian's chest. It was only a hair's breadth away, but the old god of sword had pinched the spring thunder with 2 fingers. The winter embroidery blade did not move at all. Su Fengnian was shocked. He could not figure out even if he racked his brains. Old god of swords seemed to think that this kid's comprehension was too poor. He would not feel at ease if he did not scold him. He glared and said, "Anyone can see that your winter embroidery blade is bent in an arc. It looks exciting to outsiders, but it's flashy without substance. With this old man's winter embroidery blade, with your insignificant skills, can you tell how many times winter embroidery blade has flicked? It looks like winter embroidery blade is not moving, but it's really not moving. This old man has 2 fingers. One of them penetrated the winter embroidery blade and hit the spring thunder. The second finger is sacrificing vigor for sword moves. Winter embroidery blade has already bent 6 times and hit the spring thunder blade from the side. That's why the spring thunder struck you. A top-notch sword move requires speed and stability. It's as fast as thunder and as steady as the 5 sacred mountains. Kid, you're still too inexperienced." Su Fengnian asked doubtfully, "Between sword intent and sword moves, which one is stronger?" Old god of swords Li sneered. "This old man wants to use sword intent to defeat the enemy. That means sword intent is stronger. If this old man wants to use sword moves to kill people, his sword moves will naturally be stronger than all sword intent in the world." "Fine, I asked for nothing." Su Fengnian felt helpless. Old man Li was a fair trade. He stood up and said, "Are these 2 fingers enough to buy all your rice paper?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "It's enough." Looking at the old man's back, Su Fengnian could not help but have mixed feelings. Killing a Jiao dragon where there was a Jiao dragon was not a boast. The old man even hid a Jiao dragon in his sleeves. It was the purest form of yang energy and was incomparably domineering. His flying sword destroyed Mount Taiwa. It was said that he had mastered the essence of Lu Dongshuan's immortal sword. Naturally, this hidden sword was 100 times more powerful than the sword that made the immortal kneel. Su Fengnian originally wondered why Li Chungang had 2 sleeves after losing his arm, but now he dared not underestimate him. 2 fingers, one indicating sword intent, and the other indicating swordsmanship. His words were profound and easy to understand. He had pointed out a narrow path for Su Fengnian, who was confused at the crossroads of martial arts. Together with the words of the armored maid, Zhao Yute, Su Fengnian felt as if he had just escaped from the gates of hell. As for when he could reach the First Pin realm, or even touch the edge of the Vajra realm, Su Fengnian was not in a hurry. This was all thanks to old Huang's subtle influence. Teaching by example was often useless. Instead, it was better to teach by example. Of course, old Huang's sword was still a distance away from the old god of swords Li Chungang. However, in Su Fengnian's heart, it was obvious which was more important between old Huang's sword case and the old god of swords wooden bowl. Riding out of Bailiang, Su Fengnian finally learned from Su Xiao what old Huang had said to Wang Xinji when he was facing the north before his death. Su Fengnian stood with his hand on his saber. Looking at the vast river, he closed his eyes and breathed continuously. His qi was as continuous as the river water. He chanted the incantation of the great yellow cord. Qi returns to the pill formula. The pot produces water and water. Yin and yang come and go, turning into a thunderclap. Who can't live forever? The white rainbow rides the dragon and goes straight to the Daluo heaven. Generally speaking, the proverbs of the Taoist immortals who cultivated Taoism were often in the pursuit of wondrous words. When ordinary people first read it, they would only feel that it was wondrous, 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 and even more wondrous. In fact, if there were no enlightened Taoist to personally lead the way and pass on the specific incantation of breathing and drawing qi, in the end, they would only enter the mountain and not see the immortal and return empty-handed. As the saying goes, the immortal is unwilling to speak clearly, but thousands and thousands of people are bewitched by this logic. While Su Fengnian's mind was wandering 10,000 li, he sensed that someone was walking behind him. At this moment, the only person who dared to come forward and disturb His Royal Highness was Yi Wei. She held Wu Meinyang and said softly, "Aren't you going to eat something?" Su Fengnian opened his eyes and grunted. He shot a glance at Yi Wei. She was indeed a beauty. It was a pity that ancestor Lu had long left behind a poem to warn the later generations. The body of 16-year-old beauty was soft and limp. Her waist was like a sword that could cut ordinary men. Although her head didn't fall, she secretly caused her husband's spirit to wither. Su Fengnian felt very helpless about this. He wasn't an inexperienced flower. From the time he went up the mountain to practice his blade to the time he went down the mountain, he had always been able to remain calm. This kind of composure was evident. During the meal, only Su Fengnian, the old god of swords, and Wei Shuyang were sitting at the table. Li Chungang chewed on a piece of flatbread and remembered something. He said casually, "Although this old man avoided that Wu family swordsman, he can come back later. It's very likely that his realm is 1 level higher. That sword move, you bunch of idiots only watch for fun. That fellow, on the other hand, can comprehend something that will be of great benefit to his sword cultivation." Su Fengnian's face stiffened. He fiercely took a bite of the bun. After breakfast, old god of Swordsley spread out rice paper in the cabin. He smiled at Jiang and I, who was hiding to read. "Come, Jiang girl. It's fine if you don't want to learn the sword, but this old man can teach you calligraphy." Calligraphy? Jiang and I liked it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have secretly used a branch to scribble on the ground in Bailiang Palace. However, the old man held the brush with one hand. His demeanor completely changed. He was still smiling. "But remember, I'll teach you calligraphy. You can watch, but you're not allowed to learn." Jiang and I didn't take it to heart. She only grunted softly. Su Fingyin asked Bluebird to warm a pot of yellow wine and sat alone. That year at the top of Martial Emperor's city wall, old Huang didn't fall even after death. Beside him was the second in the world, Wang Xinji. Old Huang only faced north and said, "Come, serve the young master some wine." Chapter 144. 3 big ships entered the lake from the river. The 800 miles of Spring Lake was vast and misty. This lake could hold 6 rivers, and it had always been a place for military strategists to fight to the death. Su Fingyin stood at the bow of the ship and explained the geography of Spring Lake to Yu Wei. He included many military insights that Li Yishan had imparted to him. Before the spring and autumn period, the north and south confronted each other and fought for this place as their stronghold. By controlling the Spring Lake, they could sail down the east and conquer the world like a lion hunting a rabbit. In the past, when the north wanted to drink the horses of the southeast, or when the south wanted to send troops to the north, they had to pass through the 800 miles of Spring Lake, 3 cities, 3 passes, and 3 mountains. The 3 cities were the most important: Xiangfan, Xingyang, and Wuling. In terms of the world, Xiangfan was the most important. In terms of the southeast, Xingyang was the most important. In terms of our prefecture, Wuling was the most important. Xiangfan was always said to be the backbone of the world. When the 3 kingdoms were fighting here, Wang Mingyang, an old minister of West Shu, accepted the order and became the governor of Xiangfan. He resisted Su Zhao's 100,000 soldiers and defended for 3 years. When West Shu was destroyed and West Shu was forgotten, this scholar from Shangyin Academy still refused to surrender. The city ate people, and Wang Mingyang personally cooked his wife and children. 3 years later, the city was breached, and less than 10,000 people were left in Xiangfan. It became a ghost city. It was said that 10 years after the city was breached, there were still hundreds of thousands of wandering souls that refused to leave the city and howled every night. The dynasty had no choice but to send the Taoist master of Longhu Mountain to Xiangfan to set up the great Zhou Tian ceremony. The number of sacrificial offerings reached a shocking number of 36,500, which was an unprecedented feat. This battle allowed Wang Mingyang to win the title of the #1 defender of the spring and autumn period. Even Su Shao admired him. Wang Mingyang was a famous person, but he dragged 200,000 people down with him. Even after 1,000 years, Wang Mingyang would still be a controversial figure. Yu Wei was frightened. "We're not going to Xiangfan, are we?" Su Fingyin had recently been habitually flicking his fingers. He probably did it thousands of times in a day. He was probably obsessed with practicing the blade. He laughed softly. "I wanted to go, but if you don't dare, then we'll go straight to Wuling." Yu Wei shook her head. Su Fingyin suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the back of the boat. Yu Wei just happened to hear the legend of 100,000 resentful spirits in Xiangfan. Her heart trembled, and she finally realized that she was at the bow of the Spring God Lake. Her face was full of self-mockery. Su Fingyin ignored Yu Wei and rushed to the bow of the boat. He saw a boatman rolling on the ground with a bloody arm. 2 scarlet young Kuei were growling at him. Lu Qiantang went up to His Royal Highness and told him what happened. It was a trivial matter. The young Kuei were frolicking and running, and they probably bumped into the boatman. Su Fingyin frowned. The tiger Kuei was an ancient beast, and it ate people when it was hungry. Su Fingyin squatted down, and the young Kuei seemed to feel its master's anger. It lowered its head and whimpered, and its skin immediately turned from red to black. Su Fingyin was not arrogant, and with a flick of his finger, he hit the boatman. A hole was made in the wall of the boat, and it fell into the lake. The elder sister Bodhisattva looked at her younger brother from the hole, and then turned around to look at Su Fingyin pitifully, as if she was pleading for mercy. Su Fingyin snorted, stood up, and said, "Compensate the injured. All right, ask the Phoenix Battalion to help mend the boat." In the twilight, hundreds of boats were racing on the Spring God Lake. It was a lively and bustling scene. The closer they were to the land of fish and rice in Jiangnan, the more they could not feel the loneliness of their hometown, Beiyang. Tonight, they would spend a night on an island in the middle of the Spring God Lake called Mount Lao. As they approached the island in the middle of the lake, Su Fingyin saw Jiang and I walk out of the cabin and stand beside him. He explained this mountain was originally not called Mount Lao, but Prison Mountain. It was the place where the Queen Mother of the West imprisoned the Jade Emperor's daughter, the Spring God. Prison Mountain was not surrounded by a lake, but a basin. Later on, a demigod was so angry that he drew a circle around Prison Mountain with his sword, and it collapsed for 800 miles. Only then did the lake water gushed out. As for the saying that a demigod created the lake, of course, it was just nonsense. Nowadays, Mount Lao is filled with courtyards and pavilions, and people from all walks of life gather there. Not only are there residences of the rich and powerful, but there are also residences of monks and Taoists. There are also a few remnants of the fallen country who have been imprisoned on the island. There are also a lot of shops. When you get on the island, you can pick something that catches your eye. Jiang and I stretched out his hand. Su Fingyin was stunned for a moment and asked, "What?" Jiang and I said stiffly, "Silver." Su Fingyin laughed and said, "All right, you've already earned a few hundred taels of silver. How much do you want to take? But let me remind you, if you mention my name, who would dare to ask you for money? Why waste the manuals that you've worked so hard to earn?" Jiang and I sneered and said, "Do you think I'm a robber like you?" Su Fingyin was amused and said with a smile, "Then how much do you want? A few hundred taels of silver? Or I could just give you a few thousand taels of gold on credit. That way, you can study for a few lifetimes." Jiang and I said angrily, "I only want 1 tael of silver." Su Fingyin said helplessly, "Do you need to be so stingy?" Jiang and I said with a straight face, "Give it to me." Su Fingyin rolled his eyes and said, "Ask Blue Bird for it later. I've never brought such a small amount of money." Chapter 145. Jiang and I went straight to the cabin and took out a small account book from the book box like a thief. It clearly recorded how many when she earned from reading Taishan Sutra, Thousand Swords Materia Medica, Whale Killing Sword, etc. When and where she read each book, and how many words she read each book were all recorded in detail. Until now, she had earned not only a few hundred taels as Su Fingyin said, but 1,007 taels and 34 won. The old god of swords who only knew how to eat, drink, and sleep strolled into the cabin. Jiang and I, who was about to transfer 1 tael of silver from her savings, held up a brush with one hand and covered the account book with the other. Li Chungang could not do anything about this. He stood far away and let Jiang and I finish her work. Only then did he carry the wine pot and sit on the table. He poured some wine on the table and dipped his finger in it. After Jiang and I put the account book back in the bottom of the book box and sat opposite her, Li Chungang then used his finger as a pen and the wine as ink. He started writing on the table, one stroke after another, full of vigor and vitality. Jiang and I sat upright and still, watching the old man write in one go. Half of the table was densely packed with words, like the rugged rocks at the gates of hell. After Old Man Li finished writing, he looked at Jiang and I. The latter's face was calm. The old man seemed to really mean what he said at the beginning. He did not expect the little girl to learn anything. He wiped his sleeves and started again. This time Li Chungang spoke. "There are 3 main points in my wild grass. First, it has to be continuous and consistent. Second, it has to strive for thousands of layers. Finally, it has to be a word without fear, without emotion, without desire. Just like this wine, it can be wiped away without a trace. The first point is that one must not be lazy. Even when he is drunk, there is not a single mistake in his cursive writing. There are rules. Why? His daily work is enough to be meticulous. Every word is like waving a sword or a knife. One must not be careless. This old man's calligraphy has always been known as the swift snake walking snake. Looking at his words is like looking at a sword. The sword's edge is awe-inspiring. Li Chungang was talking excitedly when he saw Jiang and I yawning. The ship stopped and seemed to want to go ashore. The old man, with a stomach full of frustration, lowered his head and took a deep breath. He sighed and muttered, "Don't waste, don't waste." He drank the wine on the table. Jiang and I was used to this kind of absurd behavior of the old man. Walking out of the cabin together, he saw Su Fingyin was in the middle of a discussion with the big halberdining army. It seemed that more than half of the Phoenix battalion would not go up the mountain. This was also reasonable. Not to mention whether 100 light armored soldiers could live in the mountain or not. These northern Liang soldiers themselves were too eye-catching. While Jiang and I was deep in thought, Old Man Li was still boasting to himself about how his calligraphy had reached perfection. Jiang Ni's left ear went in and out of her right ear. She lifted her skirt with both hands and walked down the wooden plank. From the corner of her eye, she saw a young Kuei scuttling ashore with a fat carp in its mouth. It seemed to be asking for credit from Su Fengnian. However, Su Fengnian only scolded it once, and the little guy immediately lay on the ground and stopped moving. Was it playing dead? Su Fengnian was just about to kick the little guy when his robe was lightly bitten by another young Kuei. Only then did Su Fengnian stop. The punishment had come to an end. The siblings did not hold a grudge. They happily followed behind His Royal Highness. Seeing this, Jiang Ni's heart ached. These two little idiots, why were they so gentle to Su Fengnian? Su Fengnian looked back at the spring god lake. His eyes were absent-minded. He muttered, "We've arrived." The capital, Great Peace City. In the early morning, the sky was gray. 300 cavalrymen galloped over on the official road, kicking up dust. It was rumored in Jing that the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, was about to enter the city. This was the only city in the world with a population of 1 million. For a moment, the clouds were turbulent. The tall buildings on the main road were filled with all kinds of people. They just wanted to see the true face of Su Xiao. Even if they could not see him, they would be satisfied just by looking at the carriages. The scholars were impatient. The martial artists of Jianghu were uneasy, and the officials and nobles were noisy. It was rumored that there were dozens of big and small yellow doors that were prepared to block the carriages and risk their lives to angrily denounce that butcher for causing great suffering to the people. They were going to curse him for destroying the seeds of more than half of the scholars in the world. There were also rumors that there were countless Wulin heroes that were preparing to assassinate him. Even the storytellers were repeating the same old tune in the tea houses, talking about the spring and autumn war. The ear-piercing cries of cicadas rang out from countless branches in Jing. There were 4 holes in the gates of Great Peace City. All the unrelated people inside and outside the gates had been cleared out by the guards of the city gates. When the approaching cavalrymen created a roar that was 100 times louder than the cries of cicadas, when the people at the gates and on the city walls saw the bright red King Su flag, the morning that had been full of life immediately became suffocating. The cavalrymen slowly stepped through the city gates. Other than the sound of the hooves, the entire capital seemed to become silent. On the main road of the imperial palace, the spectators who had taken up good positions couldn't help but hold their breaths. When the cavalrymen moved further and further away, they looked at each other like they were relieved of a great burden. The dust had settled. 2 people came from outside the city gates. One of them was an old monk dressed in black robes. He had triangular eyes and a vicious appearance. He was like an old and sick tiger, but his expression was indifferent. The other person had a hunchback and a slight limp. He was dressed in the attire of an ordinary rich man. He raised his head to look at the city walls and smiled slightly. Then he walked through the city gates through the side hole with the black-robed old monk and some peddlers and servants who were doing business in the morning. Occasionally, there would be gazes on the old monk. The black-robed monk did not look like a benevolent monk. However, he was so old that the passers-by only glanced at him a few more times before not paying attention. As to the old man beside the old monk, he did not attract any attention. Great Peace City was the most virtuous city in the world. Even the common people in the streets claimed to have seen some great general or scholar. Who would be willing to look at a hunchbacked old man? Passing through the side hole of the city gates, the rich man and the black-robed old monk slowly walked forward. The rich man put his hands behind his back and chuckled. Bald Donkey Yang, of the millions of people in Jing, you are the only friend I have. The withered old monk said softly, "If you do not touch my head, I am your friend." The rich man said that there were 2 things in the world that could not be touched. Old tigers, but could not be touched. And the other was this Yang Tai Sui's head could not be touched. But even though he said this, he impolitely reached out to touch the old monk's bald head. The old monk did not stop him and only sighed. The rich man rubbed the black-robed old monk's bald head and roared with laughter. The black-robed old monk had an indifferent expression. This head, Qi Xianzhu had touched in the past, and then half of the top of the lotus had collapsed.